Let's see if anybody comes in. Ba-ba-ba-ba. There we go. Mm-mm. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Just got back home, went out with the wife for a little while, talking to some guys. They're like, hey, you should go live. Just going to hang out here and get ready for stock or trout tomorrow. So if anybody wants to come online, I'll send you an invite. We can come hang out, see what's going on. You guys can keep me company while I'm doing this. It's a lot of work. You guys can laugh at me. I'll probably be swearing and stuff. Just trying to get these like number 12 hooks snelled up. So let's see who we got out here. I see participants. I see Betty or Brandon. I don't know who it is out there. I see Avid. What's going on, buddy? Catfish Weekly. Hey, Lyle. Chase across the street. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Chase lives across the street. He's a good kid. Chunky Catch. Chunky, how are you doing, sir? When I saw you on the bait shack was awesome. Sorry we had that little mishap with the rods falling over, but trust me, I know what that's all about. Chad, my man. D, what's up? D. I always think of Dexter's Laboratory every time I say that, or James types D with a bunch of E's on there. James Dockery, what's up? Jason Blackburn, J Dog, right? Hey, Jay, I'm gonna make you a mod. Maurice, the man, thank you, sir. Kevin, what's going on? And Tirador Arco, what's up, my friend? All right, let's make Jason Blackburn an app or a mod, I should say. Add moderator. Okay, let me get an invite here. So if anybody wants to come on, pop on in. We can shoot the you know what while we're doing this. Hi, Betty. I kind of figured it was you. So there's an invite. Help yourselves, man. I've been trying not to do this, but I'm like, hey, I want to hang out with my peeps today. Really like you guys, so might as well do this while I'm getting some work done. So basically, here, let me show you what my setup is. I love these. I call it my trout purse. It's a Berkeley bag, and hopefully it won't dump out when I open it up. When I keep all my power bait, my power eggs, all my snells, all my hooks, everything. My secret weapons also in there. I'll share that with you. In the front pouch here, in the front pouch, I keep more rig wraps, keep my spinners and my little, what are they called? Cast Kings, trout magnets. These are cool when they don't want to bite on anything. These are good for crappies too. So I like using those as well. Also, my leaders of choice. I run a 10-pound braid on my stocker trout setups. And I'll either run, I guess I only got the one left in here from earlier, like a 6-pound trilene mono. Now, the reason I run mono, sorry about any additional noise, I'm kind of throwing stuff around here, is the trout rigs that I use basically is a Carolina rig, but you got to remember you use a really light line and really light bait. Those power eggs that I like to use, whether it's the dough or the eggs, it's float. You want to float it above your weight. So pretty much I use an egg sinker, Carolina rig with a barrel swivel, a small, tiny one, and like a 6-pound test. What works even better than mono, well, mono floats. Fluorocarbon works good, but it doesn't float. So it's a real finesse game. At least that's what I have had luck with. I like using mono. It's not as transparent as the fluoro, but that added buoyancy helps keep my bait off the bottom. The places I fish, there's a weed bed and stuff. I'll have like 18 to 24 inch leaders. So I need to float all that line, the bait, the hook off the bottom. And when you're talking about little tiny power eggs, either use 2 power eggs or I use 1 power egg and a mouse tail. So that's basically my setup. Jinx, doctor, you owe me 1,000 pounds of lead. All right, who's coming on here? Got to get at least Chad or Doctor on here, or Lyle, or Maurice. There's a challenge. Let's get you on here. Betty, you were on here already. I know you're not afraid. We got Avid. Let's see who else is out here. J-Dog. D is awesome. I like fishing for trout. It's an easy target. It's enjoyable. I get to meet a lot of people, especially like opening day was today. I wasn't able to make it out there, but it's like combat fishing. You got a lot of jerks out there, but I've met more good people than bad people, so I really don't mind. I'm going to strap the chesty to me tomorrow for the first time. We'll see how people react. Some people like being on camera, some people don't. If you're on YouTube, you kind of know about that. So we'll see what happens. Whatever it is, we'll get it on video. So let's see. Let me get started here. Let me show you the hooks I use. And I'm talking like 200 miles a minute here. I apologize, people. I like Lyle does. He talks about Gamakatsu hooks all the time. But for trout, I always use single egg Gamakatsu hooks in like a 10 size. Look at how small these things are. These things are tiny. And I like a single hook rather than a treble hook. I use, like I said, the power eggs. Let me show you what the power eggs look like. Rather than the dough bait. I have dough bait too, but I'm lazy. It doesn't want to. I having to rebait it all the time and missing fish. I'm not into that. These are basically, they are little foam balls that smell. They got that power bait nasty stink. My wife will probably come in here later today and she'll be like, "What the heck are you doing in here?" But they're pretty potent. Usually with the number 10 Gamakatsu single egg hook, right? With these hooks, I'll have to use 2 of these. And what I'll do is when I rig them up, I'll thread them through there, get it up on the line, bring it back through, and just the littlest, tiniest point of that hook has to be hanging out. They're not catfish. They can see it, I believe. And if they touch it, they're going to spit it right out. Stocker trout, you keep. You're going to gut hook a lot. Be ready, which is why I tie a lot of leads, to either get the hook out the hard way, whether it's, through the gill plate, or, just cut the line and put a new lead on. So basically that's my simple setup for trout. So what I'm doing now is I use rig wraps, by the way. I like rig wraps, especially with these, big meat sausage fingers. It's pretty cool to have them pre-tied and ready to go. Can everybody hear me all right out there? Am I talking too fast? Am I sounding strange or what? Well, nobody wants to come on with me. It's Saturday night. Everybody's in their PJs. Creole Catfishing. What's up, my friend? How are you, sir? Usually I do these at the kitchen table just because I got a lot more light in the kitchen. I was going to set this up in there, but I'm like, I have everything set up in here, so we're going to try to do this here. Basically, instead of snell, I don't really do a no-knot snell. I actually tie a simple fisherman's knot or a clinch knot on them, and that seems to work fine. J-Dog, come on. I'll post that link again. I'm not shy. I'll get that out there. I don't think I've ever seen you on chat. So come on in and I'll let you in the room. I don't mind. Actually, this might not be too bad. See, this is the hard part. This is where I swear and cuss. It's like threading a needle. Lyle Stokes is coming in the room. Lyle, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hold on. I got no sound here. Let me see what's going on. There you are. Now I hear you.
Sweet. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Me and the wife went out for a sweetest day, had a dessert, and I had me a martini. It was real tasty, so I'm feeling all right. I just had one, but I'm good.
Past your bedtime, isn't it?
No, I don't sleep. You know
I
that.
don't either.
I'm
I'm up
like
late
I'm
every
like
night. Betty gets on. She talks about I'm up all night. Well, every time she's on, I'm still up.
I'm the same way. I see every now and then a post or a message come through late at night, and I'm like, man, these are my people. They are just
Yeah.
like me.
Yep, that's a fact. I hear you, man.
So me and Lyle talked a little bit today about ice fishing. I won't go into too many details, but he got me thinking to the point where I was watching ice fishing videos today, and then I took my bait tank down today, Lyle. Right. So I don't have room in my garage, especially this year, since I think I'm keeping the boat in the garage. I'm gonna try and do some ice breaking with that thing and see if I can't get on some winter catfish.
Well, what happened?
Oh, I took my bait tank out to storage where I got all my ice fishing gear. I went through all that stuff, made sure I knew what I had. I was getting all ready. You got me going. I was thinking I wasn't going to do this year, and you planted that seed, and it happens like this every year, man.
Well, that's what the hell happened here?
Uh-oh, I see
There
it.
we go. Okay, I'm good. I knew that you'd done some ice fishing,
Uh-huh.
and I got a link from this guy where he had made a huge purchase from an American-made rod blank company. And usually the American-made stuff, it rarely gets any kind of discounts.
Mm-hmm.
But evidently they had a big overrun with all this COVID stuff. They wasn't selling them, and they made him a deal. And he called me up, or actually messaged me. He said, "Hey, if you make ice rods," and I really don't. I mean, they're no different from making any other rod. They're just smaller. He said, "I got a deal on some." And I thought, well, I need to talk to somebody that really knows about ice fishing before I jump in, because he wants you to take a bunch of them at a time. And, I thought, well, I'll give Mark a call. If anybody knows anything about ice fishing, it's a guy that lives up there where all the ice is at. So
Yeah.
that's why I messaged you about it.
Hey, you know what? I know, like I was talking to you, the guys who do those ice fishing stuff, it's very specialized, but those guys are bigger fanatics than the catfish guys. I'm not even going to kid you.
Right.
They're already posted on the ice fish forums already. Everyone's getting all crazy, ready to go. And we're still a good 2 months out, a month and a half out, unless you're going really north.
Yeah. If you guys ever watch any of the older Catfish Weekly shows, Doc and I used to talk about ice fishing all the time, and neither one of our fat asses was going out on that ice.
Well, that's the big problem, especially for me being a little older. I mean, 200 pounds of gear in 8 inches of snow. I use Baffin boots, which are awesome. They keep my feet warm as crazy, but they weigh dang near like 6 or 7 pounds a piece. You're drilling 100 holes, walking a mile or two in 8 inches of
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that.
It adds up. You got some of the people who are really into it up north where it pays to get a snowmobile or one of those enclosed side-by-sides. Man, I'd be all over that. I just don't get the use out of something like that down here.
I see you. I hear you. James Dockery, if I get those before he sells out of them first of the week, I'll contact you and let you know. I didn't even remember what the length and size of them or anything is, but they're ice rods and they're all the same. And the fact that I know what company made them, and I have real good success with their stuff was one of the reasons. But yeah, when you come on tonight, the first thing that pops in my mind when you started talking about going live was, man, when I'm building rods or tying jigs or something, I should do that so people can figure out how some of it's done, because a lot of people don't know.
I take for granted a lot of what I know. I'm not bragging or saying that I know a lot, but it never surprises me that the things I think are common knowledge, that someone says, "Hey, I never knew that," or whatever. And I'm trying to what's the word? Humbly bring what I know to other people without assuming that they already know it.
Right. That's exactly the way I am, because for me, I've been doing most of it long enough. It's kind of second nature. I see Creole's in here. He says, "Nope, y'all lost me. It's snow."
A lot of guys, no names to be mentioned, are using the smaller rods for bigger fish, especially in the summer and off of boats and stuff. I think it's turning into a fad. Maybe a specialized rod for something like that. I don't know if you want to make a half a dozen or something, test the market with that.
Yeah. And like Dockery just made a comment here. about he's been snagging with Snoopy poles. Well, there has been some blue catfish tournaments on the Mississippi River where you could take a Snoopy rod or a Barbie rod or one of them kid fishing rods and put a bigger reel on it, and that's what you fished with, was that style fishing rod. And there's been some giant fish caught off him, 30, 40, 50 pounders. Yeah. So it's amazing. Hi, Betty.
Hi, Lyle. Can you hear me?
I can. Better than the other night.
Yeah, way better.
I tried these little headphones with a mic thing on them.
Oh, it's fantastic, Betty. It sounds terrific.
It sounded like he was using the camera off of one side of the phone and the microphone was on the other side of it.
I don't know.
You know
I
what
didn't set it up.
It was real weak. You could hear you, and everything was clear, but your voice was real
low.
Weak. And for you, that's unusual.
It is. It is definitely. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I usually don't have that much trouble. I didn't set anything up any differently, so I don't know what it was. It's craziness.
You never know, and it may have been internet connection, or it could have been any number of things.
Well, I think it's because you keep taking all the Wi-Fi and internet and stuff. It's all over there in Missouri.
You know, I really am blessed, and I made that comment a minute ago, but I am blessed with the internet connection we got. I checked mine earlier, and it was 960 on one side and 890 on the other, and I'm thinking, holy crap, man. If everybody had the internet connection that I got, there would never be any drop signals or anything.
Mine was 280.
Wow.
See that? You know, next to our office is an internet and an ISP. And they have like the T3 backbones and everything right there. And I went in there to talk to the guy about getting internet hooked up to our office, and he was showing me upload speeds of like 10 gigabytes at his desk. It was insane. I'm like, how do you get it? He says, well, we got a backbone connection, and then everything in the office is fiber. I was like, that's insane. He says it doesn't do him any good, though, because everybody else is slow. So, but
and that does make a difference.
And I'm strictly running off service now because my son's on his PlayStation. Brandon's watching Amazon movie, something on Amazon, some kind of movie. So it just totally kills my Wi-Fi. So if my service cuts out.
What you can watch movies off of Amazon?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime.
I got Amazon Prime, but I didn't know there was movies on it. I'm still figuring out the YouTube stuff.
Yeah, it's called Amazon.
I've only been doing it for 7 years.
It's called Amazon Video. If you have a smart TV, if you have a smart TV, you can put the app on there and you log in on your Amazon Prime account, and there's all kinds of free movies.
Wow.
I watch River Monsters on there for free all seasons, Lyle.
No kidding. Yeah. I know Cindy's is a smart TV, but I don't think mine is. But it wouldn't matter because the baseball playoffs are on, and I'm going to be watching them.
I don't even have cable. We strictly run off of like Netflix and Amazon and stuff like that. So.
We gave up cable last year, and I was really disappointed because if there was a channel that had fishing on it, it didn't matter which one it was. I had it. All of them. Every one. If they come up with a new one, I got that one too.
Let me put a bug in your ear. Let me put a bug in your ear. There might be a new one coming, and that's all I'm gonna say.
I've heard a little bit about some of that, but you know, there's certain things that I can go along with, and certain things I can't. So we'll see how it works out before I make a decision on that. But you know, I watch fishing from the time I get up, or it's on. I may not be watching. I may be doing something else, but it's on. But I have really caught up in the last year on YouTube stuff.
Yeah. There's a lot out there now. It's hard to keep up sometimes.
I got to tell you, some of the stuff that's on YouTube I think is better than what's on TV.
Oh, yeah, totally. I went to Alabama, and I like, I always watch all my shows and stuff, and I've had a hard time catching up just being gone for a week. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to.
I've mentioned this a couple times. I have a playlist I make, and when like the people that are in the room and stuff, when they put a new video out, I'll add it to that playlist, and I play like catch up until I get caught up.
Yeah.
Right.
I try my hardest, but and I understand that for everybody. I mean, even people that weren't able to make it on Friday that watched it later, that I totally understand. I mean, we all got lives, we got families, we got kids, all sorts of
Right.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when before COVID, when we would go off to these fishing tournaments, we'd be gone for at least a week, nearly every big tournament we went to. And I would take a laptop with me and Cindy take a laptop with her. And most of the time I was doing shows, but the rest of the time we was either pre-fishing or partying out in the parking lot till all hours of the day and night. And I never got anything caught up. So when it would take me a week or longer to get caught up when I get home, just on messages. And then videos and stuff, I just have to catch them whenever.
Yeah.
I had gotten a message from Catfish Katie Collins the other day.
Uh-huh.
And she sent it through my Catfish and Crappie Facebook page, and I miss those all the time. I feel so bad because I'm used to everybody messaging me on my personal account.
Mm-hmm.
And
put a notification up on it.
It's getting to the point where it's hard to keep up, and I'm not trying to brag or anything. If anything, I'm saying, holy smokes, I'm getting old. I used to be able to keep up with that like a teenage kid.
You're just a kid, ain't you?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't feel like a kid no more.
That's funny. So how are you tying these rigs up, Mark? I don't know anything.
Basically,
about
do you know what okay. You know what a clinch knot is?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I tie a basic clinch knot to these little, I'm going to show these again just because they're so small. These little egg knot ones at the bottom. And then at the top, you're a nurse. Do you know what a surgeon's loop is, right?
Yes.
I tie a double surgeon's loop on the other end, and I make them anywhere between 18 inches and 24 inches because it's specific to where I fish. Like I said, I want to get above the weeds. There's weeds at the bottom.
Okay.
And then I do like a standard Carolina rig on 10-pound braid or 8-pound mono with a small barrel swivel, and just let that, basically the bait just floats off the bottom. Like here, it's kind of hard to see. That power egg floats. A lot of the power baits float. Basically, you want to get the bait up in the path of the trout, because trout are always moving, especially in ponds, these stocker ones. In a river, they'll hide behind rocks, they'll hide in eddies and stuff, but they're pretty much on the move, waiting or looking for food. So they're looking for bugs. And especially these stocker ones, they're used to being fed and stuff. When they're not fed for, they stock them and they don't let people fish for 2 weeks, they learn what bugs, they're learning what they can and can't eat. So they're eating everything. That's why it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
So do you use some kind of bug for bait?
No, I use these power eggs. Definitely. You can use corn. Here, let me show you these power eggs again. These are Berkeley power eggs. I use these. I'll take one
they're
out.
like the nibbit thing or nibbles.
Yeah,
or
but
whatever.
they're big. They're larger. Actually, this is my favorite one. These are the rainbow ones. I pull out double ones. These are rainbow ones. They're kind of weird colors.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
They're just little styrofoam balls, and I'll feed the hook through it just so there's a little point sticking out. And 2 of these is usually enough to float that number 10 hook and 18 inches of mono off the bottom. There's also this stuff which a lot of people swear by. It's the dough bait. My wife's going to be mad. I'm going to lay in bed if I don't remember to wash my hands and say I smell like bait. This is the power bait. Smells like victory to me. People use that on little tiny treble hooks. I started using that stuff, and I've just had so much luck with these power eggs that I don't even try.
Betty, you see chat?
I don't.
What did it say?
You what? You don't?
No.
Creo says to tell you that the big one they caught today was directly due to your live show you did with Doc. Used a version of a Santee rig with a whole slicker, which is
Awesome.
skipjack. So
Yeah.
cool.
That's
Hey,
awesome.
Stan.
Is that the one you're talking about,
There it is.
Lyle?
That's
What's
amazing. I'm telling you, Doc is the most amazing teacher there.
Yeah, that's the
I
one.
can't even explain it. So that was on Roger's show. Yeah.
Kentucky Headhunters. How you doing?
Yeah, I
Stan's
don't have
in.
the option to see chat in
Jason
StreamYard, I
Blackwell?
don't think. If you hit this chat button, can you see it?
Where it says comments.
Yeah, you'll see comments in there.
Let me try it. See what happens.
Of course, I have it up. I have it up on YouTube and StreamYard both. But
These are
okay. So can you see me?
I can
I
see
can
you.
see you.
Okay, because I have brought the comments up. I can see them, but it blocks out the rest of the screen. So
Well, you're on your phone, right, Betty?
I am.
That's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I don't even have my iPad charged up, so I wouldn't even be able to look at them.
Guys in chat was talking about that 151-pound blue cat caught in Georgia earlier today.
Did you see they got it certified?
They did?
No, I hadn't seen that they had. Last I knew, they was trying to get it certified.
So I went to the guy's page that caught it, and he had made a post that they just found certified scales. And I went back, and it said the certified scales were 111.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe somebody bad fingered a 5.
They'll lose a lot of weight once they're caught, but they won't lose that much. So the scale they faded on the first time couldn't have been correct.
Right. And regardless, that's an amazing fish. Like, I don't want to downplay it because he didn't
absolutely.
Hit the world record because
I was talking with Chad earlier in Messenger, and we run tournaments for 10 years, and I weighed a lot of fish between 90 and we weighed that fish last year down in Memphis. It was 112. And that's a lot of fish. It really is. So that is a scorcher. The thing that sticks in my mind about that fish is, Kevin with K&B, he's down there in Georgia.
Right.
And that's the reason you haven't seen him online. He's crying and bawling his eyes out because he didn't get to catch that big fish.
Is he being a teddy baby?
Yeah, he is.
Does he fish the Chattahoochee?
I don't know where he fishes. Don't care. Just want to get on him a little bit.
Yeah. I can't think of the name of that lake. Sinclair?
Yeah, Sinclair.
Yeah.
I read it was on the Chattahoochee River. I was like, okay.
And that sounds like an Alan Jackson song.
It does. That's the first thing you know I'm on.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen how excited I got on that, just seeing that 76. So you can't imagine 111. That's insane. I mean, that's way beyond where I'm at in my fishing. So, but
if
it's
you guys
so amazing to see that.
If you hadn't seen that 112 that we weighed down in Memphis last year when I was emceeing the Mississippi River Monster Tournament, you should go on my personal page and we videotaped the whole thing plus a whole bunch more. And the guy called me on the phone and he said, "Hey, are you still weighing fish?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I got one that I think is over 100 pounds." And I said, "Well, you have so." It was like 45 minutes till that part was over, and he run in there and he opened a live well. He had an 80-gallon live well in that sea arc, and it was full with one fish.
Wow.
I mean, it was full. And we got it out, and the tub they give us to weigh in wasn't big enough for the fish, and we had all kinds of issues, but we did get it weighed, and he was getting ready to take it off to release it. And I said, I'm pretty sure that'd be a state record if that weight would hold. I said, if you're interested in having it checked, I said, it doesn't matter to me because I've known him for a long time. He was going to turn it loose. He said, yeah. He said, if it don't take too long, I'm like, well, 4 hours later before they got there to get it with certified scales is the reason, but it lost like 8 pounds.
That drives me crazy. Why does it take so long to get them certified?
Because nobody's prepared for it. You have to, and every state has different things they have to do to make it happen, and it should be universal. You should have to have certified scales. You should have to be able to contact a conservation agent to verify it, and I'm good with that in any state, but they should have to be there within an hour, period.
Yes.
If they don't, they should be fired, because you're talking about a major deal on record size fish. And I don't care if record crappie, bass, or catfish. It doesn't matter. If it's a record, it's a record.
Yep.
Right. And if I caught one, I'm telling you, because of what it took to get, I used to honestly think I would just release it. I just take pictures and release it because the fish is more important to me than any type of record.
Well, after what we went through last year down there, I'm pretty sure that that's what I would do. And
I think it's crazy.
But like James says, that's not the way it is in Missouri, and it's different in every state.
Right.
And and that's sort of like scales in tournaments. One of the problems that I always have with tournaments is you have to use certified scales, which they have to be legal for trade because you're trading money. And that's just like buying something by the pound at a store. So they have to be certified through the agricultural department, and which is the same people that checks the gas pumps and things. It's the same organization to make sure that nobody gets cheated per pound or per gallon, as it may be. But we used to have to do that every year when we run tournaments. We have a lady come by and check ours, and while we was at it, we had a spare set. We'd ever check those, and then our handheld ones. She'd even check those. I mean, she's there. She don't mind, and we'd shoot the shit a little bit and go on. But it's a big deal when these people that run tournaments don't use certified scales, because if they have somebody catch a record fish, you got to find another set of scales because those are not good enough.
Yeah.
They have to be certified. So everybody should have to have them.
It's craziness. And I live an hour and a half from any city whatsoever. So for anybody to even get here, not that, trust me, there's not fish in my area.
I'm in a big metropolitan area, and whenever they need to call somebody out with a certified this or certified that for the DNR, it takes them 3 to 4 hours anyways. It doesn't matter where you're at. Someone doesn't want to get out of bed, usually, is what it is.
In Missouri, I think that they have at least one agent in every county. And actually, one of the guys that I can look across the yard, across the street, and through their yard into the next yard is a conservation agent. But I've only seen him one time. But
I think the wildlife officer should have to carry, each one, because I don't know how it works in other states, but I know each county here in Ohio has their own, wildlife officer or whatever. They should be able to handle it.
Well, you'd think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But you got to verify that the scales are certified and that it actually reads what you say it does.
Mm-hmm. One of the local bait shops here, Dave's Bait and Tackle and Taxidermy, he processes deer. So I think he has certified scales at his place. He's a big tournament guy too, so I could see him doing that because he's actually charging people by the pound for the deer coming in and out, I believe. So,
by the pound. Oh, so
he's local and he's a pretty active guy. So I'm pretty sure I can call Dave up and he would take care of that stuff for me or be able.
Well, he should know who to get a hold of from the State Department to get it certified.
Mm-hmm.
So back to trout. So what's your technique with this, Mark? Like when you're
just like catfish,
you just
cast it out in the holes in the nice spots wherever you think they're going to be. You know what I like to do? I'll go follow them if they're jumping, if they're feeding. If you walk over to where they're at, chances are you're going to catch them. They're pretty dumb.
So you just cast it out and leave it lay? Or?
Cast it out and leave it, unless I'm throwing little spinners or Panther Martins I like. But tomorrow I'm just going to get my limit of 5 here in Illinois, and they're good eating. Hopefully I'll be able to either get them smoked or my buddy Damien, who's in a lot of my videos. It was his kids in those videos. He loves trout, so I'll either pass them on. I just gave like 10 trout out of my freezer to my mom, so she's set. I just like to catch them. They fight like the Dickens. It's something to do. Really? It's a social event, so it's something I do twice a year.
What kind of trout is it? Isn't there like
they're rainbows?
Yeah,
most stockers are rainbows. I haven't heard of anybody like having a stocking program for browns or anything.
They do in Arkansas.
Well, they stock they stock like, well, this is a little different. This is more like stocking ponds and stuff. This is, almost equivalent to like kid fishing, all the local forest preserves and stuff. Remember how heavy a urban area it is. I wouldn't consider this, akin to stocking streams and hoping to promote, a fishery. There are zero natural trout. Everything's stock. Mm-hmm. Every now and then they'll stock a brown, not a brown, but they'll stock a brown trout in there or something. You'll get a spotted one, but that's like a bonus. And then there's the Palomino ones, the golden ones. They'll throw a couple in. It all depends on the year. Last year they're pretty big. I caught like a 19-incher last year. That was insane. Yeah,
we live about 30 minutes from Bennett Springs, where it had a big trout place where they raised fish. And years ago, I used to fish there a lot, but it got to where it was so easy to catch them I quit going. Quit fly fishing and everything because all you had to do was go up there and tie you some white and red woolly boogers and wait till somebody clean fish. They're so cannibalistic that you just toss it out there and you couldn't beat them off the hook with a stick. Because if somebody's cleaning fish, like I say, they're extremely cannibalistic.
Yeah, like I said, right after they stock them, they don't know what to eat. They know that they're not getting their pellets, so they're trying everything. So it like I said, it's shooting fish in a barrel. So I mean,
so do they normally survive, the ones that aren't caught? Like
they get fished out. You'll get a holdover every now and then. We'll pick them off on the ice sometimes. Seldom. The places they stock them usually don't allow live bait around here. If I could fish with minnows in the winter, I think I could pick a lot of them. Also, a couple of the places, except for the place I'm going to tomorrow, there's muskie and pike in there, and they love them trout. They love them.
I never thought about using them for bait. James Dockery's in here. He would probably know. He stays up on regulations, but I'm betting they would be illegal to use in Missouri for bait. Everything.
I think they're illegal here, but like I don't know, a few years ago, and I didn't know anything about it. Somebody gave us some heads, and we used them in a lake, and it was nothing but. I mean, we got turtles, always, and I don't even think they're legal to use. So.
I would love to use bass for bait, but I know that's a no around here. Crappie too. They tell me crappie's one of the hottest catfish baits throughout the year, as anything going, because they're everywhere. You know, they're in all rivers and all lakes, and they got to eat them anyhow. But boy, if you get caught with one of them, it'd be like them spoonbill I was talking about the other night. They'll hang you up by your toes, and you'll be there a while.
Well, we're allowed to use crappie here as long as they're within size, but you have to use them in the body of water that you caught them.
Yeah,
I think it's like that here in Illinois too, but it's very shady. Nobody wants to say it's right. Nobody wants to say it's bad. But I think if you're using it in the water, catch it hook and line. This is the argument I've heard. And you caught it on hook and line, you can use it in that same water as long as there isn't a size limit or a creel limit on that body of water.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah, that's why they don't want you to use them, because they don't want people to say, let's say there's a limit of 10, just spitting out a number, and they got 9 in their basket and 2 out on lines. They can't tell, what it is or whatnot. So I think that's it. It's basically making their job doable more than anything.
Yeah. It's very what's the word I want to use? It's very gray.
I'm too old for take them chances on gray areas.
Exactly. I know. Real quick, Ryan,
too pretty to be in prison.
Hey Ryan, I was probably at that creek today. I was out there checking out some bait situation and stuff to see if there was still some suckers in there this time of year. I was emptying out my bait tank, not emptying it out, but I was cleaning it up, put it away, and so I swung by that creek I think you're talking about, and no, I didn't see much there. So,
Lyle, do you do much crappie fishing?
Not as much as I used to. In fact, not very much at all. But I'll probably doing I got working on a new project, and I can't elaborate on it now. But it'll be coming out after the shoulder surgery, and I'll be doing a lot more crappie and bluegill fishing and stuff like that. Probably before too long.
I'm getting ready to go with Mom this week. I can't wait. I'm excited.
I love bluegill fishing. I love eating them. I love catching them. I like to use them for bait for catfishing, and I like to eat crappie. Now, to me, crappie is not that much fun to catch because of the Lake of the Ozarks and Truman Lake. They're so full of them.
Not here.
But they just don't put, after catching a big catfish, they just don't put up no fight. They really don't. And I don't think they fight nearly as hard as bluegill either.
No, they don't. I mean,
for me,
they don't.
Is a fighter.
You know what makes me happy is when I got a cooler full of them and I got a big old 1-gallon bag full of fillets. It gives me that sense of security. It lets me know that hey, if I want to have crappie tacos, they're in there. And it keeps me from eating any of the sport fish that I adore so much.
You know what? If I got that many of them, all I'm looking for is somebody to clean them for me.
Wait till you see my electric knife review. I'll show you how to
I've
get.
got a couple of them.
I can zip through them pretty good, actually. I'm getting good at that.
I just that's why we went almost 15 years that I didn't keep a catfish to eat, just because I didn't want to clean them.
Yeah.
It wasn't because we don't like to eat them, but we go fishing and have a great day. And on the way home, I'd say, "Hey, how about we stop in and have catfish dinner?" And we stopped at a restaurant. Look at the head on that.
What's going on, James?
Lyle, do me a favor. Grab your cell phone and look for that picture I sent you.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no, it
That's
was the one from
scary.
the other day. It's the same one from the other day. No, but you guys were talking about trout, and Betty, around here, we get the same thing, the stalker trout, which are the hatchery raised trout,
Oh.
and you can catch them on marshmallows.
Really?
The small little marshmallows
Yeah.
that you can buy at stores. Those work really good.
Get a piece of white bread and make a dough ball out of it.
Yeah, dough ball out of it. Anything you can get to float, you're good.
I have
Anything-
never, ever trout
Anything
fished,
to keep
ever.
it, I'm gonna say 6 to 10 inches off the bottom of the lake.
Yep.
They're gonna nail it.
Now,
But
James,
what?
did Katie
Yes, Bob.
tell you about that marshmallow? I can't imagine you knowing that unless she told you.
I read it in a book somewhere. I don't remember exactly where it was.
Not on YouTube.
Yeah, I must have saw it on YouTube or something. But like Mark can go out and catch 5 of them tomorrow. Well, about November, probably 4th or so, they'll start stocking them up here in one of the small ponds that we have up here. But it's all catch and release, and you can't take any of them back home until February the 2nd, I do believe. Up here.
Is that
So
statewide?
for most of your city ones and stuff like that where they're
Oh,
stocking
okay.
them.
Yeah, I
then,
don't know about
they
Bennett
are.
or nothing like that. We do have
Yeah.
Jason Blackburn has made a comment in chat. I don't know if you can see chat or not, James. It says
No, I can't.
German boy in the house.
Yeah, well, hey, you guys
Um,
listen, you guys would have been proud of me today. We caught 19 eaters size catfish and only 1 drum. That was it. And I was
Wow.
throwing a crappie jig to try to get some hybrids or white bass when the drum hit, and that was pretty much the end of it.
Mark, I know that you're busy tying up rigs.
I'm listening.
We're in here having fun. And
No.
Creo says, speaking of James, I wonder if he'll autograph one of my BNN Silver Cat Magnums.
Listen, you guys, Chad has not yet told me who the hell sent that to him, but whoever it is, they're going to buy me one of those rods and send it to me. That's something that's going on the wall. That's, he sent that to me, and I was like, that's not the way I signed my name. What the hell is this? And I got to reading over it, and it was Silver Cat. I was like, oh, well, I'll take it. I don't care.
Oh, shit, that's
Funny.
so funny.
Oh yeah, I thought it was hilarious. I really and truly did. And everybody keeps messaging me and going, "Well, you won that tournament if you caught all them silver cats, didn't you?" I'm like, "You damn right I did, but they won't give it to me." So
They will forever be known as silver cats. Forever. At the
Ever.
cross house,
That's-
they will.
Yep, that's
Oh.
that's what it is around here. Because I hooked into him and brought him up on the bank. And Katie was looking, and she's like, "No, we're going after silver cats now." About fish slapped her right then and there.
Yeah, nobody says, well, we call them sheep's head here, but nobody says drum or sheep's head anymore since the tournament.
Yeah,
That's why this family is so much fun, though, you guys. It really
oh
is.
yeah. But no, the hooks and stuff that Mark's using for those. What I'll do is I'll get those same type, but I'll pitch the barb down on them because we can't. We're having to release everything that we catch right now, and it's just easier to get the hooks back out. If you just, you either bend that barb down or you just follow it off or clip it off or whatever, it just makes it, and it's so much less stress for the trout.
Smash it down with pliers
Right.
or with one of those that works good.
So you're not in the Harold Dodd value of fish, non-stressing fish.
No,
Okay, you don't even know what Harold Dodd does.
No, I do not.
Well, Harold Dodd is one of the greatest catfishermen that ever lived.
Uh-oh.
We talk about Steve Douglas's and Doc Lang's and all these guys. Well, he's like the next level or two up from that. He's one of the two guys that caught the 100+ pound fish in the tournament years ago in Memphis when nobody ever caught 100-pound fish. He caught the 106, and I've known him for years. I built fishing rods for him for a long time, and he is the finest man that you'll ever visit with ever. And he had a friend that he introduced me to that I built a lot of rods for. His name was Ricky Bracken. Now, both of these guys are riverboat captains, run the biggest barges from way down south up as far as they can take them up all the rivers. And they invited me to go to St. Louis to fish with them years ago on a Saturday afternoon. So I met them up down there that morning, and we got in the boat, and old Ricky's going along through there, and we're drifting and bumping, and he hits one. And he gets it up to the boat, brings it in, and it's a pretty nice fish. Pardon me, not a giant, but a nice fish. And old Harold looks at me and smiles, and he says, "Watch this." And he pulled out a set of small boat cutters, and he reaches down there, and he cuts Ricky's brand new $6 Gamakatsu hook off. And Ricky just squalls. He sounded like Kevin. I mean, he's crying like a little girl. And Harold, he's crying, laughing. And he takes that hook and he pulls out both pieces of it. He said, "Well, there's no sense of stressing that fish anymore. You've stressed him enough getting him in the boat." And he threw them in the trash can. They released the fish. And the whole time, old Ricky, he's standing there still crying.
Getting all sore.
But every time that you caught a fish, Harold put that hook off. He wasn't pulling that barb back through that fish.
No, I'll leave the barb on there. I mean, or not.
You wouldn't with Harold.
Well, no. But the only fish that I'll stress, is buffalo, the buffalo carp. And that's. Oh yeah.
They're good.
Those come home and part of them go on the grill and the other part goes into a jar.
Did you watch that video I sent you, Doc, about the buffalo, the meat eater episode?
I don't think I have it had yet.
Okay, you need to check that out. I think you'd really enjoy that. It's a lot of good information about the buffalo that, ones that you're catching, they're probably like 80+ years old, actually, to be honest with you.
Wow.
And depending on where you catch them, like up north in Minnesota. When they're
pressure cook them?
What's that?
I'm sorry?
Do you pressure cook them, James?
Yeah. See, the problem that we've got here in Missouri is all carp. It doesn't matter if it's common carp. It doesn't matter Asian, buffalo, any of your suckers. No carp can go back into the water once you catch it.
Well, buffalo isn't a carp, though, I thought.
It's classified as a carp in the carp family.
Even common carp?
Yes, even common carp. You cannot throw them back in the waters. Yeah.
Now, that's something new, isn't it?
Yeah, that was passed this year. I think it might take effect at the beginning of the year, but they're already stressing to people now that you have to, once you catch them, they're yours.
Well, people don't realize that common carp was never native to the United States.
No,
it was
it
brought
was
over from overseas too,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
and nobody realized how widespread they'd become. But whoever brought these Asians in, they should go get that. Anybody that worked for that company should have to spend the rest of their entire life eradicating that for free, even if they stole it, because that not only have they become taken over all the waterways, they're dangerous. People get severely hurt every year on account of them things.
Yep.
Well,
they scared the heck out of me when we were down there at Avid's. I wasn't expecting because I've never seen them before.
Yeah.
And they started jumping next to the boat, and Matt pretty much is like, "What the hell?"
Oh yeah.
I gotta find that video. That's pretty good.
Have you seen that video of Hagen with the carp?
I've lived it.
Which one?
The one, it's not on his.
This is for Jason. Wanted to see these. These are little Jakes. Go ahead, Bernie. I'm just showing him what. No, Bernie. I'm sorry, Betty.
Bernie.
I was out with Bernie tonight. That's why.
Oh my God.
Bernie Bernadette is our favorite friend. We were just out drinking
Bernie.
with her.
That's a good one.
Did you hear me?
What is it?
We were just out with my friend Bernie like 20
Yeah, I
2
heard
hours
you
ago.
say that, but that is
Sorry.
hilarious. No,
Oh,
it's
damn, it's
okay.
funny.
It was funny.
I'm
But
bad.
anyways, Hagen on his Facebook group, he posts like bloopers from where they video, and one of them, they had been out for I don't know how long. It was dark, and they were trying to get back to the dock, and they were really really tired. And the Asian carp started jumping, and they jumped in the boat, and Hagen lets out this like girly scream. He's like, "Oh!" And then
Dude, I
Layman's
heard-
like,
I
"What
saw
is
it.
that? What is that?" Freaking out.
Well-
It was so funny.
You know, my brother, I used to have a 20-foot John boat with a big motor on it. It's bigger than that boat should ever had on it. But we would get that thing and idle around behind the islands on the Mississippi River. And we'd do it once a month or once every couple months. And whatever jumped in a boat, whether it be 6 inches long or 30 pounds, we'd cut the tenderloin section out of those and put them in gallon Ziploc bags, and whatever liquids would fall out of them, we'd pour that in on top of it. We'd take them home and put them in the freezer. And one year I run out of bait. We used to make skipjack trips. That's where the first place I ever met Doc. We go to Cumberland City, Tennessee. Over the January 1st weekend every year, there's 50, 60 of us together. We go down there and catch skipjack, bring back 500-600 of them at a time, which would last me all year. But everybody quit doing that when winter blues come along. We just kind of forgot about it. But now that we didn't do that, I run out of bait one year. And once we figured out how to catch them Asian carps, and it's vibration that makes them jump in and look awesome. And they'll get in your boat, and we get enough bait for Mark and I, my brother, in one day of a weekend to last us both all summer. So if we couldn't get skipjack or shad or whatever else, we would always have those skipjack to rely on. And if we needed more or wanted fresh, all you had to do was go behind them islands and get some more.
Wow.
You know where Long Branch Lake is up here, don't you?
I do, yeah.
The spillway there at Long Branch is where we go and snack for the buffalo carp. And you could toss a toss or throw net out in there into that little section right there at where the water comes out, and you will have 1,000 to 2,000 Asian carp about yay long in there. It's almost to the point where you can barely even pick the damn net up out of the water.
Well, I got to tell you, James, I know it's illegal to use those. I know that it is, but I honestly believe if you could use those as live bait, you could waylay blues and flatheads.
Asian carp's illegal?
Really?
Yeah.
Illegal live.
Well, you can use them. The problem is they have to be dead. You either have to cut the heads off, you have to freeze
That makes
them,
sense.
something.
But
Because
think about how good they'd be as
yeah.
live bait.
Mm-hmm.
Put them
And-
underneath one of Patriot James bobbers in a brush pile at night. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Let them rip.
And the thing a lot of people don't understand is once you hook an Asian carp, that you're talking something that you may or may not ever get back off that hook.
That's right.
They're that tough to get
Oh.
off. Oh
Well,
yeah,
I don't
their
know about
skin
Asian
is-
carp, but other carp that I've used for bait,
Well,
it's like
you-
leather.
It's like
Have you
leather,
seen
yes.
the skin
Yes.
pliers that you grab fish and you take the skin off a catfish with? That's what we use to mash through right next to the hook to get Asian carp off. You mash through
Wow.
that skin and all to get them off the hook, or you either that or you
You-
elongate the hole so you can work it over the bar because they're the skin on them that tough.
That's what I do. I pull it to get it, and then I can go
Yep.
up over the barb. Mhm.
That,
Yeah,
that
see-
Asian carp skin. I like to have a pair of boots. Well, I can't wear cowboy boots, but I like to have a pair of shoes made out of that leather.
Oh,
Well,
it's
what is-
crazy.
like 2 years ago, somebody caught or snagged one that was like 94, 96 pounds Asian carp.
Yeah, I don't
Wow.
doubt it.
That's crazy.
We've the enclosure that's on my boat. I can stand up in it, and there's probably at least a foot over my head, probably 2 foot over James's head.
So it's
But-
about
Probably
3
4
feet.
over mine.
But regardless, when we went down the Illinois River running wide open, we've had them hit the front of the boat, turn the boat sideways, and I've actually had them jump high enough that they would be on the top of that
Yeah.
enclosure going down the river. Now, granted, my boat only runs about 34 miles an hour, but
That's crazy.
With the other boats that I'd had over the years, the Monster Cat and the Lumacraft, it would go fast enough, but by the time that they would jump and you'd see them, you was already past them before they come back down. But my old boat, it's not quite that fast.
Well, see, and that was something that a lot of people, have brought up is you don't want to go slow. If you want Asian carp in your boat, go slow.
That's right.
If you want to try to avoid them, you get out right in the middle of that channel and let that boat eat as fast as you can. Because by the time that vibration hits them and they're coming up out of the water, you're already past them.
And the older the motor, the more vibration they put off. The new motor, especially the new 4-strokes, they're real smooth. They don't vibrate enough to really get them going. But you get an old 2-stroke and get behind them wing dikes or behind them islands, you got to beat them out of there with a stick.
Oh, yeah.
My 4-stroke, it thumps like a Harley. I have to say. It does a little bit.
Is it like the old Harleys used to?
Yeah, a little bit. It's got a little thump to it when it's idling and stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. When she's, my boat isn't that fast. With that 40, I'm doing 24, 25 tops, But it's nice and quiet. We can talk while we're going, but still, I don't think I could outrun those Asian carp in that thing. I don't know. I'd try it. Maybe it would have helped.
Well, I'll tell you what, they'll hurt you.
I'll tell you, you'll never forget the first time you have a 20, 30, or 40-pound Asian carp come flying in a boat and hit the bottom and land there. Because
these were maybe like 5 to maybe 8 pounds at most.
Them are little babies. Oh yeah, that's bait. That's whole bait right there, Mark. That's that's literally you slip a hook in the tail and send it back out. But some of these carp they'll get 30, 40 pounds, and they're tearing crap up. They're slashing that tail all over the place.
Well, James, one of the worst things about them is when they get in the boat, everything they touch they bleed on.
Oh yeah. Yes.
If they touch something, they're bleeding on it. Their skin will. I don't know what happens to it, but anything it touches, it bleeds, and they smell so nasty.
Have you guys ever caught an eel, an American eel?
I've never caught one, but I've had one.
Oh, they're nasty too.
The slimy, nasty stuff. That's a lot like what Asian carp.
That's right.
Once they start getting stressed, they just, they secrete this oil, and it gets everywhere. And the smell of them, like Lyle was saying, is just atrocious. I don't
even know if we have those here.
You will if you don't have them. If you don't have them yet, you will before too long.
They might be in the river. I don't know.
The Asian carp.
No, the eel.
Oh, the eel. Most places do.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't seen any out there. But then we don't have Asian carp or anything. I have no idea. Real quick, Jason Blackburn asked me what kind of lures I like to use. That little Jake, that's a good one. In golden and silver. Castmasters, gold, silver, blue and white. The standard ones, the smaller the better for these little stalkers.
Is that like a spoon with a treble on it?
It's not a spinning. It's a spoon. It's a solid spoon. It's kind of hard to see. They got a lot of weight to them. Castmasters, Little Jakes. Everett, I think it's called a Trout Whisperer, I think his channel is. He makes these. These are fun little spoons to use. I got them in a few different colors. They're cannibals, so anything that looks like a rainbow trout, they're going to eat. And, of course, your standard little spinners in black and gold. I like black and gold and yellow and silver. And that's pretty much it. That's all you really need. It's like Lyle was saying. They're easy to catch. They're fun to catch. They're tasty. What I like to do is I like to smoke them, and then I make trout dip with like cream cheese and capers. Oh my God, a little bit of lemon juice. Holy Toledo, that stuff's good.
I've never tried it.
Oh, it's good. It is good.
I know up here.
Go ahead.
Well, up here, the Arky sexy tails. The ones that are already freed up, those, basically anything. If you want to take a kid fishing for an afternoon and you want them to catch, 5 to 100 of these trout, find you a stocked pond, one that the conservation department has stocked, and like Mark said, they're basically starving. after so many days of being in there, they've been used to somebody walking out there at the exact same time every day, 2 to 3 times a day, and throwing food out in the water. So now they're moving around looking for food, and they will literally hit on anything.
Anything
So
until
will
they
they
find something.
breed? Go ahead.
Not the stockers. They're hybrids. They won't breed.
They won't
Yeah.
breed and reproduce.
There's programs out there that are trying to stock natural fish and stuff, but most of the stockers, they're like hybrids. They don't rebreed. Even like the king salmon here on Lake Michigan, they're all stockers. They'll dump them in a harbor, let's say like Winthrop Harbor or Montrose Harbor here in Chicago, and they'll come back when they're supposed to breed. But it's like 90 out of 100 of them will be not successful in breeding. So it's definitely a stock program.
I think they released rainbow trout in Rocky Fork, which is one of the lakes close to me. But I don't know, I've never really gotten into it or anything like that. So this is why I'm asking all these questions, because I don't know anything.
You'd be fine with catching trout.
Huh?
The way you catch bluegill, you should be great at catching trout.
That's what I mean. If they end up stocking them around here again or something, I might try it.
Yeah, but you can't take 300 of trout home, Betty.
I know.
I know.
Darn.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Did we tell everybody what's going to happen the first of the month after I have my surgery?
You had mentioned it a little bit, but I'm hoping that you're going to recover from the surgery for the only reason that I wish you well.
Well, I appreciate that. But, when I have that surgery, just to let everybody know, Mark's going to fill in for me for any shows that I miss or can't do on Catfish Weekly with James. So
that's exciting.
Got to get them set up where they can do all the setting up the show and all that stuff, which is not hard, is it, Mark?
I think we can figure it out.
Yeah, it's not hard, but get that done. And then if I don't feel like doing it one night, or they give me some of them wacky pills that shouldn't be doing it, the Mark's.
Oh, come on, that'll be funny.
Yeah, I'd pay to watch that.
I would not pay to watch that. I would hate to say. I'd hate to hear exactly what he had to say. I don't think he's obnoxious now.
You think I'm truthful now? It'd really be bad then.
I tell you what, when Lyle gets chuckled, it cracks me up so bad. And when he gets on that medicine, he's really going to be chuckled.
Oh, yeah. I forgot what they give me one time. Cindy would know. I don't think she's watching, but they give me some stuff one time, and it was really bad.
I got
one. I can't handle anything. I mean, they can give me them.
I've got one for you guys.
Yeah.
About 20 years ago, I had a seizure, fell, and I cracked my cheekbone up through here. So I went in, Katie drugged me to the hospital. They did all kinds of tests and all this other stuff. And they gave me a Valium and then a Percocet and told me to go home.
I would have died, literally died.
I'm happy. Okay. I'm really happy at this point. I'm not a care in the world. My face no longer hurts, even though it's, got a basketball hanging off the side of it. And apparently we go into Walmart, and while we're there, there's this little girl set up out in the parking lot that has these puppies for sale or to give away. I wake up the next morning. I have no idea where this damn dog came from that's peeing at the bottom of my bed. But apparently I had to have that stupid dog, and I brought it home. Best damn hunting dog I'd ever had in my life. Great. But yeah, so
what does it say about you when you're what does it say about you when you're sober, Doc?
Them Valium are really awesome. I don't take them, but if I have to, like when I go to get MRI on my shoulders, it seems like they put a full-figured guy like me in the tiniest damn tube they can find. My nose touches, my sides touch, they get me about a third of the way in there. And I said, "You got to take me out of here. I'm going to rip this son of a bitch apart." Yep. They're happy to get me out, and I can take one of them Valiums in about 15 minutes. I don't care one way or the other if I'm in that tube or not. I close my eyes and they turn on them 70 jams, and I'm getting it. They
did an MRI, an MRI here a while back on me, and they gave me 2 Valium. so that I could, so that I could go through that machine. And you know what? I still was not able to go through that machine. And that tech guy was standing at the bottom of that little scanner, and he goes, I don't know what's going on with you. He goes, you should be completely comatose right now. Yeah. And I'm like, you're not putting me in that machine. They literally had to have Katie come in there and stand next to that MRI machine and hold my hand while I went in through that stupid machine the entire time.
My mother, before she passed away, she had one, and they was worried about her, and I stood there at the head of it and talked to her, and while she went through it, and they give her a Valium too, but she was old, and but as long as I would stand there and talk to her, she'd lay still. But that's the whole key to them MRIs. Betty, who of all people would know, being a nurse, you got to hold still. If you don't hold still, they can't get an accurate reading. So
and they got to start over. I can't take any of that stuff. So I had a kidney stone one time. Like, I don't go to the doctor unless I'm dying, and I didn't know what was wrong with me.
Too.
I'm like the worst patient in the world, but I didn't know what was wrong with me. And I finally figured it out when I was on my way to the hospital that I had a kidney stone, and I never felt pain like that in my life. It was insane. Well, they just gave me Toradol, and I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like it's like a high powered Motrin, basically. It's not a narcotic or anything like that.
I think
that stuff made me
won the ball game.
I
think Tampa Bay just must have won.
Oh. But anyways, that stuff made me loopy, but it didn't totally kill my pain. And then they wanted to give me Phenergan, and I know what that does to you. That's stomach medicine, and it knocks you. And I wouldn't take it. I was like, no. I was hollering at him because I was hurting so bad. I was like, no, I'm not a dope head. I don't want that stuff. And I'm the worst patient in the world. And finally, Brandon talked me into taking it, and I did. And I just was like, done. So when he took me home, he had to like seat belt me in because I was like falling over. And he said he looked over and he hit a bump, and I'd just be like, I was so messed up.
I don't get along too good with any kind of medicine. If it says it makes you drowsy, it usually puts me out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can take Tylenol PM and I'll sleep 12 hours. It's all.
Yeah, I don't have those problems with the painkillers or any of that stuff. It just, a couple of them really are hard on my stomach. Other than that, I ain't gonna kid you. I enjoy the ride. I don't know what to tell you.
He probably knows what they are, but a dentist give me some for pain before they.
Hey, we're not talking about dentist. No, we're not talking about dentist. I'm still boycotting them son of bitches. No.
I gotta get ready and go.
Me some stuff that you could before you could finish swallowing them, they made me go to sleep. They were bad news, man. But they would stop the hurt. I mean, they really would. But yeah, I forgot about that. The more I think about that, the funnier it gets.
Yeah, so I don't know. You might get a wild hair and want to come on live when you get on that medicine, Lyle.
Well, I forgot about James and his tooth issues, and I remember Chad kept saying that a while ago in here. And Chad, he kept saying all James wanted for Christmas was
I have my two front teeth. It's these two side ones over here that are missing in action now.
Well, but you can swap them around, put them in different positions, can't you?
I'm hoping to at some point in time. Yeah.
They're gonna, with age, they just spread out anyway, so it'll be all good.
Well, and everybody keeps, like, did that really happen? I'm like, it really and truly did happen. And so we go to my family doctor, and she was like, she goes, I heard you went to the dentist, and I'm like, yeah. And she was like, you don't go to the dentist, do you? And I'm like, not unless I absolutely have to. Mm-hmm. And I started explaining to her, and she just starts laughing. And I was just like, okay, I'm getting back in the car and going home. So,
Catfish Headhunter says I'd be doing backflip off the back deck. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
One good thing about my back deck, it's flat concrete pad, so if I do, I can't far to fall.
End up in the grass, you all good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Cindy's around there, but if Cindy can hear this, if he starts doing anything stupid while he's on them pills and you don't record it, I'm going to be upset with you, lady.
Well, she knows that we're live. When I went in there to get me some ice a minute ago, but I don't think she turned it on to watch it because believe me, if she thought she could get over on me, we've been married long enough. She knows she can get away with about anything she wants to do, so she'd record it just for spite.
I'd pay her. I would
I
pay
still
her.
think I still think she was the one that hit the Lyle. I think Cindy was the one. She knew she hit that live button when you two were in that truck.
Oh man, what did you actually hear that? Remember?
I actually heard that.
I missed that
I
one.
was watching that when it happened, and it was the funniest thing in the world. And everybody in chat was like, "We should call and let them know." And I'm like, "No, don't you dare let them know."
What happened?
No. Oh, him and
Tell
Cindy
me.
did not realize. Him and Cindy, they were going to a tournament.
We was in Weaver Lake in Alabama for Winter Blues, is where we was at.
And he they hit a wrong button and went live, and they didn't realize they were live. We got to witness and hear the real Lyle Stokes and Cindy.
Well, and we was in unbelievable freaking traffic, and people wouldn't let us in. I was pulling a boat. We was trying to get in a boat ramp.
Oh,
I
can
it
only
was
imagine.
colorful.
It was
Very, it was funny, is what it was.
Is there anywhere we can watch that?
Cindy
No,
deleted it before I got to listen to it again.
They deleted it really, really quick, and
Oh
somebody
man.
was calling at him, and I think
was
they were trying to
James.
warn him. And
Smith, he was calling in.
he was trying to
Oh
warn
my
him.
gosh.
I'm yelling at James Smith. You know, I'm like, "Don't call him. Just let him keep going."
What a guy! What a guy!
Listen.
James
Oh,
just got
man.
into the room. Hey, James, how are you? If you're feeling like coming on, there's a link for you.
We didn't know we was live. What had happened was Cindy had got it ready to go. So when we pulled in the boat ramp, all she had to do was hit live, and we'd make our broadcast. She hit live before and then turned the phone upside down because the sun was so bright that day. She didn't want it on the screen and set it on the console of the truck. Our truck's got bucket seats. And here we go.
Oh,
and I'm in
yes.
traffic and people's blowing the horn and I'm flipping them off and cussing them and rolling the windows down and threatening their lives, calling them things that you're not supposed to call people, and it just kept going. And the
Oh my God.
phone was ringing and people was trying to get a hold of it.
Lyle's screaming, "You tell that, I'll call him," and just hang up on him. And it just kept going and going and going and going, guys. There was about a 20-minute stretch where if it would have been on broadcast television, it would have been one solid beat, man. I am not kidding you. You would have thought the Mercy broadcast system was coming on. That's the way it would have sounded.
I can only imagine. That's
It was funny.
That's what we sounded like in Nashville.
I know you guys
with Brandon on the boat.
With Brandon being potty mouthed, you ain't got no idea what an old man pissed off in traffic sounds like.
Oh, he sounds just like that, and just like that. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And she wasn't a whole lot better, was she, James?
No, but she was a little bit more civil. You were more get the hell out of my way.
Down, but I was past that.
Yeah. Well,
oh my gosh! I wish she would have deleted it.
See, and this is where I'm kind of upset that K and B had all those phone issues and didn't stay alive. I would have loved to have heard that meltdown he had. I mean, that would have ranked right up there with yours.
Oh my gosh!
Sure would have. He called me the other night after that show, and we talked for over an hour about that, and we laughed at each other until we was sick of laughing. My stomach hurt. Kevin's really a funny guy when you got him on the phone, and he's going through that stuff in real time and saying the things that he actually said where he couldn't say it the other night when he was on live. And funny, I like to crack up at him, and his wife was sitting right there, so I got to hear both of them tell the story as it actually happened in the boat that the rest of us didn't get to hear.
If you only knew what it was like driving home from Alabama, it was really funny because you got to see a couple of the videos I posted of Brandon singing, which were hilarious.
Yeah,
but
I just was getting ready to say that was pretty good.
In the middle of it, he's like singing la la la, and then get the, it's like, and then he go right on back to singing. It was the funniest thing. Like I've never laughed so hard. We laughed so hard on the way home from Alabama. It was honestly fun.
Oh, catfish headhunters.
And we were so sleepy.
Lockout and Kane. Yeah, no kidding. That was a time that I know the people that actually heard it probably never will forget. And I know
I can honestly tell you, Lyle, that I think that's what brought me and Sonny closer together.
you and Sonny.
I'm sad I missed it.
Me and him both were just sitting in chat, man, and we were just laughing, and neither one of us wanted to call you. Neither one of us wanted to notify you, and it was...
The sad part is I wouldn't do either one of you guys that way.
Oh, yeah, no. You would have recorded the damn thing and had it play back the second, we hit
count on that.
Oh, yeah. That's why anytime that my notification comes up, Lyle Stokes is live, I'm like, record it. Because you never know.
Oh, my gosh.
That
Mark,
video would have been
great. This is turning out great.
You could have probably blackmailed Cindy and me over that deal.
I would have, too. I would have. I didn't, pro staff for life. Black Horse Custom Rides.
That's too funny.
What was that, 4 years ago?
Yeah, about 4 years.
3 or 4 years ago.
So how long have you been making rods, Lyle?
Since 1984.
Wow.
84.
Yeah.
I knew it'd been a while.
What were you, 10?
I wasn't born yet.
Not even close.
I wasn't born yet.
1884, Mark. Not 1884.
18. Oh, I was a freshman in high school in 1984.
I wasn't even thought of.
I had 3 kids.
Oh, trust me, you were thought of. I know men. You were thought of, Betty.
No, I wasn't born yet. I really wasn't.
James Smith.
Hey, listen, I am still
so hard, but he had to call.
No, I'm still actually kind of mad at James Smith about that. I mean, no, James, you did not have to call him. You could have let that go on just a little bit longer.
If he hadn't have called, we'd probably still be on that call.
And you know what? I'd still been stuck to the screen laughing my ass off.
I bet so.
That's hilarious.
Oh, man. We made such good friends and had such good times over the years doing what we do that times like that, you have to laugh at yourself making a mistake because who's the next one to do it? Is it going to be Chad and Dee? Is it going to be James? Is it going to be Mark? Is it going to be Brandon and Betty? Who knows? But
it'd be scary if it was Brandon and Betty.
There's a very good possibility it'll be me. I mean,
that would be epic.
And if it is, I know Katie's going to be sitting there beating on you, telling you to shut the up.
I'm going to tell you something. If you hear Katie say that, we all have problems.
I'm
all right.
sure you're right.
Katie is one of these goody two-shoe people. She don't cuss. She don't say any bad words, the whole 9 yards, until she gets super mad.
Well, I got a feeling I don't want to be around her when she gets that mad.
Oh no!
I would like to see Mark. I would like to see Mark accidentally go live when he's dealing with pleasure boaters because he really ripped it out when he was recording and knew he was recording. So I'd like to see it when he didn't know he was recording.
Well, here's the thing: if you guys seen who was that lives out there by Anthony lives out by James Smith that has them guys come right next to his friggin' boat running wide open in them sea-doos, running over his planer boards and stuff. Now, I'm telling you right now, if that happened to me and I was live, you'd hear some stuff you didn't want to hear, and you'd probably see me try to chase him down because I've chased them down when I had boats that would catch them sea-doos. I've chased them down before. But now I could chase them right now, but I ain't never going to catch none of them because my boat's not fast enough. But I've had boats that would catch them. And
that's the only reason I bought the Cannonball molds.
Yeah,
those sinkers. A little bit more aerodynamic when you launch one of them things at a sea-doo.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, Matthew, that's right, James. But I mean, he's showed on video on the last 2 or 3 videos he's done when boats and sea-doos was on top of him, and he's talking to him and shaking his fist at him. I'd be rolling up lines. I lose it when things like that goes. There's no excuse for that. I don't do people that way, and I don't want to be done that way.
Yeah,
That's
a good way to. That's a good way to get a couple of small accelerated lead shot to the bottom of a boat or a skidoo or jet ski.
Skidoo or whatever.
Yep.
I could have used that with that wakeboard, that boat that came by. I could have used
Oh,
it.
yeah.
No, I got
no excuse for that.
I got
No.
one of those. Those what are they called? Pocket shots. I got one of them right on my dashboard of my boat.
Oh,
When I watched that video, at first I was like, oh, I was just totally shocked that they did that to you. And then I
And
watched
that
it
was
again and I laughed so hard.
That was a GoPro, so he was literally like 5-10 yards the most away from me.
God.
And I was
That's
20 yards off
terrible.
the shore, and he came between me and the shore.
That is
Yeah.
super dangerous, though. Like, I don't mean I laughed because of that, because I laughed because of your reaction.
Well, it's some
but-
kid and daddy's $100,000 boat, is what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're coming back on the Fox River. Way up north is a bar called Blarney Island, and there's a lock at McHenry Dam that they have to go through. So what happens is it's a race. The last time they let the people out, it's a race all the way back every night during the week, especially on
And they're
Thursday.
probably drinking.
Oh,
Blarney
probably.
Island sounds like James Dockery Drive.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's too funny. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
James Smith says Matthew Anthony, but that was happened on Lake Wiley's where that was at.
Mm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
That's one
that's
thing I'm
just
working on, is
crazy,
trying to keep up with Chad a little better. I need to get this under control here.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Well, you've been making fishing stuff, and we just been having a blast. I got to tell you, this is a fun thing to do on a
It is fun.
Saturday night when the rest of us ain't got nothing else.
Yeah. That's what I said to Mark earlier.
Creel's in here. There he is.
Oh.
Sorry, brother.
The
Y'all don't
bus
sleep?
driver.
Does anybody in here sleep?
No.
No.
we do from time to time.
Oh man, because I'm not sleeping either. Don't get me wrong, but man,
Hey, Jeremy, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. We had
We're
a
in
little
here
fishing
swapping
trip this
lies
afternoon.
and telling truth.
Yep.
Yeah,
Waiting for Mark's buzz to go away.
I'm about ready to add to it.
He made
Speaking of that,
the same
I'll be right
comment
back.
earlier.
Man.
So tell me about this catch, Jeremy.
He don't think he heard you, Betty.
Can you hear me? I said, tell us about
I
this
can't hear
catch.
Betty. The volume's real low for some reason.
Again?
No, you're fine for me, Betty. I think it's just real.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear.
She wants to hear about that big fish.
Yeah, it was a 40-pounder that we caught. It was the last spot of the day. Wind blowing 30 miles an hour. We went and spot locked over this big ledge off of a point, and I threw all some whole slicker on there and just went for broke. And I look over, and that big silver cat Magnum is bowed, and the tip is under the boat. And my son turned the other way, and I'm screaming at him, "Go get the rod! Go get the rod!" And he could barely get it out of the holder.
Yeah.
And it was in 60 foot of water, so it took him a while for it to finally get it up. But man, it was. We only caught one other fish. It was about 8 pounds, but that fish, catching that fish was worth it. I ain't caught a big
Was it
one
a
like that
blue?
in a little while. It's been a few months since I caught one that big, so it was nice.
Well, that is a
Was it-
far cry from the beat down you put on the rest of us here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that one fish I caught today weighed more than all the fish I caught for the tournament.
But it would only been one fish in that
Exactly.
tournament.
That wasn't the game.
Oh man,
I really like that format. I got to tell you,
See,
it's different. It is different.
I'm gonna tell you,
I'm
that's
not
what I've been
used to it that
telling.
way.
Right, but I've been telling Chad, I'm like, I wouldn't really change anything for next year. I mean, really, I wouldn't.
anything. I like the way it was
You
done.
know.
I really do.
Mhm.
I thought it was fantastic. I
Yeah.
had a blast watching it and helping out the one day. I'm glad I was able to be.
Oh
a part
yeah,
of it.
and we're all
You
thankful
did
that
great.
we did because if Chad had have been out there and he'd have had to done all that on the boat and not caught any fish, he'd have been crying more than Kevin.
Oh, he would have been.
Oh,
He
yeah.
would have been.
I can tell
Yeah.
you now, there's going to
Yeah.
be a couple of people, if we do this next year and I'm live and they see that same big gate in my camera as I pull up, there's a couple people that's gonna cry. I'm telling you, because they can say, no, get out of there. No, you can't fish right there anymore. And
Yeah, but Jeremy,
next time I'm not leaving with 2 hours left to go.
No,
okay, Jeremy, we've already talked about it, and me and Chad, the other day we were talking about, the next year's tournament, and you're already blackballed. You can't come back to the tournament.
Yeah, you're out.
So,
We voted you out. You're done.
Yeah, you're off the island, buddy. I mean, we're not going to have our asses handed to us twice in 2 years.
No bus drivers.
Oh, yeah, but look,
I think if you'd have stayed there, you could have possibly caught 45 or 50 fish.
Oh yeah.
I don't think so, because towards the end, the bite was starting to taper off. I think in the last 2 hours, I could have got maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 more, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how that spot is, though.
Well, I
You pull
gotta
up to
tell
that
you,
spot, they hammer it right from the beginning, but the longer you stay, the slower it gets.
a buddy of mine, John Nordyke, and I was in a tournament years ago in St. Louis, and we found a pile of fish the day before the tournament behind an island, and we tried to fish them, and we couldn't get them to go. Just couldn't, and it was stacked in there. And what had happened was there's a thing called the Chain of Rocks Bridge above St. Louis on the Mississippi River, and it's an old bridge that used to go across there that they tore down, but the remainders of it still go through there. You really can't go through there. I know guys,
okay,
but you're not supposed to, because they dug a canal that goes around the side and locked through this, the last lock and dam on the Mississippi to go down through there, and you go through there so you don't have to go over that chain of rocks. Well, what happened, the water had come up enough where the fish from down south was coming up over that chain of rocks, and they were going up next to the Alton Dam. And we found those fish, and we found some other fish. And John had stayed the night at my house, and we decided we was going to go down there and fish the next morning. And John pulled in. We tossed an anchor. This was early in February. And before he got his first rod baited and put in the water, I had 2 15, 20-pound fish in a boat.
Yeah.
And he ain't even got the first one out. And it just continued that way for 2 hours. And in the first 30 minutes, John had beat his personal best twice. And then they stopped biting.
Wow.
They stopped biting. And we was throwing back 30s and 40s all day. They stopped biting, and John says, okay, you pick the next spot. I said, all right, pull up the anchor. So he was in his boat. He pulled up the anchor. I moved over 30 feet. He tossed the anchor, and it started all over again. And we'd sit there and catch them until they stopped. Yeah, and then we'd move over one way or the other 30 or 40 feet, and we'd be in them again. And it went that way all day. Now, we didn't get big fish at that tournament, but we won the tournament with most weight on 3 fish going away. And we, like I say, we throwed back so many 30 and 40-pound fish that day. It was unbelievable. But like I say, a lot of times in a spot like that, all you got to do is move a little bit.
Yeah, and see, that happened to us last year. Now, it's been about a year now. It was before I had my channel or filming or anything. But to this day, it was the best day of catfishing I've ever had. We pulled up on a spot. I marked a bunch of fish. In fact, I didn't even have my big boat yet. We were in my father-in-law's little 17-foot boat, and threw the anchor out, started throwing rods. Within an hour and a half, we had 21 fish, and 12 of them were 30 pounds and over.
Wow.
How's it going, guys?
The same day, my wife caught her PB 58 pounds.
Ted says he thinks that the rule will be next year that you can't fish the championship day in the same location that you fished.
Yeah, but hey, technically, but that's okay. If I'm one gate over from where I was, technically that's not the same spot.
But listen, see, now you set yourself up, because everywhere I wanted to fish, days up before the tournament, he went through and made rules. I couldn't fish there. So next year, anywhere you want to fish.
Do you ever wonder where that is?
Hey,
look at how
I'm buying a gear feeder and putting it up over my spot next week.
You're so mean to him. It's no wonder he kept changing the rules.
Have you seen? I'm gonna tell you something. If you guys could see half the crap that man sends me through Messenger, you
I
wouldn't
see
be
a
saying
lot.
that crap. Mark's takes a lot of it. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here for the night. We'll talk to you guys later on.
Good night, Doctor.
Night,
Thanks
brother.
for stopping by, brother.
James,
Good night.
Hey,
Doctor.
Dockery, what do you? Oh, he took off too quick. I was going to ask Dockery what he thought of the cooler.
No.
hey, I like it. Let's
Uh,
see at my house.
what's going on, Ace? How are you, buddy?
Not much. How are you doing?
Good. What are you up
What's
to
up, Ace?
tonight?
Oh, not a whole lot. Figured to come in and show off my hat.
Oh, nice. I like that
It's a
hat.
nice hat.
Yeah.
The original one Mark sent me is in the truck because I had it in there when we went fishing, and I haven't taken it back out. Then the other one that he sent me, that there was only 3 of made, it don't get warm.
Hey, Lyle, how's that Dockery award taste?
I haven't got it yet, so it's okay. But when I get it, it's going to taste like shit.
That was below. That was below.
So, Lyle, did you catch fish? Did you catch any fish that day?
Man.
No,
None.
no, and we should. It just the way things worked out. I went out today, and I was worried because the switch on my bilge pump, I had broke that completely off. Well, we couldn't see, and if we had any water in the boat. And every time I slowed down, water was over the back of our boat. I couldn't turn the bilge pump on to see if there was any water in there because the switch was broke. And hey, Stan.
Hey, what's up,
Well, I
y'all?
went out today and I put a new switch in, and it run for about a second and a half, and all the water was out of the boat. So, I could have went forever, but we also I fixed the gas leak in it, but when we went to put gas in it, there was another one, and it's all in the filler tube. It's a 1991, so that means
Just dry rot and stuff.
yeah.
Where'd you end up finding a tube at?
Do what?
Where did you end up finding a tube? I know you were having a hard time
I
finding
found
it.
online.
Found online?
Yeah, I could get it here locally, but they didn't have a price. They only had a 3-foot piece, and they wanted $25 a foot for it. And online, I buy the same brand for $6.95 a foot, any length you want. They cut it off the roll. So it's a no-brainer to me that we're going to use it. My boat holds 34 gallons of gas, so I knew we had enough gas to fish that day. But I probably won't go back out, and I haven't had a chance to check the trolling motor. But when that trolling motor quit, I was done because, there's other than you have to have an anchor for safety reason. There's no reason for me to have an anchor. I just don't use it.
Yeah.
We drag bait or drift or pull or something. We just don't.
I'm definitely going to get on the I'm going to get into dragging big time because even from my show on Friday night when Violet had mentioned for bass fishing, it's pretty much present that lure to as many fish as you can that day. That's exactly what dragging is. I was thinking about that all weekend, thinking that's why dragging is so productive. You're just putting that bait in
You are covering tons of
yeah,
water.
definitely gonna
I can give you the best example for dragging bait that I can offer. And I know I should never say this because not only do I tell on myself, I tell stuff that people don't want you to know. But if you years ago, when everybody used to road hunt out the window of their vehicle, drive up and down the road and shoot rabbits out the window of the vehicle. I don't care who you are. If you've ever been anything, you've done it. It's illegal as can be, but you cover so much more ground. You see more places than you ever seen before, and that's what dragging baits is. You present your bait in front of fish that would never see it any other way, and you're not fishing a 100-yard area around your boat. You're fishing miles of area at a time. And by far, in my opinion, it's the most productive way that are bumping for catching fish.
It's my favorite.
I don't know how many people agree with that, but we've tried every kind of fishing that there is in the world, and it's the most productive way to fish that I've found.
And I think they slam it a lot harder because they're
The only
chasing.
thing I've always tried to figure out is in our area in the rivers, there's solid matted revetment with those big wires that stick up. I cannot find a way to drag a bait through there and not lose everything I've got.
Well, that's an issue that you'll have to figure something out with.
Yeah.
But
I don't
I
know.
can promise you that those never snag anchors. Doc Lang and I and Cindy and Doc's wife Lynn at the time was in a boat, and we had been asked to do a video of how anchor balls work. Now, if everybody knows, an anchor ball is a big ball that you put in front of your boat and you toss
Yeah,
it out.
I got one on my boat.
It fills up your anchor so you don't have to pull it up.
Mhm.
So we got in a revetment, and they've never snagged anchors. I lost 2 of them. So never snag is not necessarily true. But I'm telling you, throw that sucker out, and when it hits the bottom, you're stuck. It'll
Never say
hold.
never.
That's the best holding anchor I've ever seen in my life. We throwed that out and hooked Doc's anchor ball onto it, and I had that monster cat with that 300 E-Tech on the back of it. It was pulling the front of the boat down. Where that anchor was stuck tight in a revetment. We had to end up cutting Doc's 5/8-inch anchor rope
Wow.
to get it up because we couldn't get it out of that revetment.
Yeah.
And we never
Yeah,
did get it out of there.
That's too heavy of an anchor rope to use, man. That's crazy. I've had to get that stuff out. I'm
But
like,
it was so soft in your hands. It
I
didn't
know.
frustrated. You know, $5 rope.
I was pulling my boat on the trailer on Friday when I was out looking for crappie, and they were putting the marina I drop in at, were pulling all their boats out, right? And they had left a 1/2-inch line on the dock. I picked it up. I was like, holy smokes, this is like soft and nice and this. And I'm thinking I'll never get this out, man. There's no way.
Yeah, when I first got mine, I bought 600 feet of that nice cotton braided 1/2-inch anchor rope. I got 300 feet on the back and 300 feet on the front, and it was expensive, but man, it's so nice to drag up.
I was just getting ready to say fishing and stuff is
Hey,
in
Keith.
My friend, what's up, buddy?
Another insomniac.
I'm telling you, Keith,
Somebody sleep.
you want to come on? I'll shoot you a link. I know you don't come on.
Oh.
From Catman Clark's in there and fishing stuff. Ace,
Jim, did you catch anything today?
D and Chad.
Nobody's leaving tonight.
See, now that was the whole reason I came on, because I was out in chat talking to myself. I'm like, everybody's on the panel already. I got to come on now.
And now they all come in.
I'm so glad you done this tonight, Mark.
I'm gonna make it worth my while.
I'm happy I did too.
There you go.
Is
I
that
figured
funny,
sit
Jeremy?
here by myself and tie Snells up, or have everybody come on. A couple of people had sent me messages on my way home. I noticed I'm like, hey, we ought to hang out. We ought to figure this. I might as well do this online. And
Well, I'm glad you did, because, like I say, I've thought about this, and I talked to Cindy about it,
I think you should.
and I probably will do that, because once I have that surgery, I'm going to be done for a while. But I clean off my rod reel a bitch. Right now I have one over there that one of my grandsons. I want to learn how to build fishing rods.
Look
So
like
we
mommy.
started, and it's neon green and black, and
Yeah.
I left it until he would come back and visit me, and we work on it together some more. But he hasn't been back, so I need to get it done. So maybe I'll do one on a slow night, some night late like this, when everybody's not doing anything. Maybe I'll fire it up and finish that up for him, and you guys can now position this where you can watch me.
Yeah.
We're all watching YouTube at night, anyways, Lyle. Everybody's always around here.
You're thinking, man, I wish somebody would go live.
Well, I'm glad I can fill that void tonight, so that's cool. And I got a setup. I can send you a link of a setup that I have. I made it out of a black pipe, gas pipe that I had planned to use. I do a lot of barbecuing, and I have another barbecue channel that I've been thinking about working on. I just haven't had time to do it. That I set up for doing videos like that and for my catch and cooks. I'll send you a link to how to build that. It was cheap. I went over to Menards. I had the whole thing built for like $18, and it works awesome. It looks really good too. It'll be perfect. It'll go right over your lathe and everything. The thing's like 24 to 36 inches tall. So
cool. Yeah, I've got. I don't know what everybody uses, and here's another subject we can get off on. But I have 2 of the Logitech 920 video cameras, and I have an 870 or an 670 that's over on this monitor. And then, of course, I've got 3 GoPros and stuff like that. So I have a lot of variables. But I've been doing it a long time. So a lot of people haven't been doing it for 6-7 years.
I'm learning.
Yeah.
But I am lost as far as video and in the boat without my good Canon camera that we got wet I got wet and ruined, because I can't make myself pay half price to have it fixed, when for double what they want to fix it, I can buy a new one for.
Yeah,
exactly. It just kind of pipes my butt that they want so much to fix it. But that Canon G20, I know guys videotape with their phones, and they have some awesome videos.
Awesome looking stuff.
Nothing like what.
Look at One Ton Fishing. A lot of stuff they do on their sites from their phone, and
I love those guys.
Oh yeah, I like it too. I
love them guys.
VA shout out.
If there's an award this year for best newcomers in the sport, I think it would be Jeremy and the One Ton guys. The One Ton guys have been around a while. Oh, I don't know. I really enjoy you guys' stuff, and one of the reasons that I enjoy it so much is the family aspect that you and Lord and son go out and fish together.
I appreciate it. It means a lot, especially coming from you.
It's just, everything with me is an entertainment factor. And guys say, "Oh, it's not. They're not kept a big picture. This guy's not doing this, or this guy." It's not. If it entertains me and can hold my attention, then I like it. And I never watch the videos that I don't finish them.
That is not an easy thing to do either.
No, it's not. And
a hard thing to
for
do.
me, because like I say, I'm an old guy. I've been around a while. And Betty's videos, when she's out there with her mother and her niece,
it's fun to watch.
I love that stuff. And staying on the bank the first day of the tournament, him and his wife, because everybody knew that she really probably didn't want to be there. But she done awesome. She really did. She done awesome. And then that throws the entertainment factor at a new level.
Yeah, it does.
And that's what I'm looking for, is something that I enjoy watching. Because I'm telling you, there's some guys that I don't like to watch, but if there's nothing else on, I will. But if there's anything else, anything better, I'm gone.
Yeah.
And
and when I'm sitting at home, editing a video, whatever I'm doing, when I'm done with it, I sit there and I watch the whole thing twice. And if I don't like something, and I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, I'm very hard on myself.
I understand.
If there's something I don't like, I'll scratch the whole thing and start over.
I know what you mean.
I said if I'm tired of watching it, then I know nobody else is going to watch it.
Is there anything worse than editing video, though? Is there anything worse?
That's where my problem is right now. I've been trying for weeks and weeks and weeks to be able to do a video, and I'm like,
I'm
not liking watching it. Nobody else.
You gotta force through it. That's the only way I get it done. Is I sit down and say, "All right, make a pot of coffee," and sit down, and it'll take me me. I edit on Sundays. If I got nothing else to do, I'll do it on a Sunday. I'll sit down and I'll force myself to do it. It'll take me a day to edit the video, a day to make a thumbnail, and that same day I'll also work on my keywords and title and all that other stuff. I mean, there's so much more to it, and I try to take into consideration, at least I am now, which I haven't had much time to, but I've been thinking about it a lot. Mapping stuff out and getting it figured out, how to keep people's attention, try to figure out some sort of formula as to, what to do. And, I have a hard time not being just myself and that whole entertainment factor. I never think of myself as an entertainer. I'd rather just talk about and show what I'm doing. But I'm trying to break through it and kind of loosen up a little bit and try to be more entertaining.
Mark, it's entertaining. I've told you from day one, that video, that your personal best video, literally your intro was like ZZ Top concert.
Oh, that was a
And that's-
gift from the man upstairs. I'm telling you, I pained over that video for many reasons, and I clicked on one of the many video clips that I have because I record nonstop, and that was there. I'm like, okay, that's it, that's done. Thank you.
All right.
Somebody, I was like painstaking over it for all sorts of reasons.
But let me cut you off, Mark. You talk about talking and entertaining. Let's see. You went from me to Lyle from your first guest to your last guest. People are entertained by it. You were a co-host on the Couples Challenge. People are entertained by you talking.
That's right.
You're about to have the gig of the century filling in for Lyle. We like hearing you talk.
That's right.
Yeah, that's another thing that I'm kind of wrestling with. That's kind of not why I'm doing it either. I'm not trying to be the next, Luke Nichols or any of that stuff. I'm just trying to document what I'm doing, share what I know, and leave that whole legacy. So if I make friends along the way, I'm a happy man. That's what I'm out to do.
Yeah,
And fishing opportunities is even better. I ain't even
Well,
gonna
you've
lie
made
about
one
that.
here, and you've entertained us.
And I've made lots of good friends, and you guys too. So I have to say, heck, I had Keith come into my live stream, my beer drinking, cigarette smoking live stream tonight. What the heck's up with that? Something I said I'd never do in a regular stream, but this isn't a regular one. So
Nope.
I might start doing this once in a while. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
if
I
got
can't
reason
believe
to.
Betty would be tired enough she'd get off and go to bed. She must have just lost signal or her phone.
Maybe she did.
Yeah.
She's
But I
got the
wanted to
link.
jump-
She's welcome to come back if she
We were
needs.
talking about Creole show before. I was born occasional. I was born Tunas, so Creole show remind me of family.
See,
Like,
now,
that was my-
now you can actually say the right word on camera. Coon ass. You've been hitting around it for a while. We can say it now.
Well, the cat's out of the bag now, but that that's why everybody will see me call him my Cajun brother, because that's how I grew up. That's family.
I agree.
That's some of the point of what we're doing and why we're doing it. Is it's not, I almost don't want the channel to be about us. I want it to be about our area, the way we live, the way we fish, the way we do things. Just kind of show off the area, not show off us.
Yeah.
Well, that just comes naturally.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, you guys. I walked in the room and Cindy asked if we were
It's just
still
getting
alive.
going.
And I said, yes.
Camera,
And I said, James Dockery brought up that show that you and I done live when we was down at Wheeler Lake that time. She said, I think it's a lie. I don't see no proof of that. Make me show you proof.
I like Cindy a lot.
Oh, man, she's the best.
I guess Ace has got a show with you, right? Stay in the Bait Shop Mafia.
Yeah,
Ace is still
I guess it's happening Monday night. So.
after Catfish Weekly. Very cool. I'll check it out.
It may be. We haven't got all the details worked out yet, but we think it's going to be a lot like this. We may have guests. We may do a lot of all kinds of different things. Just to give everybody, you're done watching Catfish Weekly. Nobody wants to go to bed.
Let me know if you need help, my friend. I'd be more than happy to help you in any way I can. So
I know that. Thank you.
Very cool.
Guys, I got thirsty, so.
Yeah, me too. So today is Sweetest Day. My wife informed me earlier today. My oldest niece is getting married in December. So they went out dress shopping, and she came back. She's like, "Did you know today is Sweetest Day?" I'm like, "We just had our anniversary last week." What do you? She's like, "Let's go out and have some dessert." I'm like, "All right." So we went out, had some dessert. I came back. I figured, well, I got to get some stuff done. I'm going to need somebody to keep me company. So I just figured I'd start the live chat up, and I'm really glad I did. I got this stuff done. I don't even believe that it's all done and ready to go. So I appreciate that.
I got a question for all you guys.
Sure.
You all snell your own hooks and keep stuff done up, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many of you has got probably 30 or 40 of them that won't fit in whatever storage compartment hanging off the shelves?
Yeah. I bought a case of rig wraps, Lyle, and I got the rig wrap case, and I still have stuff everywhere, laid all over.
Yeah,
I got them in
get-
buckets in my garage.
I get to tying them up, and I don't want to quit.
Uh-huh.
Do that while I'm watching, say, DMV or Chunky or some of them guys. I'm watching them, and I buy hooks. I don't buy hooks unless I can buy a minimum of 100 at a time. I just don't do it because it ain't worth it to me. And I'll get them L197 Eagle Claws, and I'll sit there, and once I get started, I'm not going to quit snelling them until I'm out of friggin' hooks.
Yeah, or leader. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's right. And I've got a shelf here that's one of the old metal type shelves, and it's got hanging all the way around it with 3 foot, 4 foot leader lines on them.
Well, Lyle, when you're tying leaders, you're tying all the same size pretty much, right?
No, I got 8s, 10s, and 7s and 6s, and
that's my problem. I always end up not having the right size. If I go channel catfishing, right, I'll get out there and I'll pull out my rack of rig wraps and I'll look at them and they're all 8s. I'm like, oh, that's not going to work.
Mhm.
So I've been trying to get it all settled up, and I saw someone posted a picture. I forgot who it was. They'll have to forgive me. They actually took a brother label maker and they labeled all their rig wraps ready to go. And
That wouldn't be a bad
well,
idea.
here's one of the things that gets me about hooks. It's kind of like fishing rods. There's no standard. There's not a standard size 8 hook. What's an 8 hook in one brand is a 6 in another and a 10 in another. And it's the same way with fishing rods. What's a medium heavy in one is a light in one.
Exactly.
It's heavy in the other.
It's an opinion, really. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's right. It needs to be a
That's all it is.
standard for hooks. This size, and however they would figure it out, is a number 6 or a 6/0. And this size is an 8/0. And everybody should have to be within a certain tolerance to be able to call it that.
yeah,
It's the same thing for every other sport. Look at every
simplest way would be
Dark.
is use a nickel, a quarter, and a $50.
That's a perfect analogy.
I think that's the way I kind of look at them when I'm looking at hooks. I'm trying to figure out what size they are. I think if they went by some sort of standard like that, maybe a $50 and a half for the really big hooks, I think we'd be good. I think that would be perfect.
But you see, guys, this is what y'all don't understand. That would make sense.
Yeah.
You can't have that without facilities.
Well, and I know you guys have all heard me talk about these Gamakatsu big river hooks that I use for
Yeah, I like them.
thousands. A 10/0 Gamakatsu big river hook is huge.
I've never seen one.
They are huge. I've got 9s and 10s, and a lot of people would call them 12s and 14s.
I've got
You know the-
10s and 12s.
The
Yeah,
team
and I'm
catfish, the
They're
team
definitely
catfish,
that sharp as them all.
the team catfish version of the big river hooks. I don't know what the name is of the hook, but they're pretty close and reasonably so because it's a good hook as far as I'm concerned. Their 8/0 is way bigger than the Gamakatsu 8/0s. Almost half the size. Yeah,
Wow.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, when I say I don't need any of that big. You know, even when you go to the Mississippi River, you know, if you can't catch it on a 10/0 big river hook, you probably are. You need to put more than one hook on there.
Hey, have you guys hold on a second? I'm going to try and pull this up here. These Mustad triangle hooks. These things look crazy, but they're $20 for 3 hooks.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell.
$19. They're the Mustad, the Catfish Beak Triangle hook. Let me see if I can't get
$20 a damn hook. That damn thing
No,
better be in the water saying here, fishy, fishy, fishy.
Exactly.
Better bait it safe.
Let's see if I can get this on here.
Are they like tow cars?
Yeah, pretty much. They're like super chemically sharpened and stuff. I don't know. They
Tow
look-
cars are pretty high dollar themselves.
Let's see if I can get this on here. I don't know if you guys will see this. Webcam 2, Excel.
There's something coming up.
Rio, I got to tell you,
What's that?
tonight we was kind of tired, and Cindy went out for pizza, and she got me a sausage pizza, and she got her a pepperoni pizza. And bastards made me a cheese pizza and sent it home for sausage.
Oh, no.
That I have whipped wholesale ass for a lot less than that. A lot less.
Oh,
These
yeah.
don't really look any
Hell
different
no.
from the Big River ones, but they are kind of like trying. I don't know. They look like
It's probably right there where the hook is sharpened is probably what the difference is. That's
And
a triangle.
That's a triangle hook, right? And they're
$19 for 3.
for 3 of them.
That's $20 bill for 3 hooks.
I
Holy
don't
No.
crap. Jeremy, how many would you
No.
want?
Oh,
to me,
man.
it looks like a weak spot right at the bottom of the bend.
Yeah. Well,
It
yeah,
almost looks
exactly.
like-
Yeah, where it, like it makes
Right?
a crease, like it's gonna break.
I
right
don't
there.
know, man. When you're talking, when you're triangulating stuff, as far as the engineering goes, you got a really strong hook there. If they got the geometry right, it makes sense that it's stronger. Is it worth $20 for 3 hooks? I don't know.
I'd have to try them. You know,
I think I need to. The only reason why I showed you is because I've been debating on trying those bad boys. Like I need to see if
When
they're
I
worth the
when I
money.
miss a fish because of my gammas, then we'll talk.
yeah.
If they ain't failed me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, now, did you ever have one of the Gamakatsu circle hooks break on you?
No,
I have not. I've never had
never
any
have.
Gamagats. I've never had a hook break on me,
I
Lyle.
use
For catfishing.
I use aluminum pliers.
Welcome back, Betty.
Hi, Betty.
I have had the Gamakatsu circle hooks break on me, but I haven't in years and years. And I know some guys still are having problems with them, but I wonder if that's old stock because anything that I bought from them in the last couple years, I've not had any issues with. But they used to break right below, between the point and the bend, is where they used to break. And I quit using their circle
yet.
hooks because you can't take a chance on that when you're tournament fishing.
No, absolutely not.
3 tournaments a month, you know. But I haven't had any problems with any of their stuff, and then the big rivers I have zero trouble with. But
No. That's
I
pretty
would
much
just
what I've switched to now is the is those big rivers and the 10s and the 12s, and they're
yeah,
and
I
either
can't
way I
imagine
use aluminum
12.
pliers to pull my hooks. I don't use regular needle nose. I use those aluminum pliers because
I've
it
got
won't
some
scar
of
the
those.
hooks.
Yeah.
I just use this. I don't use pliers on my hooks. I'll pull them out. I'll cut myself pulling them out. I don't care. I don't let the pliers touch my hooks anymore.
I only use pliers with northern pike, pickerel, that type of. Unless you don't have them, because you'll lose a damn finger in a northern pike.
Well, what do you guys do if they're not offset and you want to offset them?
I don't buy hooks that aren't offset. That's how I do.
buy off.
Yeah,
I bought a bunch of them one time. I bought a bunch of them one time from a guy that was
I'll be right back.
a sponsor to us, and they were straight. And I don't want a straight hook. I want it offset. And I would put them in a vise and bend them. And I never had one of them break. Them was eagle claws and eagle claws.
Well, that's a vice, though. If you're not actually, scratching or have that pressure focused on that point, you're not going to mess with the hardening of the hook. That's where the problem is. Once you break through that hardening, once you etch it, it's just like a graphite rod. You're breaking the structure of the hook.
I can verify the graphite rod parts. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. I mean, there's a gentleman that builds like my favorite knives, which ain't cheap, and he took the time to explain to me how hardening works on steel and stuff. So,
hey guys,
no sense.
There's a bunch of new people in chat.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Dave Martin's in here. Sexton Outdoors. I didn't see everybody sneak in. Andrew D, what's going on, people? Thanks for stopping by. We're just hanging out. Hey. Oh, Andrew. Yeah, I remember Andrew. I apologize.
Yeah. That's my little brother. Well,
Now,
I say
little brother.
He's my younger brother. He's 6'6".
That's what I was wondering, if he was actually littler or not.
I'm actually the shortest man in my family. At 6'1", I'm the shortest man in my family.
Wow.
My dad
can I ask you?
My brother's 6'6".
Hey, Jeremy, let me ask you, how old are you, buddy? If you don't mind.
39. No,
39. Well, you're still younger.
You're a baby.
You're still a baby.
49.
We had a couple of a couple of young men deliver a king size mattress a couple of years ago, and these guys were in their 20s, right? These guys were both 6'7". I'm like, I remember when I was there, 6 foot, I was considered tall. Now it's like, holy smokes, 6'5", 6'7". It's pretty crazy.
I gotta tell you, Jeremy.
My youngest son Caleb's gonna be 6'3", 6'4", because he's taller than all of his kids his age already, and he's 7.
I gotta tell you, Jeremy, if Dockery was here, he could walk underneath your legs probably. So.
That's why when I showed everybody that picture of that 76 pounder that Andrew caught, that's our group record. It doesn't look like it's 76 pounds because it's him that's holding it. It makes it look like a 50-pound fish because he's just so damn big.
Well, for a lot of people that don't know, Jason Mathena is a guy I built a lot of rods for. Him and his mother fish catfish tournaments, one of the most successful teams that was ever in catfish. And Jason's 6'5" and weighed around 400 pounds for him. I mean, he was a big guy. And he was holding a 92-pound fish and took a picture of it.
The big dude.
And the fish looked like it was probably a 30 or 40-pound fish in his hand. He took a picture with his mother holding the fish. Looked like it was 150, because she's not nearly a big. Now, he's a huge guy. Now, he's lost a bunch of weight now, and I'm very proud of him for doing that. But, it was a major deal. When Jason hold a fish and you tell him it was 60 or 70 pounds, everybody's like,
yeah, I get that too a lot too.
Yeah,
I get that a lot too. My buddy Alex, I did an interview with him, and he's a little guy, and we'll both hold our like 20, 30-pound fish next to one another when we double up, and his fish looks like a monster. Mine looks like a baby.
Well, here's what gets me is old Dockery's always talking about how short Katie is. Well, hell, she's as tall as he. Just a little bit.
All right, well, guys, unfortunately, I've got to get to bed. I got to go help Dad early in the morning. It was a lot of fun talking with y'all tonight. We got to do this again sometime.
Nice hanging out with you. Thanks for stopping by, Jeremy.
My brother. Hey, tell your son congratulations on that fish.
Absolutely.
Yep, congratulations.
I will do that. Thank you.
David Martin says he likes the Catfish Sumo heavyweight hooks. That's what he uses.
I've never seen any of those.
I haven't seen them either. I'll have to try them. I'm going to try those with those mustads too. I think I'm going to buy a bunch of new hooks over the winter and get ready to try them out. At least, what I like to do is if I'm buying new hooks, I'll buy 5/0 in the spring. So when I'm hitting the channel cat bite before the flatheads come out, I got an idea of what to expect. Is that you, Lyle, that's making here? Let me meet you for. No, that's not Lyle. Jeremy, I think I'm getting some feedback from you, buddy. Wait, it stopped.
Betty left.
Betty left? Is that what it
coming from Betty. You guys were talking about hooks there a little while ago. I think the best hook I've ever used catfishing was a pack of 6 that I won off of Catfish Weekly's one show.
What kind of hooks were they?
I can't remember the name. That's the bad thing.
I've done stuff like that too. I ain't gonna lie.
For anybody that's new, you know what the best hook is? The one you can afford.
Well, I agree.
The one that don't, we keep for a long time. We kept track of hookups because, like I say, we fished a lot of tournaments for 2 or 3 a month. Eagle Claw L197s are a 98% hookup ratio.
I'm gonna have to try those
for big rivers and stuff. If as far as the circle hook goes, the 2022s 97-98% hookup ratio. That's, I don't care what kind of hook you got, if you're getting 97-98% ratio hookup, and
what more do you want?
There's not a whole lot better than that. So why would you change it? But them L197s, if a fish gets that in his mouth, he's hooked, period. Now, if he don't get it, if he just gets bait and don't get the hook, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to catch him. But if he gets that hook in his mouth, he's probably stuck.
Now, are those Eagle Claws offset, Lyle?
Yes.
They are, okay.
Well, you get them both ways, actually. It depends on where you get them from and how to order them.
All right. I use a lot of the Mustad Demon Dragons. I bought are the Demon hooks, and I've had pretty good luck with them.
I've used them before. They're great hooks.
Yeah, I like the thinner gauge wire just because I use a lot of live bait in the spring and in the summer. I don't use cut bait until the fall.
But you're in channel cat, right?
No, I'm talking about for flathead. I use them for flathead.
Really? Even the thin one for channel cat?
Yeah, that big one I caught was on a 5/0. It was on a 5/0 Demon Dragon thin wire.
Wow.
And you know, my very first flathead, which was 32 pounds, I caught on like a 4-aught. And I had no problems with that. I've never had a problem with hooks breaking, but then again, I don't touch them with metal or anything. I keep them separate, and once they're snelled up, they get thrown into a rig wrap or a bag, and I just don't mess with them. So
I thought that was a great video from Fishing and Stuff when he did that little demonstration.
Absolutely.
You all saw that where he just barely nicked the surface of that hook.
You know what?
Ping.
Think about that, though. How many videos has Keith ever put out that wasn't pretty good?
Good. They're all good. He's
Keith is a special person. He not only can think of some cool stuff, he knows how to put it out in a video to where it's entertaining to watch. I mean,
I have a theory about this, and I don't want to give away any secrets or anything, but when you're watching his videos, he's a bright guy when it comes to working on stuff, figuring out how to make stuff. Making videos is no different.
No.
It's putting things together in a way that works and is understandable, and he does both very well.
I agree.
It's a credit to his talent. So
I agree, and he does videos, and he'll do them by himself. He does some stuff with J.R. Cochran. I love old J.R.
JR is awesome. I talk to him all the time.
Yeah, and those guys do a bang-up job. But the things that he comes up with, and he's got a pretty nice shop at his house.
He sure does.
So, it works out pretty nice, and I always had a theory for a long time. Now I'm kind of past it now that I've got up there in the years, but toys are something that every man wants a lot of, whether it be or whatever. I always thought that the winner was the guy that had the most toys. When he passed, he was the winner. But I got to tell you, Keith's got more toys than I do, and I'm not too thrilled with that whole deal. I'm just not. He's got a lot of toys. He's got, I've had a lot of toys, and of course, I've given a lot of them to kids and different things over the years, but my kids. But Keith's got more toys than I do, and I'm not thrilled about that. I'm really not.
I always had a saying, I used to believe in that a lot until I started owning multiple things that had motors and needed oil changes. And now I'm not so into I'm so not into toys.
Yeah, well, it's not only guys with toys too. Like I told my wife, she knows I'm trying to get. I've been in YouTube now for a few months and in all the chats and this and that, but I'm trying to get into the content creator side of it. On a budget and whatnot. I got my phone. Now I've got the battery pack. So I'm telling my wife that I'm thinking of doing she knows that I like coming on and talking on live. Then I was talking about doing a show with Ace. And next thing I know, she ended up ordering me a ring light with the tripod stand and everything. It's beautiful.
I got one of those.
Well, she ordered it for me.
Oh.
Next thing I know, I went upstairs. I went upstairs. She's got the ring light with the mirror using to put on the makeup. So there went my toy.
I put up the same one that Cindy sent me a link to one of those with a ring light, and I was more interested in the camera phone, the part that holds your camera.
Camera phone.
Your phone onto a stand, because I've got tripods out the wazoo. I've got giant ones. I mean, hold huge cameras, and the tripod that come with it, it's not really heavy duty at all. And that looks like it. And I put that thing on the tripod.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
And that's what we used the other day. But it come with a ring light, 2 phone mounts, and a tripod. But now, the tripod, like I say, it's not real heavy duty, but I've got one over here that I'm looking at it now. It is huge. I mean, it's an outdoor type thing made for rough stuff, and you can pack it in a boat or anything. And when the big waves come over, it don't move.
That's what this is.
A lot of the little ones do.
This Ulanzi I got from Fishing and Stuff video. This thing is awesome. I got it from eBay. This thing works terrific, and it comes with a clamp that clamps right onto my rod racks. So now I'm going to start getting decent pictures on my on my fish, because that was my biggest problem. I could never get good pictures of my fish because I fish alone a lot. Or at
Here's
least
a question for you guys. How many of you worry about your phone falling out of that holder and breaking when you're using it in a boat?
that's why I buy the insurance. I got the loss and the breakage insurance. Granted, it replaces it, like James was saying, with a refurbished phone, but it's better than, I mean, this with the insurance and the iPhone 11 Pro Max that I got, it ran me almost $1,800, Lyle.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
But you know what? I got the business website all done. I use it for all the photography. I got pictures of all the courthouse ready to go up on our website, and they look fantastic. They look like a DSLR picture. It's incredible.
No. Ace, I love your hat.
Yeah, thank you.
Jim wanted to know if anybody used on the panel crimps their leaders.
I don't. I've started to do that several times. I know Doc bought the setup to do that stuff with. I know that Jerry Ishcomer does it, and several other people do it. But I have never done it. I've thought about doing it, but I've heard
people saltwater. I saltwater fish also, and they haven't been impressed with it.
If you're using a metal leader, it's fine, but I've done it, with the mono, and when you clamp down on it with the mono, it'll end up nicking the mono.
I know that a lot of guys like running heavier leaders than they do mainline. I don't for different reasons, but I can see if you're running like 100-pound leader, that crimping it would be better, because once you start tying snell, snell is easy to work, but when you're tying on to your barrel swivel, or if you're even tying a surgeon loop like I do on the end, it gets to the point where the hooks aren't reliable. I mean, the knots aren't reliable because
Mark, I see your buddy back behind you poking his head out around your head.
Yeah, she's always in. That's my girl. She never leaves my side. She's with me all the time. She was out in the garage today. She's lazy, but she's loyal, so I can't complain.
Absolutely. Didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. But I'm saying, but yeah, I could see if you're if you're running like 100-pound, I think you can get away tying knots in 80. At least I've been able to. But anything after that, I think the diameter of the line gets too thick to have reliable knots not slip.
I will say this. I used a guy give me some to try of regular leader material on a spool. Now, what I've used for the last several years is slime line 60-pound.
Okay.
Make leaders out of. And they give me a spool of it to test. I don't use monofilament line on my reels. Don't like monofilament. Once I've found out that I like braid, I can't go back. But their stuff makes really good leader material. I like it. It works fine. But now they've come out with this leader material monofilament. And my problem has always been anything over 60 or 80 pound is really hard to snell and get it to stay tight. It will undo or unwind or whatever you want to call it. But now or it's so hard to get tight around the hook and to get tight before it comes unwound that I didn't like it. Now, this leader material monofilament that these companies have come out with is a different breed.
I think so too.
It snells easy. It stays tight when you tighten it. And that's everything to me, because if I pull one of them out of my storage deal and it's starting to unwind, I'm not using it. I'm not going to take the chance on that thing not holding when I get what could be a winning fish in a tournament. I'm not going to take that chance. So, but I noticed that the stuff that they actually make specifically for leader material is better at not coming undone than what regular monofilament is, and it's easier to tie.
I use this, and back to Suffix. You know, I'm such a fanboy. Their leader material, you might want to check it out, Lyle. I run it at 50 pounds, which runs really well, and I've had no reason to change it at all. I've never had a leader. I've had a leader break once on a big fish, and I think it was a muskie. I think it was a really big muskie.
I got to tell you, I used 836 Suffix braid. I bought the biggest spool that I know of that they offered. I think it was 3,500 yards.
I'm so jealous.
That is the best braid line that I've ever used. It's got some kind of coating on it, and when you tie a knot with it, it's not coming undone.
And I think it's way underrated too. I have pulled like half a tree out with 65-pound braid out of the water without a problem. To the point where I'm cussing how strong it is.
I've got this 80-pound, and I think I could get away with 65 and get a lot more on my reels because it's so strong. Yeah, but I use 80 because we used to fish. Have it this year. The COVID's kind of thrown a wrench in everything that everybody's done, and I know you all will agree with that. But for Lake of the Ozarks and stuff like that, 65 would be plenty, and I could get a lot more line on a reel, but you don't really need it. Yeah. But when I'm fishing the Mississippi and the Missouri rivers, I want the 80. I really do, just because any minute that you put one in there, you have a chance of catching a world record in those two rivers.
Yeah, I haven't had much problem with abrasion and rub off and things like that.
That Suffix don't have near the. It's a lot more abrasion resistant than any other that I've tried, and I was a Power Pro fan for years until I got this Suffix.
How many rods have you ever lost off the back of your boat, Lyle?
One.
You know, good way to stop losing them?
Yeah, that's right. That'll stop it.
Go to the dollar store, pick up a dog leash, carabiner.
Yeah.
Run that carabiner through like that. Bring the other end up around. Hook that to your rod holder or rail or whatever on your boat, and just pull it tight.
I got to tell you, Ace, I have had people ask me when I built rods for them if I could put a tether on it for them so they didn't lose them. And I've actually done it for other people, but I wasn't smart enough to do it for myself.
But I found that dog leash and carabiner. That works great. Just clip it to the rod.
Heck yeah.
I used those all the time when I was kayak fishing, quite a bit actually. I laid my rod across my kayak one time, and I had a big cat. Like, I just laid it there for a second. I think I was like getting a fresh bait or something, and something hit it while I was laying there. Pulled that rod right off the side of it. I barely grabbed that thing.
I'd like to.
I was up to the Chippewa Falls Dam, and up there we were fishing for big cats. And it wound up, the sturgeon were in and running. I lost 3 rods one night. I used a clothesline, tied it to the front bumper of my car and down to my rods. I had everybody laughing at me until it happened to them.
David Martin, his post here says he loves braid until he gets snagged. Well, David, the way my stuff works is I will never break the braid. What I break is the leader, and that's because I run 80-pound braid as a main line, and I'm using 60-pound monofilament as leader material. And then I see guys crank their rods back like this trying to break them off. Well, that's the wrong way to do it. Wrap it around your reel or wrap it around a stick or wrap it about something and draw straight back on the rod.
The bait net.
Yeah, you will never hurt your reel. You'll never damage your rod that way. And you will break the leader off, and you'll get all your stuff back.
That is exactly why I run a smaller leader than I do a main line.
Absolutely.
It's paid for itself so many times.
100% correct.
And also mono, that stretch in mono, for me, I have some older poles or older combos I have set up that when I have people come fishing with me, that aren't really as into it and they don't have their own gear, when I have to break that stuff off, that stretch kills me. It always causes problems when breaking off.
That's why I can't. You can walk from one end of a boat to the other trying to get the stretch out of monofilament, and I don't do that with braid. And I get hung up a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I do in the rivers all the time. I use the 80-pound braid with 50-pound mono.
Yeah.
I've had too many. Maybe it's just been the braid I was using, but I've had over the past few years where I've been really focusing on the bigger fish than the James. It's I've had too many break off with abrasion, and the leader didn't break. It was the
Well, I will never tell you, Stan, that monofilament is less abrasion resistant than braid. I believe. Got you, you little bastard. I believe that monofilament is more abrasion resistant than braid for 99.9% of the time. But if you get a chance to try some of that Suffolk 836, I think you'll be impressed with that.
832, right? Yeah, 832 Superline, I think it's called.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That suffix is
But
great.
I'm not gonna promise you it'll be more braid.
I totally understand.
But it is very good line, and I have, like I say, I like this so well. I bought the spool that is the size that all the guys that refill reels for guys do in bait shops. That's the size I bought. I like it that well.
I ran across this stuff here, Lyle. It's the colored braid.
But
it's the 80-pound Hercules.
Not seen that. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually pretty strong line. It's 8 instead of 4, and it's like $8 a spool for that spool online.
That's cheap enough.
Yeah, I've already spooled up 4 reels off of here. So
cool.
Yeah, David, I know a lot of guys who love that Whisker Seeker line too. That are mono, fans. They run that a lot too. So.
Mark,
it's like we talk with anything else. It's about what you have confidence in.
That's right.
I use big game, Berkeley big game. I got a 40-pound.
I love that line.
40-pound mono main line, and I do a 50-pound leader, just because of I fish around a lot of bridges, around a lot of concrete, rocks. So that's just what I go with.
I need to ask if this David Martin is the same guy that was on with Patriot Catfishers.
I believe so. Yeah, David.
What a great show they had. Man,
absolutely
on that show.
And that guy, if you have a chance to take a look at his Facebook page, man, that guy slays the flathead. He knows he's on him over there.
I agree. Great guest, and they was having a wonderful time.
Yep. It was really cool to see. And you know me, I'm a flathead snob. Maybe after I catch a couple of blues, it might change, but we'll see.
I didn't think you liked catching flatheads.
I like them. I'll chase them till I go crazy doing it. My wife thinks I've been saying, she's like, but they're so ugly. I'm like, they're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
People ask me, I get asked a lot, what's your biggest fish? And if they really paid attention to when I tell them, my flatheads are bigger than my blue cats, and I'm not a flathead fisherman. I caught a giant flathead one night below the dam, Clarksville on the Mississippi River, and it's 1 pound heavier than my blue cat big fish. So, but anytime you can catch near 70-pound fish,
that's crazy.
That's there's just something about that, So yeah, it was a lot of fun, but
you see this, that brings a smile to my face.
Yeah. My flathead was a 68 and my blues a 67. How many people do you know that fishes tournaments that actually has something like that they can tell about?
They don't. Everybody's always got a bigger blue than that. I even figured if I was ever going to get bigger than my 50-pound sticker on my boat, it was going to be a blue. I'd love to catch a 60-pound flathead, but I don't see it happening here.
You've got a very good chance of catching that flathead. They're on the Fox River in McHenry right there. Just go down by the sewer plant right next to the boat marina. I mean, you can't get better than right there, Mark.
I'll have to check that place out. But I know a lot of guys who fish down here. I think I've heard of in the last 10 years, maybe 5 years, I've heard maybe one 60-pound class fish come out of there.
That's a great fish for that far up north, though.
It's rough. You know, it's a good fishery, but it's not easy. Everybody talks about how the Fox is awesome and all of this stuff. There's few guys that are consistent on there, which I'm working on, but there's a lot of people that don't. They spend a long time. My first flathead took me from, I don't know, May the year before until June the next year before I caught my first one.
All right, let me ask another question.
Sure.
What's everybody like to use for bait when they're catching flatheads?
It changes. It's fluid here.
Throughout the year, it changes throughout the year, or
throughout the summer month. Well, spring and summer and fall. This is what I do. Anything that can like slide down their mouth. I call them the candy bar baits. Like suckers and chubs in the spring. Yep. Flatheads are good after that until early fall. Bluegill is good all year. Shad in the late fall.
Yeah, I agree with the bluegill year round.
Lyle, this is no joke. I'm 58 years old right now. 50 years ago at the McHenry Dam, my dad used to fish down there with a car and a John boat and laundry line. He'd take a big treble hook, big softball-sized dough ball, put on that treble hook. He'd tie the line to the front bumper of the car, get in the rowboat, go out in the middle of the river there at the dam, drop that in. He'd wait till that line would tighten up, and he'd actually get 200-pound carp out of there.
Holy crap.
Or 100-pound flatheads all the time.
I got to tell you, you was talking about that. Reminds me of an old man. When I was growing up, we used to hear about this guy. It would go below the Clarksville Dam and on the Illinois bank, and he was always on the bank, and he fished right next to the dam, catching the biggest fish that anybody'd ever seen. And come to find out, the way he caught those fish, he was using spark plugs for weights. And he would tie them off on 8 and 10-pound long leaders. And he would go down there and he would use huge baits and he'd throw them right next to the locks at that dam. And the key to fishing dams is to get in the seam. And the seam is always between the locks where the post comes off of there. And he would sit on that Illinois bank and he would catch 60, 70, 80-pound flatheads out of there off the bank night after night after night. Nobody could figure out what he was doing. But that's how he was doing it. And there's a lot of rocks and concrete and logs and all kinds of crap that gets up next to that dam and gets stuck in there. And what he would do is float that bait up off of the bottom a little bit. And this was back before anybody knew about Sandy Cooper rigs.
Yeah.
And then spark plugs would get hung in that crap below there, and it would sit there. And then as soon as a fish would hit it and take off running, that light line would break. He'd lose his spark plug, but he didn't care because he had the fish on.
Yeah, we here one of the dams here. There's a lot of rocks below the actual spillway, and I've been trying to figure out. I've seen Lyle when the white bass are in there in the fall. I've seen flatheads so big they leave a wake. You can see the hump of their back at the top of the water. Yep. There's a big like 8-foot hole out in front, and they got to cross this shallow area to get in front of the spillway. And we'll be sitting there, and they'll be swimming right under our lines to get into that spillway, and it's full of rubble, and we can't get anything in there. So I've been trying to figure out how to set that up, and not using spark plugs, maybe using like a lightweight leader material and some sort of rock harness or something that's disposable that isn't going to leave lead on the bottom, but that definitely makes sense to me.
It was a huge deal when I finally got to talk to him and figure out what he was doing. Of course, I never bank fished over there. If you didn't have to buy Illinois license if you was in a boat. If you was on the bank, you had to have Illinois license, which I lived in Missouri. I didn't want to have to buy two. That was before we had reciprocating deals where you could use one license to fish both parks. But it was very interesting to me. Some of the stuff that I learned 100 years ago, well, not quite that long, but almost, was learned from old guys like that bank fish because they never had boats. But
Or the gear available to them, they had to think of it.
that's right. And they come up with this stuff on their own, and the stuff that they would tell you about would apply to boat fishermen if you just the thing about people learning is you can ask people questions that always give you an honest answer, but you have to listen to what they're saying. They're not going to tell you exactly how to do stuff, but if you listen to what they're saying, the answer to your question is what they tell you.
Exactly. Or it's buried in there somewhere.
That's right.
Definitely. I totally agree with that. Aaron, hey, how are you doing, buddy? He was saying spider wire floats. Yeah, I thought about running, free weightless in there too, but that current's so strong, I'd be doing nothing but casting all night, and I'm not that patient of a man, or I'd be hunting musky. But yeah, that would absolutely work.
Stan was asking for the link back.
Oh, I'm mad now.
That's what my dad did too, Lyle. He always uses spark plugs and mug nuts.
Betty says she is eating bourbon chicken and enjoying the show.
That sounds good.
Doesn't it?
It does.
Everyone's making deer jerky. Oh, tomorrow. My mistake. The more they talk about that, the more hungry I get.
Deer jerky and elk jerky. The only stuff I've ever had was like farm raised stuff, though. I'm looking forward to getting some of that from one of my friends this year. We'll see what happens.
I got to tell you, I've got a dehydrator that I've had 30 years probably. I used to go to Colorado about every year elk hunting and deer hunting, and I would dehydrate everything from apple slices to bananas and deer jerky and all that stuff. And that's what you took when you went to Colorado, just simply because you didn't have to. It was lightweight to pack up in the mountains because we stay for 2 weeks, And anything like that I could take that was lightweight, I was all over.
I'm fortunate enough to have one of those Yoder pellet smokers. That thing's a beast, Lyle. And
you like it real well?
I like it a lot. If I'm cold smoking, I just throw a smoke tube in there. I plug it in, and the fan runs. I'm done. If I want to smoke fish or hot smoke something at 170 degrees, the thing's effortless. My jerky comes out fantastic.
I want to try smoking catfish, but I'm afraid I'll mess it up and it won't be any good. And I hate to waste a good catfish.
You know what? Fish works. You can get away with the cherry low temp, 170, 180 at the max. Watch the temperature on the fish, and alderwood is a safe bet. They've been using it in Alaska ever since the days of the Eskimos and stuff. You can't go wrong with that. And the good thing about a pellet smoker, I got 4 smokers. That's not my only one.
Holy crap!
Yeah, like I said, I'm into the barbecue stuff as well. But the alder works well, cherry works well. Where was I going with this? Keep control of the temperature the best you can. Alder works good. Cure it before you put it in there. How would I cure catfish? I would either find like a teriyaki brine, or I would stay with a standard 50-50 salt and brown sugar. It can't hurt that way either.
What do you think about pecan?
Pecan works good. It's a mild wood. It would work for nut and fruit woods are all pretty much equal.
I had a huge pecan tree when we bought this house that was hanging over the house, and I was scared to death it was going to fall and tear up the whole house. So I had it taken out, and I have another pecan tree in the yard, but I took that big one out and I saved some big old chunks of that.
There you go.
So
I got apple. I take it right off my apple tree out there.
Oh yeah, I've got a couple of other limbs on this that this winter I'm going to go out there and I'm going to chop off or have somebody do it after the surgery, and then I'll have some more big chunks to cure. But I've got some chunks of that pecan tree that's 2 or 3 years old, and man, it ought to make some really good smoking wood.
It absolutely would, as long as you let it cure for long enough, which it sounds like you did.
Yeah.
A lot of times if it gets too old or something, it feels too light, you got to watch it because it'll get too hot.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of moisture in there to make the
Oh
smoke.
yeah.
When I do my smoked catfish, I usually do the teriyaki brine, and then I'll use the apple wood.
Yep.
I don't have any apple wood, but the house we had before we bought this house had an apple tree in it. It wasn't worth a damn. I should have cut it down.
Like Mark says, keep a good eye on your temperature because you want to keep it between 160 and 180.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'll dry out. And
Same that's trout, any of it for all your fish.
I'm
old
never
school.
tried smoked fish, and I want to try it so bad.
I'm old school because it was my father's, but I just got that regular old, the black bullet.
Oh yeah, I got one of those. I got the Weber Smoky Mountain. I got a stick burner that I got, a Dayglow stick burner that I got from a friend of mine whose wife is the actual distributor of them. I got I bought the Yoder. It took me 8 years to talk myself into spending the money on that grill, and I'm sorry I didn't do it sooner. So I'm happy with that. I got a gas grill. I got numerous tailgate grills. I got camp stoves. That's one of my other hobbies. You know, my neighbors think I'm crazy. I'll be on my tailgate cooking like $30 ribeyes on a Smoky Joe just because it tastes good on charcoal. And it's just me and the wife. I don't want to burn up a whole bag of it. You know?
Holy crap, guys. I seen somebody the other day that was showing picture of that Wagyu beef from Japan.
Oh, yeah.
About how much that stuff costs?
$100 to $200 a pound.
I got to tell you, I'm not sure I could ever do that.
Lyle, once you try it, you'll be like this. It doesn't taste like beef. It's really weird.
Really?
It's super tender. It's almost like meat butter. It's hard to explain. I have my friend Mark, my really close friend Mark. He sells the machines he sells are directly from Japan. So he gets a lot of goodies from Japan, and he shares those goodies with me, and that happened to be one of them.
Did you see Betty's last post? It says, I love it. This is awesome. Small Talk Live. That's a great
There you go.
We're doing.
We can do that further. My buddy Damien, he's another pit master. If I was ever to get in a competition barbecue, I'd hope he would take me with him to do it. He also reminded me that I have I was kind of keeping that a secret, Damien, but we'll talk about it. I have one of those cowboy walks, also known. I actually have the Mexican version, like a pounded one called a discada, and I'm going to do my next my crappie catch and cook on that thing. That thing's fantastic for frying fish.
Well, he's talking about disco, and that's back from the 70s. That's kind of in my era.
It's called a discada. I think it's a 30-inch. It's a 30-inch wok that's about 3.5 inches deep, but the thing weighs
There you go, Lyle.
35 pounds.
What do you got there, Ace?
Smoked catfish.
Smoked catfish. You know, I have a brother-in-law, Cindy's brother, Freddie, had some Asian carp, and he took, instead of letting me smoke it or smoke it himself, he took it to the local locker and had it smoked.
Oh, yeah. We got them here in Chicago, a bunch of them, yeah.
It's pretty good. It really is. But I've never smoked it. I want to try it. I love catfish. You know, next to crappie, catfish is probably my favorite fish to eat.
Mm-hmm.
But I even though I love to catch catfish, that crappie's pretty hard to beat.
You know, cold water perch out of Lake Michigan in December, Lyle, you'd be a happy man, too. Get a couple of those jumbos in there, you'd be good to go.
I like a lot of saltwater fish, ocean fish. I like a lot of whitefish, you know, halibut and all that stuff. But, yeah, I'm not – I like fish.
Yep.
Mark, I think them big yellow perch, some jumbo yellow perch, they are highly underrated as table fare.
Oh, yeah.
That used to be.
Too.
I lived right out the lake that I lived in upstate New York was a cold water lake, had cold springs in it. So even in the summertime, the water temperature never got, except for up, you know, in the real shallows and whatnot. But you were fishing in the deeper parts of the lake, the water temperature never really got up.
I need to know if old Patriot James is fixing up them pintos and ham hocks now, because I'll be at his door in the morning.
But man, you get those
Lyle,
some of those jumbo yellow perch. And I think they're better than crappie, honestly.
You want to see what I bought today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here you go. Look what I bought today.
Duke's. You know, I haven't been to the store yet, but Cindy says we do have Duke's here.
Walmart.
I've not ever seen it, but she says we do have it at our local grocery.
Our Walmart had it on the bottom shelf. That's how I found it.
I'm trying to figure out in my mind how much difference there can be in all that.
Not real. There's a little bit of difference. I think Hellman's is a little more tangier, which I like. It's the Duke's isn't bad, but maybe because I've eaten Hellman's my whole life.
Yeah,
I can't
that's
stand
what we
Miracle
always
Whip.
had.
But
Yeah,
the Duke's is good. It would be Hellman's, Duke's, and then Miracle, whatever you call that stuff.
It's all about the yolk to oil ratio.
Yeah, and a little bit of lemon juice too. They use
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
It's the
see, I don't
acid.
know anything about that, but the biggest thing that I know of that Cindy uses mayonnaise in is potato salad, and I love potato salad. So I don't care what it is she's using, but I don't want her to change it because it's really, really good.
Mayo's good. I love mayo, obviously, on my sandwiches, but I need it in my tuna salad, or I need it in my chicken salad. If I'm smoking chicken and I got some left over, Lyle, now that's a chicken salad sandwich.
Really?
Holy smoke! I take that chicken, I throw it in a food processor, turn it almost into a powder, and then I mix in the mayo with it. Holy smoke! Some celery, onions. Sometimes if I have capers, a tad bit of like lemon juice. Holy smokes, Lyle, it's like dip from heaven.
Oh man,
So
You
good.
guys, I'm gonna have to go get a snack.
Lau, you ever get a chance to smoke an eel?
Have not. I've had smoked eel.
I'm not gonna eat them nasty looking things. Them things
Oh.
are too snaky looking for me.
When I go eat sushi, I eat eel. I have no problem with
I
that.
ain't eating no raw fish either.
You get the smoked eel. It's because it's an oily meat to begin with, so that it doesn't dry out as easily as some
Not
other
at all.
fish. So it's a real.
I would
I
agree
love
with David on that. Any kind of mayonnaise or Miracle Whip on a tomato sandwich is good, and if you got bacon to go on it, it's really, really good. But hell, bacon makes everything taste better.
It does, doesn't it? I've gotten in the habit of buying that. Did you ever get that right bacon? The thick
No, I've
cut
seen that.
instead of £1.5 package. Man, I kid you not. Every time it's on sale, I'll buy like 4 packs of it. I literally got like 7 packs of bacon in my freezer as of last week.
I gotta tell you, I don't go to the grocery store very often, and Cindy don't like me to go to the grocery store because I'll load up a cart. Stuff that we really probably don't need or don't or she don't want. But when I seen that bacon was like $50 a pound, I like to crap my laundry right there. I couldn't believe it because I haven't seen it, over like $2.99 for a pound of bacon. And I went down through there and I seen that. I said, I don't care how good it is or what it is. We ain't taking none of that home for that price. It just ain't gonna happen.
It's everything's getting nuts out there.
What's crazy now is, remember back in the day, chicken wings. They damn near couldn't give them away.
They
Now it's the
used
most
to throw 'em
expensive
away.
part of the chicken.
They used to throw chicken wings away because
Yeah.
nobody would want them because there was no meat on them. And now they're one of the most popular parts of the chicken. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we got chicken the other day. It was $2 a pound for chicken breast. It was almost $4 a pound for the wings.
And that's and Palmetto and them guys are using them breasts for bacon.
Yeah, you said it, not me. I didn't have nothing to do with that, guys.
And God bless them for catching fish on that stuff, but I'm telling you right now, I ain't had the first bite on one yet. I'm not have, but man,
Because you're not fishing it right. You guys
I
are all
guess
using
that's it.
gel.
old Dieter and Kevin and them guys, they're killing them fish on that stuff. I can't get one to even look at it.
It was strawberry jello chicken that won the
I had
first day of
that.
the couples challenge.
I gotta tell you, Stan, I took that stuff and I let it sit in that strawberry jello for 2 days in the refrigerator. Then I vacuum sealed it where it would suck that stuff up and never got a bite.
And that's what Creole was using too, was
I know.
flavored chicken.
What do you got there, Ace?
Minced garlic and virgin olive oil.
Is that the key to it?
Yeah, you take 3 spoons of that and a pound of cut up chicken strips.
Yeah.
And that works excellent. That's what I get all my
Man, that
catfish
sounds
on.
like lunch to me, not bait.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey,
Lunch
Maurice,
and dessert.
in the chat right now, fellas. Thank
Hey,
you.
Maurice, what's up, buddy?
What a
Well-
man! If there's anybody that supports everybody in the catfish industry
Absolutely.
more than Maurice. Would somebody please let me know who it is? He watches all the live feeds. He watches a lot of. I know he's got to watch a lot of things because he knows what everybody does. What a great guy to have it in our sport.
Absolutely. Maurice is a great person to have in all the chats and stuff. I also have to admit, Stan and LG Bass, they're awesome supporters.
LG Bass, I would like to meet some of these guys.
Me and him are good. He wants to go down to St. Louis and hire a guide next year to go catfishing with me.
Who does?
Maybe we should just do LG Bass.
Oh man,
Send me a message.
I know all them guys.
Maybe
my other Virginia. He's my other Virginia brother there. He lives out towards West Virginia, North Carolina.
I can tell you who to not hire, and I can tell you who to hire, and I promise you I'll send you the right guys. I've fished that a lot. I can take you down there. I'm not a guide. Don't pretend to be. I've fished that area a lot when we lived up there. And that's one of the greatest, in my opinion, for what it's worth. And most people don't think my opinion amounts to diddly damn. But fishing
I know the feeling.
the Mississippi River below the Alton Dam to downtown is by far, and I fished everywhere, the best fishery in the United States, period. Bar none. I don't care if you're talking about Bugs Island or Wheeler Lake or Wilson. Nothing compares to that Mississippi River below the Alton Dam, period.
I think pretty much the Mississippi River anywhere is good.
Well, the Mississippi River is a special place simply because everything that is anything drains into it. And I remember not but a few years ago when there was 6 fish in the St. Louis area that was caught one summer over 100 pounds, and there's no place else in the world that can say that. 6 blue cats over 100 pounds. And
I know.
Wheeler Lake's a great place to fish, and I've fished it many a times, and Wilson is too. But they couldn't make a pimple on the Mississippi River's ass. It's just that simple.
I got a lot of respect for that river after being on there in my little boat a couple weeks ago. I was
16 foot.
I'm sorry, 16 foot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's narrow. It's more of a panfish boat than it is a regular, like bass width sized boat or a catfish boat. But I mean, it was fine, but it was, I was undergunned for that boat. So.
Yeah, it is. Now, I will tell you that as I grew up, I fished with my brother's father-in-law a lot on the Mississippi River, and I learned a lot from that old guy.
Yeah.
And he fished a 16-foot River John boat with a 40-horse motor.
Huh.
And 3 and 4 of us would be in it at a time. It wasn't fast. It was safe. It was wide. And that I probably learned as much from my brother and his father-in-law as from anybody that I know. And we go down below the dam at Clarksville. And in those days, the Clarksville Dam, back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, was a lot more prevalent for big fish than the Alton Dam is now. If you want to catch trophy-sized fish, and that's a term I use very lightly because I've been told by a lot of the conservation department, if you want to get regulations, you don't use that term trophy. You use breeder size.
That's what I remember you saying that.
Huge, but that's where the big fish was below that Clarksville Dam. And man, people go down there and catch 60, 80s, 90s, 100-pound fish out of there just constantly. But the commercial guys, like they do so many places, they destroy them fisheries as soon as they find out people are catching them.
No. Hi, Debbie. Oh, Debbie. Jesus. Betty. Holy smoke. I'll be
Bernie, Betty, Debbie.
Oh my gosh, this
What was
is
he called a
great.
while ago, Bernadette?
Bernie.
Bernie, yeah.
Bernie. I felt so left out in chat. I was like, I just gotta get back in here.
Oh my. Hey,
What happened to me?
I got to tell you, Stan, Ace, Betty, has this not been a blast tonight?
Oh, it's
Oh,
been
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, this is just a wonderful thing. And I don't know how many people's watching us. I really haven't paid any attention. But Mark put this together, and nobody knew that he was going to do it. But man, what a great time we've had!
It's been fun.
It has been.
Well,
And
Lyle, that's
Sorry, buddy Gene.
I can't wait till we all get together at Mendota Lake.
hey,
Oh,
we need to talk
yes.
about that. But
Yes, we do.
before we do, I have an appointment in the other room. I need to go take care of.
All right, brother, we'll be here. Welcome back, Betty. I'm sorry about that. You know, I did that to Palmetto's wife too during the tournament. I don't know what the heck's going on. I need to get more sleep, I think. I don't know.
Well, if you got more sleep, this wouldn't be happening right now.
I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. I kind of
It's
feel
been
guilty
fun.
about.
Hey, I think it's cool. Everybody's just sitting back, chilling, talking about whatever, smoking their cigarettes, drinking their beer. Who cares?
Hopefully,
It's
I
just
won't.
like
Well, wait a minute. I'm
hanging
not
out.
monetized, so it don't matter, does it?
It doesn't. No.
not at
Who
all.
cares?
Put the radio on.
Yeah. No, this is awesome.
If I do that, my wife
Well-
will come down here and beat me.
Ain't not a clue.
That's kind of what Ace and I had been talking about before. That we have awesome live streams from around the 8 o'clock Eastern time area over here, and every Monday everybody's got their nights. But a lot of times the show's over, and how many people? Yeah, I know you're in there, Benny, to some of the last ones. All right, night, see y'all. I'm gonna look for another live. So that's kind of what we're starting on Monday night after Catfish Weekly. But there's a bunch of nights where it's just okay. Where else do I go now?
Mm-hmm.
And you look for somebody else to jump into, another one that's live. You're just, what else you gonna do?
If I'm not working or doing something, I'm always on YouTube. So, and
Yeah,
I can
well-
watch videos, but if somebody pops up live, I usually go to that over watching videos.
And
What's
if you remember, Betty, that's not always a good thing.
I know.
We might run across one of those lives like we were in that one night, and that was
Yeah, that was
I
interesting.
came across the best live feed in the world. I can't even admit I'm going to say this, but do you guys ever hear of a heavy metal band called Gwar?
yes.
All right. Well, there's a guy that was a character. They dress up in ridiculous costumes and they do all sorts of ridiculous things. Well, their quote unquote road manager does a live stream every Friday night. It's the most fantastic thing I've ever seen in my life. The guy sits there and drinks cognac, like he calls it, chain smokes cigarettes all night, and just talks about like aliens coming down and inseminating women. I thought it was the most odd thing I ever saw in my life. I got so lost in it yesterday. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
I
Stan and I stumbled into a weird one night.
Yeah.
Nights like tonight.
That's being very. Lyle was there too. Remember?
What's that?
Yeah,
Lyle showed up at that.
that
was,
live feed where they were all like smoking
Oh, yeah.
weed and asking me for my address and
That
stuff.
was a little bit rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Know that. But nights like this are the nights that I miss smoking more than anything. Now, it's been over a year since I had a cigarette. Well, I had one since then. One.
Well, don't start again.
You know, I could pick them up right now. I could go buy me a carton and it'd be gone in 2 days. There's no question about it.
That's a lot.
But, you know, most of the time I don't miss it, but there's not a day goes by that I don't catch myself grabbing for one.
Mm-hmm.
But
Did you always wear a pocket T-shirt?
do I always? No, I don't. I've got a sweatshirt on now.
No, I mean, did you when you smoked?
No,
No.
no. But I catch myself grabbing for that pocket. The thing is, I'm so much older than the rest of you, especially you, Betty. You're just a baby.
Yeah,
But you know,
I agree.
I quit smoking and never had an issue in my life. 3 months later, they say, well, you got a spot on your lung. Well, why didn't you tell me that 3 months ago and I would have never quit?
Right.
I don't want to
Yeah.
start again. Once you quit, you don't ever want to.
I might be a baby, but I have a really old soul.
Well, you're
I gotta say, Betty, you definitely do.
yeah,
I
you're
do.
such a sweet young lady, and we're all so proud to know you. But
Absolutely.
the thing is, what you do for a living and helping so many people is what makes you such a special person.
Well, thank you.
Amen. I really appreciate that too, Betty.
Thank you.
From a
I-
person who
I
does
think-
do a lot of nurses.
I have a
I-
lady on my
I enjoy
Facebook
my
page.
job most of the time I enjoy my job, but if you really want to know the truth, I'd quit in a heartbeat and just fish.
I have a lady on my Facebook page. Her name is Janice Janelle, I believe, or something like that. Was a nurse at the last shoulder surgery I had done in Columbia. And when I come out of surgery, she said, "What can I do for you?" And I was waking up from the anesthesia, and I said, "I want to see Cindy." And she went out and got her and brought her in there. And she found out that we done Catfish Weekly and stuff, and she joined my Facebook page. And I see her picture still of her kids and her husband and all the stuff that they do. And it told me right off the bat that nurses are special people. Not only can they tolerate a bunch of us old farts that get in there, get messed up, and somebody has to patch you back together, but they actually care about the people that they're helping. And
I agree.
Never forgotten her. Never forgotten her.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Debbie, Debbie.
Oh my gosh, I give up. I want to know what my name actually is.
On, man.
It says your name. It says your name right on the damn screen too. What the hell is wrong?
What you need, Betty, is one of those big name tags. My name is.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just put it on my
Mark,
forehead.
You probably ain't gonna live this now. You're gonna be with that like Dockery is with his teeth.
Oh my God,
goodness.
that's so funny. I've never
Betty.
been called so many things in one night.
And none of them bad.
They haven't been bad.
I'm gonna have to delete this when we get off. We've been on for 2 hours and 55 minutes, and it's all gonna get deleted when I get off of here.
Mark,
Oh,
I'm
don't
so
do
glad
that.
you've done this. This has been such a great
It's
time.
fun.
I had a lot of fun.
So who's going to Mendota?
Me?
I'm going.
I'm
yeah.
going.
I'm definitely going to be there. I'm 2 hours away.
I'm thinking that we probably have, let's see, if I get this surgery done in November, I'll have December, January, February, March. Yeah, I'll be good. I'll be able to catch fish. But even if I don't, I'm happy to run the boat. City gets so mad at me when I tell this. But I am so happy to run the boat and let her catch the fish. And she gets mad when I say that. She said, "Man, it just makes me mad when you said," but I don't care. I've caught tons of big fish. I've caught lots and lots of fish over the years. And I enjoy watching her catch the fish because I'm telling you, you talk about getting excited. That girl gets excited when she gets a fish on. And it don't
I know.
matter if it's this long or that long. It don't matter.
I wanted to see her so bad on the couples tournament
man,
fishing.
She gets wound up and I got to tell you, we got so much video that there's no way we can use. But if you guys could see us in the boat, we're like we are in real life. And our neighbor lady next door come over today, and she says, "You guys are so funny." But, we're on each other all the time. And it is funny. I know it's funny. But it gets to the point where you got to bleep, 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 bleep. And you can't use that video so much of the time. I have a video to where Cindy and I spent our anniversary a few years ago, and we went down, and Jeff Dodd got in the boat. We had that monster cat. I let him drive the boat. He took us to some of the greatest fishing places that he has. And the fish just wasn't biting. Cindy caught the only fish we caught all day, but Jeff told us stories, and he told us stuff about how to catch fish, but the audio was so bad that you'd have to cut it up. So you just can't use it. There's 8 or 10 hours of it, and then one of us is saying something we shouldn't have been saying the whole time.
It's the same way on my boat.
Yeah, Jeff Dodd, of all the people I know, Jeff Dodd, of course, I'm older than he is, but he was kind of my hero. And one day, there's a couple of things that I'm going to tell you about that I never told anybody before. I got a call one day from Bill Dance's niece, and she is the one that takes care of Bill Dance's everything. She takes care of his finances and his appointments and his videos and all the stuff. And I called them back because I couldn't take the phone call, and the guy that answered the phone was Bill's son. Of course, I didn't realize it at the time, and he transferred me to another lady, and that was Bill's daughter. And I didn't realize that. So I finally get Leslie, and that's Bill's niece, and she is everything. If he goes anywhere and does anything, Leslie's there. And she said, "This is Leslie with Bill Dance Outdoors," and tears come in my eyes because when I'm building rods and somebody from Bill Dance Outdoors calls, it's a big deal to me. It's a really big deal. And we talked for quite a while, and they wanted me to do some stuff for them, and I did, and built some rods and different things. And Jeff Dodd called me, and I've been following Jeff for a long time, and I considered him at the time, and he still is, one of the top catfishing guys in the world. And he called me up and he said, "Man, I've been hearing all this stuff about these bumping rods you build." And he said, "I actually got to hold one the other day." And he said, "What would it take for you to build one for me?" I said, "Nothing. You can't pay me for one." I said, "You're Jeff Dodd. I'll have you one in a couple of weeks. Just hang tight, buddy. I'll get her down there." And I built him one. And even though he's sponsored by other companies, I know he still uses that rod. I know he does because he's told me he has.
Huh.
But things like that stick in my mind that I'll never forget. When Leslie called up, and you're talking about a 55-year-old guy that's sitting there talking on the phone with Bill Dance's niece, and he's got tears in his eyes because Bill Dance is on the phone. That's a huge deal to
I get it.
anybody. And they wanted me to do some stuff for them, and I did. That's just the way it is. That would be like Bill calling Betty up and say, "Hey, Betty, I need you to change the Band-Aid on my butt." You're going to do it because it's Bill.
Right.
And that's the way I was with this deal with Bill. And it got to the point where we pulled up to Mississippi River Monsters 2 years ago because we didn't go last year. And I look over and there's Bill backing his truck and trailer into the Mississippi River in Memphis. And he stops and he gets out and he walks over to the truck where Cindy and I had just pulled in and shakes my hand. He said, "Hey, how you guys doing?" I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "We're getting ready to go out and film some stuff, but I seen you guys pull in. I wanted to stop and say howdy first."
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
That is.
When Bill Dance takes time out of his day to come over and say hello to you, that's a major deal, and I'll never forget that.
That's the thing about fishing that I love the most, the people. I mean, really, there's very few athletes that would do something like that. A couple come to mind. But in fishing, it happens quite a bit, and I hear it happening a lot.
Yep, I agree.
And it says a lot to do about the kind of people that enjoy the sport and how it's tied to family and heritage, all that stuff. It's one of the reasons I really enjoy it so much.
Oh,
So when he walked away, did he smash the rods in the tailgate or lose his trolling motor or fall in water or something?
No, he was backing the truck in, and his camera guy and another guy that was in the boat. They got the boat, pulled it up to the dock, and then he parked the truck and he walked down and got in the boat and pulled away. But I'm not sure if they was making commercials that day or whether they was going out fishing or what. But
I tell you what,
I've done shows with Bill. I've been on Catfish Weekly a number of times. I've been to Memphis, and he's done shows with us down there in the pyramid. He's done shows with us outside when we done stuff. Even though he's getting up in years, and even though he's not known as a catfishing guy, it's Bill Dance.
Right.
He's the greatest thing that ever happened to the sport of fishing ever.
We used to watch him when I was growing up. My sister's dad, he was big into hunting and fishing, and he watched Bill Dance all the time. I mean, I grew up watching that stuff. But I've never laughed so hard in my life at his bloopers. They are the funniest thing.
Betty, I'm going to tell you something. If Bill Dance meets you today, and you shake his hand and visit with him for a minute, and you see him 1 year later, he'll remember your name.
Yeah, I know people like that. It's crazy.
I can't even remember Debbie's name.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's an amazing guy, and his niece Leslie, his daughter, his son, they're fine folks. They're
Mhm.
great people.
Yeah.
Leslie is one of the sweetest ladies you will ever meet in your life. We don't do the stuff with them that we used to do,
Mhm.
but the whole bunch of them. I was so honored when we got invited to go to Bill's studio because he don't ask very many people into the studio. And if you go back, you can watch that on my Facebook page or on Catfish Weeklies or something.
You've had him on Catfish Weekly?
Oh, several times.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Gotta
We
find him.
got invited to his studio, and he walked me through the studio while I videotaped the whole thing through his studio with his guys editing videos, and they stopped and showed the bloopers, and he would tell stories about that while we was doing it. It's all on Catfish Weekly stuff.
I've been watching old ones. There's a
Oh,
lot. There's a lot.
some of this is not in the video stuff, but Doc and Lynn and Cindy and I got to go through that, and we spent the whole day in Bill's studio. And he don't ask very many people to do that, so we felt pretty fortunate to be
Well,
able
yeah,
to spend the day with
that's
him.
awesome.
And we got done. And so many people say, "Oh, who signs them hats? And does Bill really sign them?" Bill went in and got a stack of hats, and he signed every one of them right there at a table. And I asked him, I said, "Bill, for everything you've done today, I really hate to ask you this, but would it be a chance that you would sign one for my son?" And he did. And the hat, let me see if I can remember how this. He said, "Let's go fishing, Tony, Bill Dance." And I did that to Tony, and Tony says, "What's his number? I'm calling him up. If he asks me, I want to know when we're going to go fishing." You know,
Right.
He had it in writing too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that meant so much to my son. And Tony's got 3 little boys, and he started a business and built a new house. So for him to have that from Bill Dance,
Yeah.
that's
amazing.
Yeah,
That's
it-
very
but
cool.
that's the way Bill is. That's the way he is.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
When we first moved into this house 23 years ago, Miss Bernie, the actual Bernie, got us a housewarming gift, and she got us a book signed by Emeril Lagasse. That meant so much to us. He was such a big deal back then, and we had the chance to meet him one year, and then we met him the next year, and he says, "You guys are the couple from Chicago, right? That you love the book I signed for you." It like blew me away. He remembered. This guy was a superstar on the Food Channel and everything, and he remembered me and my wife. That's so cool.
That is cool. You know, and me, if it wasn't for the fact that Cindy got me a sausage pizza tonight, and I ended up with a cheese one, I wouldn't even know what I had for supper. But that was so shitty.
You know what other group of celebrities is pretty cool? Is professional wrestlers.
Oh yeah.
I managed restaurants for 20 years, and I tell you what, as far as supporting their fans, or just they realize that they're celebrities. I had Rob Van Dam. He came into one of the restaurants, and he even volunteered to go into the back, sign autographs with everybody back there, pictures. He took pictures with almost everybody that was in the restaurant at that time. And just, I've seen wrestlers, which you wouldn't think, but they've been really, really decent people.
I had, I can't remember his name, but he was a really old guy. I used to work on his car for him. His sister was the owner, or her family was the owner of Crown Foods, which is a big distributor throughout the Midwest of distributing food from to restaurants and grocery stores and different stuff. But anyhow, he was like a 3-time world champion wrestler. He's in the Wrestling Hall of Fame and all kinds of stuff. Little bitty old guy. He was just so obnoxious when he come in to have his car worked on. that people hated to be around him, but he was still a 3-time world champion. I mean, you kind of had to give him his due, but I can't remember his name for nothing right now. But I had a friend of mine that was a Navy SEAL that used to come in, and he would just come in the shop and sit around and shoot the bull. But him and this old guy got into it one day, and this old man was probably 85 years old. And he was telling old Chuck, he said, I'll just take you down and give you a once over. And old Chuck looked at him and said, oh, man, you better back on off a little bit. He said, I hate to beat your ass right here in front of everybody. And this old guy says, you know what? I'll get such and such a hold on you, and there won't be none of that. And I thought, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Chuck would have never hurt the old guy, but we went to a restaurant, Cindy and I did, out by the airport, and it was a sports bar, and we sat down in our booth, and I looked up, and there's a picture of this guy with his world champion stuff. He was in the sports bar. The picture of him was there where he was a 3-time world champion. But my dad owned a gas station when I was born, or before or after, and Luthez and Harley Race and a bunch of them guys, they stopped in there and got gas. They was all riding in the same car, and this was back in the early 1960s. I know you guys don't think there ever was a 1960s, but there was. But that they give him free tickets because he owned the station and filled their tanks up back in those days, and they give him free tickets to go to the high school gym to watch that, and it was a show. It's not that you couldn't use all that stuff and hurt somebody, but they was doing it as it's entertainment. That's not like what we're doing tonight. We're not talking about fishing or anything in particular. It's entertainment.
Small talk.
Exactly. I think that's a perfect name. I'm going to use that, small talk.
Do it.
I like that. That's a great deal, and I'm so thankful that you guys let me involved with this because it's been a blast. It really.
Oh, I love it. It's fun.
I'm so happy you guys all jumped on. That was good and very welcoming to see everybody pop on there. I'm like, we'll see if anybody comes on. I started it up. I waited a few minutes. I'm like, we'll see what happens.
Well, I hate to do it because I don't want people to think that I'm trying to push myself into things.
Oh, I get it.
But then again, I enjoyed doing it so much, and especially with you and Betty and Ace and Stan and Dockery. My God, there's nobody I'd rather get to James Dockery. But, you guys have to understand that James Dockery and I this morning was messaging each other back and forth for a long time with stuff that don't pertain to what we're talking about tonight.
I can't even imagine.
Chad, no, it's good stuff. It's important stuff in the sport. And Chad Fields, really. Chad Fields, another one. Him and I messaged today a lot about different things that to me are important in the sport. And I get a lot of people asking me questions, and I've probably wrote more rules for tournament directors for tournaments throughout the United States than people could imagine. And I want to help these guys. I want them all to succeed. Some of them use everything exactly like I do, like I send it to them, and some people modify them. And, hey, whatever works for you. That's the thing. I want to see the sport grow and get bigger and better. And if I can help somebody be better or make what they're doing be better, hey, that's a home run for me.
Well, that's what I was going to say, and I can't speak for everybody. But, I mean, like you said, I feel like you're pushing yourself in or you don't want people to think that. And I'm sure there's people out there that do think that because it takes all kinds of kinds. But I am at the point in my fishing journey, I still have so much to learn. And I learned so much from people like you, Lyle. And just like, I didn't know anything about trout or anything like that. So, Mark talking about that stuff. I mean, I want to absorb. I want to absorb it all. I want to know as much as I can know.
Betty, that's the thing about fishing. I've been fishing almost 5 decades, and I've always said it about Catfish Weekly. You learn something every week.
One
What
of
is-
the things that I kept thinking the whole time you was in Alabama, and I fished with my buddy Doc several times. I really have,
Yeah.
and I know Doc for years. Back when the Brotherhood of Catfishing was going, the BOC was around. You guys probably don't remember that.
Mm-mm.
But Doc and I got to know each other through them, and one day I called him up or sent him a message or something, and I said, Doc, I've got these rods. He said, I said, I need an honest evaluation because everybody tells me they're great. I think they're good, but I need somebody that really knows what the hell they're talking about.
And be honest with you.
Yeah, to be honest with me and tell me if they're as good as we think they are. He said, I'll do that. I sent him a couple of them, and he sent me a message while you was down there. He broke the tip on one of
Yeah.
them. These was like
Yes.
30 years ago. Or
Yeah. So we were out there, and I
tipped
said,
on one of them.
we were out there. We were dragging alongside each other a lot. We were like in a triangle. Doc was in the front, and we were off to the side of him. And I looked at him, and I looked over, and I said, Doc, are those black horse rods? He said, yep, 27 years old.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I was really jealous that you was down there fishing with Doc.
So was I.
Were you really?
Absolutely.
I know Doc. I've been in the boat with Doc. We fished tournaments together, but when somebody else is in the boat with Doc, I'm thinking that should be me.
Yeah.
You know,
That
Doc
seems to
and I-
be.
You know how many times I stopped myself from like private messaging you saying, okay, so what's going on? How are you guys doing down there? What's going on?
It's really
You
hard.
Oh, I'm not going to bother her. I'm not.
Okay.
Gonna.
It's really
So-
hard for me to see somebody else in the boat with Doc, knowing that I've been where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
And Doc and I do a lot of things the same, and we think a lot alike. We fished a lot of the same tournaments. We've competed against each other, and we fished together a lot. But as far as friends go, Doc is way up at the top.
He is the sweetest man there ever was. Like
There's
I
only
can't.
going to be one Doc Lang.
Yes, exactly. And
Uh.
I never like, so I know Roger had talked about he'd talked to him or whatever. I never met Doc or talked to him or anything like that, and have
But
heard
when
a lot.
you talked
But
to him, it was just like you knew him your whole life.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly, exactly. And I
You know,
mean,
Lyle, you say that, and I feel the same way about you about that. It's like
Yes.
Exactly. There's
Yes.
only
I do.
one Miles Stoltz.
yes,
Well,
yes.
thank you guys.
His,
You know,
his
absolutely.
first Catfish Weekly was Black Horse Rods.
oh, thank you so much. One of the things that gets it to me that I will tell you guys a story about, and I got millions of stories, but we was at Memphis, and Doc's wife Lynn was alive, and they drove down there, and she had just bought a brand new Jeep, and Doc still drives that Jeep around.
Mhm.
She was a nervous wreck. She had just quit smoking not too long before that, and he called me up. He said, "We got here." And they walked to our motel room, and I said, "How's it going?" And he said, "Man, it's been a trip from hell." And they had nearly been run over 4 or 5 times. They didn't bring their boat because they was going to fish with me in the boat, and Lynn was scared to death somebody was going to tear up her new Jeep, and she said, I quit smoking. He says, "You got any cigarettes?" I said, "Well, I burned 3 or 4, which one right after that." And went back to the room, and Doc and Cindy was in there. And Lynn says, "Thank you so much." I said, "Oh, man, that's not a problem, Doctor. I thought she was going to die." And she was having a fit. People was right next to this Jeep, and I thought they was going to run over us, and she was getting so mad at them. But Lynn was a special person, and
I
Lynn,
wish I would have met her.
she was the greatest woman fisherman
Mhm.
of all times. Lynn caught the Virginia State blue
West
cat record,
Virginia, right?
and I built her a rod with that information on it and sent it to her. And I'm sure Doc still has that rod, but she was a special person. And when the second Sea Arc tournament ever, I was invited to fish with a gentleman, and we went to St. Louis and stayed down there in a motel. And that was the first time I ever met Lynn. And Lynn was the finest person I had never met before. And we sat and ate dinner together. We visited together. And Doc had got a hold of me, and he said, "What about live bait?" I said, "I'll get you some." And I went out and caught 4 dozen bluegill before that tournament. And the night before the tournament in the motel, some bastard went in there and stole all them bluegill out of our live well, and I didn't have none for me, and none for Doc, none for nobody else. They took every one of the live baits that we had, and we didn't have any. And I had 4 dozen in there. And I thought, and they got rods out of another boat and this and that out of another boat. And I told Doc, I said, "Doc, I'm real sorry." He said, "Well, you ain't got none either." I said, "No, but I hate it that I told you I'd have them." And I did have them, but now I don't. And that day in the tournament, we finished out of 98 or 99 boats. Tony and I finished 21st. They picked 20 places. And we had the winning fish, probably the winning fish, on twice, and lost them because the barge guys was coming in to hook up to move barges with the tows, and we had to move to get out of their way with fish on.
Oh my gosh!
And had to move because they was going to run over. They'd run over you down there on the Mississippi River in St. Louis.
Yep.
Sorry,
As soon as we
Lyle,
got
I had to throw that up there from 6 years ago.
What's that? Born in the summer of '59? Yeah, I'm a little older than that.
Hey, Lyle, I'm going to make you jealous right here. You ready?
Yeah.
Here, it says, "Maurice, we need to get you on here soon." And look at how Maurice answered.
Oh, yeah, that does make me jealous. I would love to have Maurice Kaysen on our show. Maurice Kaysen is probably one of the greatest fans of the sport of catfishing that I know of. I can't think of one show that I watch, and I watch nearly all of them, that he's not in the chat.
He was one of the first ones to show up at Little Old Me's show.
Yeah. I see his name pop up. I make sure to say hello to the man. I gotta say hello to him.
I see Maurice on all the channels.
But I got to tell you now, we talk about my old buddy Doc. Doc's older than I am. I will be, honest to God, I will be 63 years old the 26th of this month.
God bless.
And I believe that Doc will be 68 his birthday. I believe. And it's probably been 20 or 25 years ago when I first contacted Doc about testing them rods. What did you say, Betty?
27, he told me. I'm almost positive he said 27.
But back there was a thing called the BOC, and it was a website. And I've been kicked off of it so many freaking times. Unbelievable. But Doc was on there, and Doc had a website that you could go to called what the hell was the name of it? But anyhow, it was the holy grail of catfishing. If you wanted to know about live wells, it was in there. If you wanted to know about bait, if you want to know about boats, if you want to know about modifications, it was in there. And Lynn and Doc put that together. As far as I know, it's still the greatest website for information that ever.
You need to get me that name of that site. I want to check that out.
Hooked on Catfishing.
Hooked on Catfishing. Sounds good.
Doc was so smart and so intelligent. And I cannot, and I know, I probably know, if I don't know everybody in the sport, it's because they're new. Anybody that's been in it very long, I've either talked to, visited with, they've called me, I've called them, something. But Doc Lang and I have probably been in the sport of catfishing longer than anyone else. As far as tournament fishing, we both been fishing tournaments for over 25 years. We talk to each other extensively about a lot of things over the years, and we're not the only ones. We each talk to different people and get different information, and him and I would share it with each other. And that was something that was unheard of back 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't share information because you had an edge if you knew something nobody else did. But Doc and I always did that. And Doc is as special a person as there's ever been.
He touched my heart. I'm telling you.
Lyle,
I had a
like a brother to me. He really is.
you bring that up, and it's like I come across a lot of people in fishing that are very secretive about what they do or how they do things and stuff.
Yep.
And I just don't understand it. I don't, for some reason, it doesn't compute with me.
Well-
I'd rather sit here and shoot the shit with you guys and talk about what I know and listen to what you know than almost anything else. I love it just as much as I love fishing, just as much as I love gear, just as much as I love barbecue. Jesus.
Well, I will tell you, back in 20 or 25 years ago, if you had an advantage of something and you was banging them out in tournaments, everybody was trying to figure out what you was doing or how you was doing it. And Cindy and I hit on a couple of things one time, and this is how I can prove this. We went to a what's a picture of that? Oh, okay. we went to a thing that we started when Cindy and I ran tournaments called the Jack and Jill tournament. It was a tournament where you had to have at least one male and one female in the tournament. Well, back in those days, James and Bink and Janice Fox, Doc and Lynn, Cindy and I, there was only a very few men and women teams in the sport. Jason and Vicky, there were some, but not very many. We went to this tournament up there, and pre-fishing before, we found an island. On the outside of this island, there was a massive bunch of fish in 3 different spots. We marked these fish, and I told Cindy, I said, if we can get to these before somebody else does, we're going to win this tournament. And this was the day before the tournament. And about that time, a friend of mine pulled up, and he said, how you liking all those Asian carp in there? And I said, man, them Asian carp are just lousy in here. And I didn't tell him no different. He pulled off. We pulled off. We went back, loaded our boat. The next morning, we had to lock through a dam. And we locked through that dam, and we headed up there, and 2 boats beat us up there. So one of them is at the far end of this island, and the other one is at the close end of the island. We took the centerpiece. And the guys at the lower end of the island, they started pulling up the river. It was on the Mississippi River. And I cast Cindy's 2 rods out, and I was casting mine out and getting ready to put the 3rd one out. And boom, her rod gets buried 3 guides deep into there, and it's a 50-pound blue cat. And they pull up beside me, and Jason's signal, can I pull between you and that island? I said, sure. I'm not caring what he's doing. I want to make sure she gets this fish in the boat. We end up winning that tournament and big fish going away. I mean, it was for that area at that time, that was a giant fish. It was 49.9 or something like that. And it puked up soybean up and down my boat, all over me, and my shoes stink. Oh my God, it was awful. But it was a giant fish for that area. And I was so proud of her. And they actually stopped to see if we needed help getting that fish in the boat because it was so big. And getting a 50-pound fish in a boat in that area was
Not
a
easy.
big deal then. 2 years later, I caught one up there. There's nearly 50 pounds in the same area. But we ended up winning that tournament, got big fish, won a bunch of contingency prizes. And people said, oh, my God, how did you do that? How did you know the fish was there? I said, we found them the day before. We've only been here 2 days. And they didn't understand that. But stuff like that is the things that Doc and I would talk about on the phone. And nobody knew we was talking about it but Doc and I. And I would tell him what I found when I was out looking for stuff. And I told Doc, I said, this guy thought we was finding Asian carp. He had no idea them catfish was even there. And he kept laughing. And we would laugh about that. And then he called me up and he said, yeah, man, you ought to see what Lynn and I found today. And this went on for years. And at the time, Chuck and I was doing Catfish Weekly. And I called Chuck up one day and I said, Chuck, what do you think about having Doc Lang on as a host of Catfish Weekly? He said, I think it's a great idea. But I knew at the time that Chuck's wife was having health issues and he was busy at work. And it wasn't long till Chuck couldn't do the show. Doc was the greatest godsend for me for Catfish Weekly that ever was. And he was not only was he good with what he'd done on the show, he was a real good friend of mine. And we had only met a few times. But one of the greatest things about Doc was when the first time I really met him and had much to do with him, we was going on the skipjack trips every year over the January 1st weekend to Cumberland City, Tennessee. And at the time, his grandson, Josh, was just a little guy. And they come down, and we was catching these skipjack, and it come time to go home. And the night before the trip over, Doc come out of the motel room the next morning, and he's all banged up. And I said, "What the hell happened to you?" He said, "Josh got turned around in bed, and his feet was at one end, and my head was at that end." And he said, "Kicked the hell out of me." Out of me in that bed. And I laughed at him. I laughed so hard. But Josh was a big kid at 8 years old, and he whooped the hell out of old Doc with his foot that night in bed, and he had his feet up around Doc's head, and Doc's feet was around his head. But we caught tons of skipjack, and we shared them with other people, and that's just kind of the way Doc and I always got along. And there's never been, in my mind, I've never had a finer friend than Doc Lang. He's the best there's ever been.
That's awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I have
Perfectly.
to plug the phone in, and I have an iPhone, so you have to have a crazy jack thing to charge and use headphones at the same time. So
Sounds terrific today, Betty.
good. I don't know what the deal was yesterday. That's crazy.
Nah,
There's something that I picked up. I had Bluetooth hearing aids, and I couldn't figure out because I would have, when I was on the lives, I would have really good signal and everything, but it would keep going in and out. Come to find out, it was because of my hearing aids being Bluetooth, and it was drawing off the.
I don't use anything Bluetooth in the house though, so I don't know. I don't know what it was yesterday. I have no idea, but yeah. But yeah,
I gotta tell you,
I
you guys are getting stuff out of me tonight that you probably would never hear any other
I
time. But
love it.
a couple more of these, and don't tell them what you're going to hear.
We still don't know what's in those.
Well, it's Crown and Mountain Dew.
I love it.
On that note, I need to go out to the fridge. I'll be right back.
There you
Yeah.
go.
But Betty, I got to, I watch Stan, and I'm excited about what you guys have got coming up. But Betty, you and Brandon are awesome. I really enjoy your stuff. I like to died when I first seen that singing video of Brandon when you guys coming back. That was so funny. And
You
I
should have seen
never,
the whole thing.
ever expected that out of Brandon.
Yeah.
You
He
know.
Brandon's pretty quiet.
I thought so.
Yeah, he is. But if you get him in his element or at the right time, I tell you what, he's a hoot.
Oh, I can tell. Brandon's a good guy.
Well,
That's who you're
well,
talking about, right?
I rarely tell anybody that there's nobody that I wouldn't fish with. I would love to take everybody fishing. I think I've invited Mark down to fish with
You
us.
have. I'm trying. I need to
Stan.
find the time to make that happen.
Yeah, probably Stan, probably Ace.
Yep.
Anybody that ever wants to go fishing, let me know. We'll make it happen. But if you and Brandon ever get a chance after I get over this shoulder surgery, it would be a great honor to have you and Brandon come up and spend the weekend with Cindy and I. I got a place for you to stay. You know, to buy a motel room and come fish with us at Lake the Ozarks. Now, Lake the Ozarks, you're not going to catch a bunch of big fish, but you probably catch a lot of fish.
Yeah.
If you want to catch big fish, we'll go to the Missouri and Mississippi River and stay in motels and catch some fish that way. But I would like to be able at some point to take everybody fishing. And if you learn something, that's great. If you teach me something, hell, that's even better.
Yeah.
You can just share a laugh together. Holy smokes.
That's exactly right. That's exactly.
Are you going to have time to fish still a while?
Yeah. That's
Well, I'll have plenty of time from now
fish
on,
with
but
you would be amazing. So I
oh,
would have to
thank
catch
you
fish.
so much. I just want to share our experiences with people. One of the things that I enjoyed most of all, well, we used to donate day trips with us to different people that was giving away stuff. They would want money or they would want prizes, and I'd be so far behind on building rods I couldn't give them a prize. And I'd say, hey, you know what? If they're interested in going out on the water with Cindy and I for a day, we'll give them a trip. I said, I'm not a guide. Don't misunderstand this.
Right.
We had a guy and his wife drive up from Texas in a motorhome and stayed up here and fished with Cindy and I for a day. And they caught a ton of fish. We had a great time. And I don't know what they paid for that trip. It was a raffle type situation. Pardon me. But we had a really good time. And I had just got that Alumacraft. And I said, hey, if you're not happy with today, I said, we'll be back up here tomorrow. We'll go again. And he said, no, we're good. We're good. And I made sure that they both caught a bunch of fish. And Cindy and I let them catch them all. We didn't care. As long as they had a good time, that was the main thing. And I would do that again in different situations for people that was giving away prizes. Instead of giving away money or fishing rods or whatever, a day on the water when you can laugh your butt off and have a great time, sometimes that's the best thing that you can do.
Amen.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think that was one of the biggest things that I missed from. I had kind of been getting shut in a little bit and really hadn't been fishing, hadn't talked to people. Was just that you're out fishing, you're having a good time, you're laughing, you're joking, you're even just sitting here in the chats and whatnot. It's just that you don't get that other places.
That's right.
This
And
is
that's one of the things.
day one.
I think that's one of the things that live feeds has brought to us that we never had before. Don't you, Mark?
Definite connection right there. Absolutely. I would never think to have gone up to Lyle Stokes at Catfish Conference and say, hey, you think you'd go fishing with me?
You know what? We was at the Catfish. We didn't go to the last one, but we was at there 2 years ago, and that's where I met Kevin and Pop from K&B and tons of people. We spent hours shaking hands and we done live feeds. Last year was the only year that we haven't been live at the Catfish Conference since the very first one they had.
I remember number 2. I remember standing right outside the table, and you guys were there right outside the door.
Absolutely. And we enjoyed doing that so much. And I met a lot of good folks there. And anybody that wanted to do an interview, we would get them on a show, and they do an interview live from the Catfish Conference. And we had such a great time doing that. And Doc and I would talk to everybody, and we had anticipation of even growing it bigger last year. But, this COVID stuff was coming on. Everybody has to understand that the older you get, the more that affects you. So we didn't go. And I feel like I missed something, but I'm okay with it. But there'll be a lot of stuff coming up in the next year. And, Cindy and I fished 2, 3, 4 tournaments a week for years. At my age, I'm getting a little to the point where I don't care to do that anymore. I've done some MC, and I MC'd the Mississippi River Monsters last year, not this year, but last year. Enjoyed that very much. Been offered that position to do that for several other tournaments and turned them down. I got hot. I'm an old man. I got hot. I got tired. And the people that wanted to help assist in that, I didn't think that they could do it the way I wanted to do it. And I stayed up there the whole time. The point is, it's time for me and Doc and some of us older guys to move over and let some of these younger guys step up and do some of this stuff.
Oh, nonsense. You got plenty of time left, Lyle.
Well, I hope you're right about that. I want to make the sport better. That's been the whole issue since the beginning, is to make catfishing better for everyone. So if I can share some of that stuff, and Betty Jean and Brandon could come up, and we could go fishing, and we could share something that we know or learn something from them. That's the highlight of the weekend. It really is. Mark, if you come down and we go out to Lake of the Ozark, if we don't catch an 80-pound fish, that's okay. But
That's fine with me.
If we catch 25 fish that day, that's still a home run. I'm okay with that.
Well, if I can listen to you chat like this for an afternoon, I don't care if we get skunked, to be honest with you.
That's right. We can catch 0.
Seriously, I mean, I have so many friends who are out there that just want to catch fish and stuff, and fishing's a little more than that to me. It definitely is. As cliche and as tacky as it sounds, it's pretty much it's taken me for some dark places in life. I don't want to really get into all of that. And I hate to say this, but fishing saved my life at a pretty dark spot. So
I agree with that. And like I said, Cindy gets mad when I say I don't care if I ever catch another fish. I get as much enjoyment out of watching her catch the fish, and she gets mad at me for that. But it's true. I enjoy seeing her catch the fish because I've caught enough. If I never catch another one, I'm okay with that. And I know that when she sees this, she'll get mad because I said it. But the entertainment factor for me watching her get so wound up over catching that fish, it's worth it all. And it doesn't matter.
I get it.
Yeah, if it's Cindy or if it's my grandson, if it's Betty, if it's Mark, if it's Ace, if it's Dan, it don't make any difference. If I get the enjoyment out of finding that fish, and if we can put it in the boat and somebody else catches, I'm okay with that.
And that's what makes it amazing.
When I get my 80-pound catfish, I want to do it with the black horse rod in my hand.
Well, I hope you do. I hope you do.
For the past 3 months, I've been telling everyone about the Lyle Stoke black horse rods.
Well, thank you so much. I got to tell you, though, Ace, I don't take as many orders as I used to. And one of the reasons is a few years ago, I had a bunch of people get mad because I was so far behind. And at that time, I was 100 rod builds behind. I had 100 of them to build, and people still calling every day ordering rods. And I was telling them it's going to be 3-4 months before I even start on one. And they would get mad, but they'd still send a deposit or the entire amount because they wanted to get in line. And if you'll look at my Facebook page, it's like 3 or 4 years since I've posted a picture simply because I can't keep caught up. And I'm not trying to beat myself on the back by no means, but I would get to feeling so guilty because I was so far behind. If Cindy and I took a day and went to the lake just to fun fish, I felt guilty because I knew I should be home working.
It's like lost time.
Yeah, at my age, you shouldn't be that busy. You're supposed to be enjoying life. And now, 4 years later, I took orders today. And I told the guys, I said, I'm going to tell you right now, I've got this many ahead of you, and I'm getting ready to have shoulder surgery, and it's going to be 2 or 3 months before I can ever touch one after that. And the guy says, I don't care how long it is, I just want you to do it. And
you are ordering ice fishing blanks. What's going on?
Yeah.
I look at it. I don't mind if it takes me 2 years. You're behind.
I got to build any ice rods, and I said, well, not really. He said, I got a deal on some, so I got to find somebody that knows about ice fishing. Who do I call? I call Mark.
Let me know. I'm looking. I could use a walleye length rod and a panfish rod. Those I'll definitely can figure out how to make happen. You let me know if you need a tester. I'll be happy to buy a couple off.
I really enjoy building fishing rods. And like I said, I'll get this set up and cleaned up because when we sold our Alumacraft boat, we had all the stuff that was in that boat to tournament fish with put in my shop. and we hadn't used our tracker Tundra for almost 3 years. So we had all the stuff out of it in my shop. So I got the stuff out of 2 boats in here in the way, and I got it all piled up on the bench that I build rods on the bench that I tie jigs on. I got it stacked up on this bench that I do Catfish Weekly on, and I got to figure out a place to put all this stuff. So now we're trying to get it all straightened out, but I really think that people would enjoy watching how I go about building rods. Is it the only way? No. Is it the best way? No, maybe not. But it's the way I do it. It's been extremely successful for years and years and years. I have little to no issues with people having problems with the rods. So it tells me that our product, our blanks that we use are good. The components that we use are good. I've replaced 3 in the last 40 years. I'm pretty happy. That's a pretty good record.
Absolutely.
But when this guy come up with these ice fishing rods, I said, man, I got to find somebody that knows about it. I don't know nothing about ice fishing. and I knew that you did. And that's why I contacted you. And Monday I'll probably call him up and order some of those. And
I know some people that know a lot. I can definitely hook you up with some people that can help you out.
I do. You know, I know Troy Hansen and a bunch of those guys that do a lot of that. But you know, they're sponsored by the companies that produce that stuff. And as far as I knew,
that's the issue.
You know, you were not, and that's where I wanted. You have to get. That's like my deal with Doc. You have to get straight poop from guys that are not committed. So,
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and that's one of the things on this whole quote unquote cheesy YouTube journey is I hope I don't get caught up, and I really don't want to get, you know, tied up with somebody where I have to, you know, like their stuff more than anybody else's when it's not a fact, you know.
Well, I don't mean to step on anybody's toes in any way. I would never do that, and I've been accused of that many times, and it's absolutely not true. But you have to get honest opinions. And if you don't want to know how I feel about something, please don't ask me, because I will tell you right, wrong, or indifferent. And I know Betty can appreciate that because I can see that coming from her too.
Yeah.
If you want to know an answer or how I feel about something, I will tell you exactly how it is, whether this guy is honest, he's dishonest, if this is what you need to look at, if it's not. But if you don't want to know the truth, don't ask me. And I've got myself in trouble, and people tell stories about me and other people that's absolutely not true because they don't want the truth to get out about them.
Yep.
But the truth is, if you ask me something, I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, right, wrong, or indifferent. And if you want to know the truth, that's fine. If you don't want to know the truth, I'm not the guy you need to talk to. And I feel like Betty's like that. I really do. Because that's the way it needs to be. And if you think a guy is not telling you the truth, and I know the truth, if you don't want to know that answer, don't ask me.
Don't ask me. Yep.
Well, I want an answer, Lyle. I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I've done a couple of rods just for myself. Obviously, nowhere's near. Think back to like your first rods. One of the coolest things to me, it was amazing, the feeling that I got that I caught a fish on a rod that I put together. But you know what topped that feeling? The lure that I used, I made myself a J-plug crankbait. And that's what I caught it on. But what beat the feeling of me catching a fish on my own rod and lure was when my son used it. And he caught a fish, a nice bass, on the lure and rod that I had put together.
Absolutely.
Do you still get that?
Oh, yeah.
After the thousands of rods that you
built? Yeah, when I get pictures of, and I tell everybody, when you catch a big fish, I don't care if the biggest fish you caught is 5 pounds, 3 pounds, 100 pounds. It doesn't matter to me. I want to see a picture of it. And they send it to me. Now, one of the greatest things in the world that I can do to reflect on what I do personally is for somebody to send a picture of a fish that they caught on something I built for them. That is the ultimate compliment to what I do. And I don't care if it's 5 pounds, if it's 3 pounds. I've got guys that I built crappie rods for that sent me a picture of a pound and a quarter crappie, and I'm thinking, my God, that's a giant,
Yeah.
and it is. That's a
That's
giant
a big crappie. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they're saying, thank you so much because the rod didn't give. It's not supposed to give. It's supposed to work. And I'm so glad that it did. And I years ago, I had a friend of mine that we used to fight online. People would get mad at me. Uh, he was a Cubs fan. I was a St. Louis Cardinal fan. And we would fight back and forth all the time. But when Christmas time rolled around, he ordered fishing rods, crappie rods for his wife, his sons, a whole bunch of family members. And I sent them to him, and they got run over by a forklift and all broke. In the meantime, he passed away.
Uh,
His son got a hold of me, and him and I still go at the Cubs Cardinals thing. But he called me and told me and sent me pictures. They sent the rods back. I filed a claim with the post office, got paid on it, built them new rods. They was late for their Christmas presents, but they all got them, and they was all happy. That's the things that time will never take away from me, because Ron Workman was one of the greatest friends that I've ever had. He come to a tournament called the Ironman tournament, was the first tournament like that of all times. And I waited till 2:30 in the morning for him and Chris to get there so I could shake his hand. This was probably 12, 15 years ago. Cindy was in bed sleeping. Most everybody else was. And there I was outside smoking and drinking and waiting for Ron Workman and Chris Workman to show up to this tournament, because I'd known him all this time and never met him. And he pulls up in this old Dodge 1-ton truck pulling a Lund boat, and they got out, and Ron walks over, and I hugged him like he was my own brother. And his son Chris the same way. And we've become great friends. We was at the Catfish Conference probably 4 years ago, and Doc and I was live doing an interview, and Chris Workman walked into the Catfish Conference, and I looked up and seen him, and I cried like K and B, like Kevin did. I whined like a little girl because I was so excited, because Chris Workman showed up. He come down to the Catfish Conference, drove from Indiana to Kentucky to see me. That's what the catfish industry offers that nobody else does. And I love Chris Workman like he was my own son. And my kids have never met him, and they all know who he is. You know, they all know who he is. And if he showed up today and they was there, they would know who Chris Workman is, because I jumped up from that interview. We was interviewing somebody, and I got up and left and went over and grabbed old Chris up, because he means that much to me. And you don't see that kind of stuff in the bass industry. You don't see that in the crappie industry, but you do see it in the catfish industry. So it's amazing.
I think catfishing, the catfish industry or the sport, again, going back to it's rooted in family. It's what your grandfather taught you. You know what I mean?
Right. I agree.
It means a lot more than, going out and dominating the bass field or the crappie field even. I mean, crappie fishing isn't a sport to me. Crappie fishing's pretty much sustenance. It's not like I rely on it or anything, but I'm thinking tacos when I'm fishing for crappie. You know what I mean? When I'm fishing for catfish, I'm thinking, what can I do to find the big fish? Where are they at? And so on.
Mark, I'm going to share something with you that probably nobody else knows other than Cindy and maybe my brother. My dad passed away when I was 15 years old. He had severe heart problems, and in those days, what they done for heart people was few and far. Pardon me, few and far between, and they were still learning about heart surgeries. And him and I used to go fishing at a pond that my brother caught fish out of the rivers and stuff and helped stock this pond. And the muskrats ate the dam out of it. And the dam ended up breaking on his pond. And it ended up being a pond full of catfish. So we would go out about every night and catch these catfish. And we would catch these fish because we knew they was all going to die if we didn't catch them out of there. And I would catch these fish and put them on a stringer, and every night a friggin' turtle would come up there and eat these fish off the stringer.
Oh no!
And I told Dad, I said, I'm going to stop this crap. So I was in the Boy Scouts. I took a hatchet out, put it in my tackle box, and we go out there, and I got 5 or 6 fish on, and here comes this giant ass turtle. And he's coming up there, and I told Dad, I said, get ready, I'm going to get this turtle. And I pulled that hatchet out, and I tried to cut his head off, and I missed. And I hit this turtle in the shell. So here I am pulling this 30-pound turtle out with a hatchet, and it's chasing me around. It's trying to bite me, and I'm trying to keep it from biting me. And we had took my friend Alan Finley out there that night, and this turtle's chasing me around in circles. And Dad was really bad shape in those days because he was getting ready to have this open heart surgery, and he shoves his stick in this turtle's mouth. And I finally get this hatchet out there, and I chop its head off. And I told Dad, I said, my God, this is an adventure. and we had the greatest time. And I was 15 years old, and Dad had his heart surgery, didn't make it through. That was back when open heart surgery was really new. And those are the times that I'll never forget. And I'm sure my buddy Alan has never forgot that, because the last time I talked to him, we talked about that that turtle chasing me around in circles trying to get a hold of me with that hatchet stuck in its back because I missed its head. But we was kids, and those days are things that people never forget. And that's part of the catfish industry. If Betty can go out with Doc and Roger and those guys and never forget that, that's a home run.
I guarantee she won't.
Home run.
You couldn't beat this smile off of my face. I'm still like the Grinch smiling from ear to ear. I mean, like I don't have words for it. I don't.
Oh yeah. I knew when you guys was going to go down there that you was going to have fun, but it was a matter of how much fun you was going to have. And then this hurricane hit.
Yeah.
And then we wondered, was he going to be safe? And everybody was concerned about you guys' health and welfare.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I knew Doc wouldn't get out on that lake if it wasn't safe.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, he's amazing. I mean, if I get to fish with Lyle, and now that I've fished with Doc, what else could anybody in the world ever ask for?
Oh, Betty, thank you so much.
I'm not kidding you. Like, literally, what else could anybody? I mean, like, I'm nobody. I'm just a little person in a small town that
but you're not.
I don't even know what the
Same
hell
here.
I'm doing.
But you guys are not. You have come on to the sport, and you've become a YouTube person,
Mm-hmm.
and that makes you somebody that people look up to, whether you want to admit it. We were done Catfish Weekly for 4 years before I knew you were supposed to ask people to sign up and become subscribers. I did not know you were supposed to get subscribers because Chris always took care of that. And when Chris and I couldn't see completely eye to eye, I had already bought Paul's third of it out, so I owned 2/3 of it. And I said, well, Chris, you either need to buy me out or I'm going to buy you out, because there's no sense of us fighting all the time about how the future of where we see this show going. But once you make a YouTube post or a YouTube video, you become something besides just Betty Jean Cross or Mark or Ace or Stan.
It's a hard pill for me to swallow, my friend. I don't know how.
I know that it is, but you have to understand that it's true. And for years and years and years, there was nobody else to go to besides Catfish Weekly. And I never realized that. I didn't know that people looked up to us. I didn't know that their kids was watching us on their TV sets until people started telling me. And then we pulled into Monsters on the Ohio one year, and it was about 10:30 at night. And Cindy and I pulled in, and when we did, there was probably 100 people in the parking lot of the Ramada Inn standing there clapping because we pulled in. And I said, what the hell is going on here? We got a fire going on here? And I stopped because it was so crowded, you had to have help backing into your parking spot. And people coming up and patting you on the back and wanting autographs. And I'm there, dude, you got the wrong guy. I'm just wild folk. I'm nobody special. And Doc come down and he said, man, I'm glad you're here. Let me help you get this boat in here. And friends of his was tying ropes up on their boats, and they're just making fun of each other. And it's like 3:30 in the morning. I'm still up talking to people at night. And I knew at that point that something had happened that I didn't realize had happened. And you guys will see that come too. And I'm glad that you will. I think it's a great thing for the sport. And I love the fact that people actually watch me talk about something that I enjoy doing. I miss old Doc. I miss him so much. I love James. James is a great co-host. I loved J.R. Cochran. J.R. was so good at what he done, and I miss him. Doc and I was friends for so long, and I know he doesn't have the internet to do what he used to do. I got that, but there's no better person in the world. He's like a brother to me. My own brother, and Doc are great folks. They really are. I love my brother, but I love Doc. He's the greatest of all greats. But there's nobody that I wouldn't go fishing with. There's nobody that I wouldn't go fishing with. And if I can learn something for them or they can learn something for me, the day is complete.
You know, Lyle, let me ask you this. You had mentioned that a couple of times about there isn't anybody wouldn't be willing to go fishing with, and I feel the same way. I just can't find the time. How do you do it?
You don't. You really don't. And we don't do as much of that as we used to do. We used to donate trips with people out. Like I said a while ago, we used to donate trips out with people when they'd say, "Can you donate something to this project that we're working on?" I said, I don't have any time to build rods. I can't get one done. But if you can get somebody that would come up and go on a fishing trip with Cindy and I, we'll take them out. And I can't promise them fish, but I can promise them a good time. And I know for a fact that some people have paid some astronomical prices for stuff like that. And I was blown away at the fact that people would even pay to get on the boat with us. But it was quite humbling, and it still is. I would love to fish with everybody. I would love to help them catch more fish. Hell, I'd love for them to tell me something I don't know where I can catch more fish. You know, that's a cool deal about what we do is I don't care who it is you fish with. They probably know something you don't.
I agree with you 100%. You know what I'm like struggling with? The other day, my Amazon delivery guy recognized me. I only have like 500 subscribers. How does that happen?
I want to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you something here, and you guys may or may not believe this. Cindy and I was headed from Mississippi River Monsters 3 years ago. And we run the first tank of gas out of our truck, and we wanted to fill up before we got to St. Louis, because once you get into Illinois, They bend you over pretty good on that gas.
No.
Oh, yes, they do.
Illinois.
So we pull in to fill up with gas, and I'm filling up the truck. And Cindy said, "Hey, it's way cheaper here," because she's on the internet all the time, finding the cheapest of everything. And we fill up the truck, we fill up the boat. I go in to use the restroom, and I come back out, and here's this guy talking to Cindy and they're all over the boat, and he's looking around and talking to stuff. And Cindy says, "This is such and such, and he watches you on Catfish Weekly." I said, "Well, how you doing?" He said, "Great." And he said, are you guys going to the Sea Arc tournament?" And I said, "No, I don't have a Sea Arc, and they won't let me fish that tournament unless I have one of their boats." And he said, "Do you know Dave Swearingen?" I said, "I do know Dave." And he said, "Well, I just bought his boat." I said, "Well, congratulations. That's a great boat." And he said, "I would like to offer you my Sea Arc boat to take to the Catfish tournament." And we're at a gas station. I never seen this guy before. Come to find out, he's a deputy sheriff of this county. And he said, "I'll send you an email." He said, "Give me your email address." So I give it to him, and I'm thinking, he's just going to smoke up my ass. We get home for this tournament. I got this email from this guy. He said, "I talked to you at such and such gas station the day before you was headed down to this tournament." He said, "I bought Dave Swearingen's boat." And he said, "I would like for you to take my boat and fish that tournament." I said, "They won't let me do that unless that boat's in my name, and I'm not going to do that." I said, "The only way we could do that is if you could get off work and you could go down there and I'd fish it with you." And he said, "I can't get off work." And so, I said, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." I said, "I do appreciate the fact that you would allow me and Cindy to take your new boat that you just bought and go fish that tournament." I said, "I really do appreciate that, but it just can't happen." And we would go down the road to these tournaments, and I would hear something. I'd look over in the mirror, and somebody be blowing the horn. They'd go and then waving at you and just carrying on. And I thought, these people don't know me, but they did.
I guess they do.
You guys will get to that. Betty, you'll get to that. Stan, you'll get to that. Ace, you'll get to that. Mark's
That's
probably there.
intimidating.
Huh?
That's intimidating.
It
Very
is.
much so.
And when it first starts happening, it's more intimidating than it is. And then like I say, when you pull up the monsters on the Ohio, and there's 100 people waiting for you to back your boat into the motel so they can bullshit with you at 11:30 at night, that's amazing.
I had some kids offer to catch me bait one night. They're like, "Hey, you're that catfish and crappie guy. Can we catch you some bluegills?" I'm not even kidding.
How many of you guys have ever heard of Luke Hinges?
I have not.
What?
Luke Hinges?
Yes, I have heard of Luke Hinges.
Team Catfish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luke Hinges is a big deal. He really is. Okay. The first time I met Luke Hinges, we drove from Springfield, Missouri, all the way up to North Dakota. Grand Forks, North Dakota. Drove all one day and all one night. And we pulled into Grand Forks and go in our motel room, and I crashed. I was dead. Got up the next morning, and we go to the water, and here's this chubby little kid walk up to me. His name was Luke Hinges. This was probably 15 years ago. And he wanted to shake my hand. He said, "Man, you guys make some catfish rods?" I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "Well, my name is Luke Hinges." He said, "Do you have any frogs to fish with?" I said, "Well, no, do I need some?" He said, "Yes, sir, you do. You need some frogs." I said, "Well, I don't have any." He said, "Well, let me help you out with that."
Fantastic.
And that's how I got to know Luke Hinges.
Luke's a good guy.
Frogs to fish the tournament in Grand Forks, North Dakota. But we drove all day and all night to get there. And Luke Hinges is one of the finest people in the catfish industry.
I believe
he will help anybody do anything. He has a ton of knowledge. He's a great fisherman. And I think the world of him. He calls me dad. I call him son. If that tells you anything.
Luke's a good guy. I've caught a couple of his live streams, and for I don't know why or how, but he recognized my name right away.
Yeah.
We like just chatted. There was like 1,200 people in there, and he's spending all this time just talking to me about what he's doing and all of this stuff.
Yep.
I was like, this is very, very cool. Luke's a good guy. He answers all your questions, and he, somebody who can only fish with one rod and only bullheads, he does pretty darn good up there, don't he?
You ain't kidding. Now,
oh man,
me and Luke argue quite a bit back and forth online.
I know you guys
harassing him all the time about staying on the Mississippi or Minnesota side and not coming over to the Wisconsin side.
When I know you guys understand that I am very passionate about Fishing for Freedom Quincy tournament. Every year they have that, which is for military people. That's one of my favorite things in the whole every year to do. And Luke drove down from Minnesota one year to fish that, and he caught in a boat with Cindy and I, and we went out on the Mississippi River to fish. So we're out there fishing, and one of the rods goes down, and Luke jumps up and says, "Get out of the way, that's my rod." He runs up there and takes that rod and catches that fish, and Luke's on there going, "What the hell just happened?" But Luke will be online and he'll say, "Hey, Dad, how you doing?" And I'll say, "Hey, son, how are you doing?" He's one of the finest guys that's in the sport of catfishing.
Seems like a good. He's all in for that Mendota trip too. It looks like.
Oh yeah,
he's like bugging for an actual date so we can make the plans and stuff. I was like, wow, that's kind of impressive.
I'm so excited. I need dates.
Betty, if you ever have dreamed of catching 20+ pound channel cat, that's the place to do it.
Oh, it's loaded with them.
I catch channels around here all the time. I catch your occasional shovel heads, but I just recently started catching.
What is that? What kind was that?
What?
Shovel head.
What? You caught a Harley? What?
Yeah. I
You mean
pull
flatheads? Flatheads, Betty?
But seriously, like I still love the fight of a channel cat, and I cannot wait. I can't help it.
Oh, there's nothing better.
And you know that kids video I made, the second part, which I still need to edit. I caught like a 10-pound channel cat on an ice rod in that video. It about twisted my wrist. It hurt for like 3 freaking days. That was a 10-pounder. Can you imagine what like a 25-pound channel cat will do on one of them?
Brandon caught that 20-pound, and he swore he was snagged on a log.
Oh, yeah.
Swore it. He could not get that thing up off the bottom. It was insane. Now, my biggest channel cat was 14 pounds.
That's
and
a
really
giant.
That's mine too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a fight. Don't get me wrong, but it still. I caught it on a suspended, and he was hooked. There was no, it's like he was on. Once he was on there, he was on, and I wasn't very deep, so it wasn't much of a fight. I got him right up to the boat, but when he caught that 20-pound, I just wanted to slap him and take that rod out of his hand. I was so mad. I was like, I thought for sure he had a shovel head on there first, because I thought there ain't no way this is a channel cat. It's too big. And when that thing come up to the water, I tell you what, it was the craziest thing, because I didn't know there was that big a fish in that lake, really, because we've just been totally fished out over here. And then I found out Doc caught a 22-pound fish out of that lake.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's Ryan's setting hooks. He does pretty good. He's gotten a 30-pound channel out of the Fox. I don't know where he's catching them. I think he's down south a little bit from me, but they're in there. That 14-pound channel cat, that beat my 11-pound, which stood for 8 years. It took me to beat that stupid record. But once I did. And 5 minutes later, I got the first flathead of the year on the Fox. That was like 26 pounds. Oh, my God. Everybody forgot about my channel cat like right away.
Yeah. Like I say, Mendota, Cherokee Lake was where I caught my biggest channel cat, 29.9.
Wow.
That's a stud. I don't care where you're at.
Big
Somebody
fish.
caught 4 channels over 20 pounds in 30 minutes.
That's
Ooh,
nice.
over 20.
IPB was a 23.5 right at the marina, right as you're going into Madison there on Lake Mendota.
Wow.
Well, you know, them channel cats, they like that cold water because there's no blue cats and the flatheads sleep all winter, you know?
That's
So they got time to grow.
But
Yeah,
no,
we-
we got one problem, guys. If Betty's coming, we got to get there before her so we can catch some bluegill so we got bait.
Well, that's the thing. Bluegill and about 1-inch squares are the best bait you could get. And
That's what I'm
Marie
told.
Station, yes, it is past my bedtime, but I'm not going to bed until everybody else is done.
You know, I gotta excuse myself for a minute. It's been what, 4 hours and 13 minutes since I hit the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too. Then you're going to have to carry on for us.
There you go, buddy.
I
But now,
am.
if Betty gets there before the rest of us, we're stuck. We're going to have to buy our bait from her.
Well, that's a good idea. Pay for my trip.
It's funny they're talking about going to the restroom. My daughter was just talking the other day, and you think back. I was one of those. I'm very big on both ends. Like if you do good, I praise and reward and this. But if you do bad, you know I'm strict on that. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I like having fun, and I always taught the kids to have fun. And I used to do just off the wall stuff, and we'd go fishing. We weren't getting any bites. And we'd been out catfishing. We had the pole set up, and my daughter was just brought it back up, and now she's 25, so she was probably only about maybe 10 when this happened.
Mhm.
Weren't getting any bites. I'm like, all right, I got to go take a little walk in nature for a minute. I'll be back. So doing my business, I come back, and I said, well, now we're going to catch some. Every good catfisherman knows that to catch fish, you got to pee on your hand. Well, I get done saying that. You know, of course, the kids all laugh. They think it's funny. Within seconds, we started catching fish.
Wow.
But she remembers how funny that was.
Uh-huh.
And it's, like I said, it's like 15 years ago or more.
That's crazy. Hey, so you were talking about you can't use herring or skips in the James?
We don't even, to the best of my knowledge, we don't even have skipjack here. We have
That's what I was going to ask you, if they even had it.
they have a river herring that comes up,
Uh-huh.
blue herring and alewives, and there's different types of herring, but they come up in the springtime. The only bait fish that we really have year round in the James up here is gizzard shad.
Yeah.
You got to cast net those. In the
Mhm.
spring, there's
Yeah.
a run of American shad and hickory shad,
Mhm.
and the river herring do come up with them. And basically, you catch your American and hickory shad on little shad darts or little spoons. And I think that's the same thing with the skipjack, right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, we use Foley spoons, or we can use sabiki rigs too. They're just like
Yep.
little jigs.
You know, I bought some Foley spoons. I might try them tomorrow.
You know
Oh, they
what?
probably look good for that.
Those
When
are
I
great
was
for
at-
skipjack.
Yeah, when I was at the dam, I had a sabiki rig with 6 jigs on it, and I had a Foley spoon on the bottom for weight. And I never got a hit on that spoon one.
No.
I changed all kinds of different colors and everything.
Well, you
all
got to rip
hit.
those spoons pretty fast, if I'm not mistaken, right, Lyle?
That's correct.
Well, and I tell you, they were talking too about my rod that I was using for skipjack, because my retrieval on that is insanely fast. Like, I would try to slow down, because there were certain times that they weren't hitting, so I would like slow my retrieval down and I could get them to hit, and still my jigs, everything was just fluttering really fast, and I was actually shocked that I never got anything on the spoons.
Well, you know, if you're catching skipjack, one of the things that I can tell you is if you have like a sabiki rig, or if you're tying 3 or 4 jigs on,
Mhm.
tie them on above that, put the sabiki or put the Foley spoon on the bottom.
Yeah.
And I like the plain silver one, no nothing else, and just rip them and then let them set, rip them and let them set, rip them, let them set, and you usually come back 3 or 4 skipjack on there each pull.
Really?
Oh
The
yeah,
most I've ever caught was 3 on one.
I've had as many as 6 on at a time, and I'm telling you that's a handful.
Yes, them things
Wow.
are fighters.
I got to tell you, I have told this before, and people look at me like I'm green. But if bass fishermen would ever catch skipjack, bass tournaments as we know it would be over. Skipjack are so much more fun to catch than bass are that it's unfriggin' believable.
That's
I
how I
bet
feel
that-
about
they
trout.
are.
They're the same way. They fight like little maniacs.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I
like nothing
love
else
it.
that fights. Or
And
like a big
that's
king salmon too. If people had more exposure to salmon and they had 70-yard runs after bringing them in 70 yards,
Yeah.
they would change.
So
It was
let me
just-
tell you what happened when I was down there. I wasn't doing too bad. They had mostly shut off, because they were insane in the morning, and then the weather was just bluebird skies after the hurricane, and that's not always great. And so I wasn't doing very good. I caught a few, and I casted and casted and casted and wasn't getting nothing. And you guys know regular dude John Knoll?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
he,
I love that channel. Too bad he gave it up, didn't he?
he did. He had his reasons, but
Okay.
that. But
John Knoll.
yeah.
Oh, that is too bad. John is a great fisherman.
Mhm.
Catches a ton of bait. He is.
Yeah.
just-
Well, he was down there while we were down there.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sure he was.
Yeah, and he walked up to me, and I had been casting. He'd been over there talking to Doc, and he hollered at us like, "Hey, how you doing?" And then a few minutes later, he walked over to me, and I must have casted 60 times and never caught nothing. And he walked over to me, and I snagged a 20-inch skipjack. And I didn't think I was ever going to get that thing in on the bank, and I finally did right as he was standing there. And then he goes and leaves, and I can't catch nothing again. I'm like, "Hey, get back over here!"
well, you caught it at the right time at least.
No
One of the
kidding.
things that happened when we used to do them trips to Cumberland City, we was down there one year, and I had a giant. It was almost 4 pounds, and I was showing Doc that. He said, "Hell, that's a state record." I said,
A
"I didn't know
4-pound
they did
skip.
skipjack records." He said, "Oh yeah." He said the record is he knew exactly to the ounce how much it was. I said, "You know what? It's cut bait to me," and I thrown it in that bag.
Wow.
And it went in the cooler. Then he said, "That could have been a state record." I said, "I don't give a damn." I said,
Really?
"It's bait to me."
My friend Beto, we were out bait fishing and we were fishing for suckers, and he hooked into this monster red horse sucker, Lyle. This thing was huge. It was like 7 pounds, like 10 ounces we weighed it at.
Wow.
And I'm like, holy smokes, this thing's huge. We get it back. He cuts it up. I'm like, I'm going to look it up. It was a state record. It was in a bag in his freezer.
Wow.
And the funny thing, I think it's the standard sucker and the red horse were caught by brothers out of the same pond.
Oh, wow.
That was kind of interesting down in central Illinois.
Well, now, red horse suckers here are a natural fish
Mm-hmm.
to small streams and rivers in southwest Missouri. The Osage and several rivers on the east side of Springfield have red horse suckers in it, and they actually, some of the little towns have sucker days where they cook these up and feed people. But they're great bait for
Oh yeah, it's soft. You know, I actually saw a video of somebody. Stephen Ranella did a video of. Do you hear my dog? Holy smoke!
I do.
Holy, you know, that's normal for her. Wait till she starts farting, then we're in trouble.
She'll get enough sleep for all of us.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, she's bad, poor thing. He made sucker balls that looked like hush puppies. They looked so good. I want to try that too one of these
Out
days.
of
That's
bread.
how I
If it's edible, I'm going to eat it.
yeah.
Especially if it's fried.
That's right.
Have you ever had crappie cakes where you use crappie fillets instead of salmon? Oh my God, are they good? Holy smokes.
You know, I know that you're supposed to be on diets and you're supposed to watch what you're eating, but deep fried fish is one of my
Fantastic. Oh, you ain't kidding. And with a side of taters, right?
Oh yeah, Yeah, deep
I
fried
will
the same
never-
grease.
I will
Yeah.
never go on a diet. Food is too freaking good.
Oh yeah,
You only live once.
that's right.
I was
That's right.
where I was
You know,
raised
Betty,
in my
I gotta
grandma's
tell you.
kitchen. Everything was made out of lard and homemade, and I still cook like that.
People
I gotta
tell
kick
me
out of
all
here,
the time, especially
Great
my
being here.
wife and my
Thanks
All
for
right,
having
all right,
me.
Ace. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Have a good day.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Ace.
Later,
All right,
Lyle,
good.
Betty, Stan.
Have a good night. Talk to you tomorrow.
All
Yep.
right. People tell me all the time, you know, you're supposed to be watching your diet and you need to lose some weight. You're too big and this and that. You know what? I've made it to 63 years. If I don't make it another day, it's a home run. I feel like a St. Louis Cardinal slapping that ball out of the park. It's okay. But I love to eat. I love fish.
If
What
I
more
come,
could you
if
ask
I
for?
come to, if I come to Missouri, you're really gonna love to eat because I'm gonna be cooking.
Oh, you and Cindy will have a problem.
Well, we'll just work together.
I do the smoking outside, but she does everything inside. But now I've got stuff to do just about everything. But you guys, once I get over the shoulder surgery, we'll get together and go. And like I said, we'll have, if we don't catch a fish, we'll have a good time.
Heck yeah, I had a great time tonight. Shoot.
Oh, yeah. This has been a
Oh my
blast.
gosh,
How many
we've been on
times?
here almost 4.5 hours.
I
That's
can't believe that
awesome.
we've been on here this long. Cindy would wake up, she would come out here and kick my ass.
You know, we still got 7 people watching. I just wish they'd log in and say hello. That would be so awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
See, this is what happened to me before when I was out in chat. I'm typing stuff in. I'm like, hey, that's a pretty good comment. Nobody's saying, there's nobody there. I was the only one out there. So I said, well, I got to
You
go
know
on
what?
the screen.
Guess who's still hanging in with us? Maurice Casey.
Maurice Casey.
Maurice.
Oh, man.
Of course, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh, he must be a night owl just like the 4 of us. Holy smokes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no kidding. Like I say, I enjoy doing this as much as anything. I've been working on the boat and doing stuff in the shop all day, and there's other stuff I should be doing. But when Mark went live, I didn't think I would get on here because for the most part, I try not to give everybody else a chance to do what we do. But I kept watching Mark's feed and nobody was getting on. I thought, well, I'll get on there for a little while. And here we are 4 hours later, and we're still laughing. We're still having a good time.
Dockery messaged me, hey, let me in. I'm in the feed. I'm like, all right. Because Lyle and Stan and
I
Betty.
love old Dave Dockery. I really do. Like I say, today I visited with him yesterday morning. I visited with Chad off and on all day.
Oh, yeah, every day.
And that's what my day consists of, visiting with people all across the thing. I've wrote rules for tournament directors all over the United States throughout the years and help them set up rules that would make their tournament series work. And sometimes they use all of them, sometimes they use part of them, sometimes they don't use any of them. But they always come and want to know how to do it, and I try to help them. And it doesn't matter if they're in Indiana or Minneapolis or Wisconsin or down south. I've got a standard set of rules that we use for 10 years. And some of them work really well, and some of them don't work for other people.
Well, how do you feel? You know, Dieter had brought up the whole 3 fish. Is that what it was? What he was talking about in his podcast, I think, that I was listening to. How do you feel about that?
I think that 3 fish in big fish water is plenty.
I think so, too.
Now, in channel cat water, and I fished a lot of channel cat tournaments above the Keokuk Dam on the Mississippi River. And I think 5 is plenty for that because you're talking about 15 pounds or less as a rule for size fish. And here's the thing, Mark. I think that all tournaments should have a standard size live well for fish in their area. Um, I don't know if you guys watched the tournament weigh in today for Possum Kingdom.
I have
They didn't
not.
have, they didn't have a bunch of big fish weighed in Texas today. That lake's not known for. We went down there and fished it last year. It was terrible. But in that lake, a 40-pound live well or a 40-gallon live well would probably survive the average 5 fish weigh-in. On the Mississippi River, most anywhere, you should have to have a 60-pound live well or 60-gallon live well. It depends on where you're at, but I think there should be a standard set for all tournaments on live well size, and it should cover the amount and size of fish that you are catching in that area. That way you don't lose the fish. And it's not because you may or may not catch a bigger fish than that, but the idea behind tournament fishing is to release all of them alive. And there's a lot of tournaments, whether people will admit it or not, that there's a lot of dead fish the next morning.
I know here there was a couple of tournaments, and I know some people that had the unfortunate thing where, you know, where a live well or an aerator will fail because a lot of these guys are using, you know, makeshift live wells and stuff.
Right.
And that's kind of one of the reasons why I don't do it. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody or anything. It's just something that I can't sleep with at night, I guess is what I'm saying. You know, I don't know. It's kind of hard. And you know, I do have plans on getting a new boat in the next year or two, probably closer to 2. And those are things that I'm taking into consideration. You know, live well set up. You know, I'm in a different situation where I'm fishing in the north where I need a deep V. A lot of the deep V's that I'm looking at don't have big live wells. I need to get that all figured out. So
Yeah,
that's
I don't
kind of.
I'm going to tell you.
at all.
We had that Alumacraft. That Alumacraft was a 205 trophy. It was the best boat. I've had custom boats. I've had monster cats. I've had everything in the world give to me to use. That Alumacraft was by far, heads and tails, the greatest boat I ever sat in.
Nice. You know, that Violet that was on my show, she's sponsored by an Alumacraft dealer, and she offered me up some pretty good deals. So that's definitely one of the ones I'm thinking about. So
we had that Alumacraft 205 trophy the last 2 years, and Yamaha and Alumacraft sponsored us along with the company that give us the boat. And I love that boat. If I was to buy a new boat today, that's what I would buy with a Yamaha 250 SHO on the back of it.
Everybody in the South keeps preaching those Suzukis.
Yeah,
I don't see any of it.
Cheap.
That's
cheap
what?
to buy. They're cheap to buy.
Is that what it is?
But they can't catch that Yamaha SHO. I'm telling you, it is run off and laugh at them as it's going away. It's still laughing at them.
No, well, I live in the land of Mercury here.
Yeah, well, I understand. I love my Mercuries. That's what I have on my boat. But that Yamaha is badass. Yeah. It really is. We had it for 2 years, and I love that boat. I love that motor. We had zero issues with it. Zero.
Well,
it was a great boat. But
I'm even considering getting a tiller. Here's my conundrum. I want like an all-season boat, right? But, you know, a tiller makes the best sense for me, like a 20-foot tiller for hardcore fishing.
I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing like a steering wheel to control it, especially with the way ours was set up, because it had a kicker motor and it also run off the steering wheel. So anybody could control it.
Yeah.
Anybody could control it. But that was the best boat that I have ever set my butt in. I miss it. And if I was to go out today and buy a new boat, even after having custom boats, I would buy an Alumacraft. And
how big was the boat that you're talking about?
The 205 trophy is what.
So it's a 20-footer?
Yep.
And what kind of beam are we looking at?
It was 8.5 foot.
8.5 foot. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
That's what I'm looking for. That's about the size I want.
Yeah.
That won't fit my garage, so I'm gonna have to find a place to put it or move.
Yeah,
but that's about the size.
I love that boat, and like I say, if I was to go out and buy a new one today, that's what it'd be. We're supposed to have a deal with a new boat coming up. Whether it shows up or not, it's going to be at least 6 months before we get it with all this COVID stuff. And I told Cindy, I said, I don't care if we get one or not. I said, I'm kind of done with that.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because every time you get it set up the way you want it, then it's time to sell it and you got to get another one.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a pain in the ass. But I do like the fact that you got great equipment to work with. I dig that. But I don't have to have it. I don't need it. I don't have to have it. And if we wanted a new boat, we'd just go out and buy one.
Yeah.
But we like our old boat. And the thing I like about it most is there's no payments on it. It's paid for.
Yeah. And it's already set up. And it's set up the way you want it.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it works fine. It does need a bigger motor. When the guy that bought this new, it's rated for a 175. He should have got a 175 instead of that 125. He really should have. But that's neither here nor there. It's got a 125 on it. We don't do anything to it. It works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that might be one of my issues as far as like horsepower ratings and stuff, because, you know, the Fox is small. I mean, 18 miles of river between dam to dam, that does, you know, at 25 miles an hour, I'm there, and, you know, and I'm where I need to go in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not fishing tournaments or whatever, and I'm burning 6 gallons of gas in 3 trips live. That's it. You know, so I don't know if I want to something that's going to have, you know, a 40-gallon gas tank that I'm going through and having to fill every time. So I don't know. I guess the whole conundrum is my wife doesn't fish. It's not a hobby for us. It's kind of me being
a hobby
selfish.
for you.
Exactly. You know, so that's kind of where the guilt comes in with all of that.
Well, that's where Cindy and I fish together. You know, she's made the statement a number of times. If that boat moves, she's going to be
good in it. Yeah.
And I feel like Betty's the same way with Brandon. If that boat goes, Betty's going to have her ass up in it. And that's the way it should be. One of the most fun things that we ever did was Marty Gerloff, which is a huge tournament fisherman. He got a sponsorship with Lund, and he come down in my area to pick up his boat. The first place he stopped was my house. He stops at my house. I go out and get this new Lund boat, sit in the passenger seat, and send his wife a message to say, "I'm in your seat." Oh, God, she come uncorked. But I love that so much because Savannah is such a sweet girl. But we laughed about that. But you know what? That's a great boat. And I was so happy for Marty to get a sponsorship from Lund. I mean, my God, it's hard to get a sponsorship from
anybody. And then Lund is like, that's high dollar.
Yeah, that's way up here above everybody else.
Yeah, I can't think, you know, like a bass guy getting a sponsorship from Ranger. What else do you want, right?
Yeah, a bass guy that gets a sponsor from Ranger, you know, you're at the top of the list.
Yep. I have a friend of a friend's that I kind of know, and he's got a sponsorship from Toyota and Lund, and you know, they provide the boat, the entry fees, and all that stuff. But he's still got to come up with, you know, hotel. He's got to come up with gas. If he wins, the money goes to them. You know what I mean? It's a hard life. I don't know how you guys do it.
Whoops.
Oh, did we lose Lyle?
We did.
So Betty / Debbie / Bernie. I apologize for all that. He's back. There he is.
Sorry.
One of the things that I will tell you about sponsorships is that most of the companies, they will want you to buy the boat, and then when you sell it, you can actually make some money off of it. The deals that I've had over the years, I wouldn't do that. If you want to sponsor me, I don't want your products for free and that's it. You're going to pay me to promote your product.
That makes sense to me.
You know, these guys would give me a boat at no charge, and I would run it for 2 years, and then we would sell it, and they would try to give me money for selling it, and I would tell them, no, I got the use of that boat for 2 years. That's all I want.
Right.
And people say, well, you could have got money. It's not about that.
No.
I'm trying to help this guy sell his product. He trusted in me to do what I do, and I'm trusted in him to do what he does. And so many people are so greedy about making money or doing this or doing that. that they forget about how important it is to the guy that's giving you that product to make. And then when you get these sponsors, and the first thing that happens is that they forget all about that, and they get blackmailed by people saying, "Oh, this guy done this or that," and it's a lie, and they believe it. Well, then I don't need those guys ever again
No.
because they didn't believe what was the truth was to start with.
That makes total sense to me. You know, I don't know. We'll see. I got a couple offers for some people back in the day a while ago, just because I had that, and I've mentioned this before, that big presence on Twitter for a while. At one point I had like 20,000 followers.
That's
just
a
from
ton.
That was crazy. That was from posting news stories and stuff. I would always retweet stuff and all sorts of stuff. I was the right time at the right place, and then I kind of lost my taste for that whole Twitter sphere. But I had some people, contact me in that, and none of it seemed like any of it had any of my best interests at heart. Not a one of them.
And that's the thing. We used to have a pro staff team for Black Horse Rods.
Mm-hmm.
And I would build rods for these guys. Hey, Steven, how you doing? What's your opinion on jet outboards? Jet outboards don't work for me because the places I go, I need to get there quick. And it's not that they're not fast. They just don't go fast enough. The only time I run a boat wide open is at tournament takeoff. The rest of the time I run mine about half throttle and save a ton of money on gas. Mm-hmm. But, I had pro staff, and those guys was awesome. The problem is none of them ever promoted the rods like I thought they should do.
Mm-hmm.
So I would never spend the money again to have them because I don't need to build the rods now to make a living. I'm retired. Right. I'm stopped. It's not that I don't want to support somebody and help them or promote them, but I just don't need the business. I don't want the business. I don't want to work that hard. To be quite honest, I don't want to do that much work. I want to sit here and be able to go fishing when I want to and not feel guilty because I leave. At one time, we was over 100 builds behind on rods. And every time we'd go fun fishing or we would go fishing a tournament and I'd be gone for a week, I felt guilty because I was not home building rods for the people that had placed orders. And that's sad because I couldn't do what I needed to do for Catfish Weekly. And Catfish Weekly was more important to me than building fishing rods for people. And it's not because it made money, because it don't make money. It's just that so many people watch it. I wanted to make sure they had the information or was able to watch our show. But back in those days, there wasn't a show every night of the week to watch. We was it. We was it.
So when
what's awesome about
rods, go ahead, Stan.
I was just going to say, what's awesome about that? Every show night of a show every night of the week is we've all got our like thoughts and we're like-minded people, but every show is just a little different, so it's not the same show day.
I agree.
Day.
I agree 100%, and I'm glad to see it grow like this. I really am. And people say, "Well, it's competition." It's not. It's like guys saying, "Well, this company and this company selling rods for $69 or $79, and yours are $225." I don't care. If you don't want them, don't buy them.
Right.
I'm going to compare the sport of fishing to the computer industry, which I have a bunch of years experience in. And all the guys that did very well, got their name out there, were the ones that did the open source thing at first, the guys who are innovative, the guys who showed everybody else how to do things. What goes around comes around. If you're not the guy that's helping move it forward, you're going to get left behind.
I agree.
Plain and simple. That's what it is. If you're more worried about, the dollar at the end of the day, it's never going to come.
And I'm going to tell you, that's something that people have accused me of a lot. We give Twisted Cat Outdoors to Alex Nagy. And people say, how much do you charge him for that? I said, I didn't charge him for nothing. I give him the scales. I give him everything for him to be successful. Well, how much do you get out of it? Nothing. I give it to him because we've done it for 10 years. Cindy come to me one day and she said, I don't want to do this no more. We've had enough. We've run it for 10 years. Let's find somebody else to do it. And I started looking for guys. And I contacted 2 or 3 guys and nobody wanted to do it. It's a commitment. It's a commitment. Alex wanted to do it. I said, now, here's what you can do. You can make money on it. You don't have to make money on it, but you can. Or you can make yourself something special and try to make the catfish industry bigger, better, whatever. And we talked about it, and Alex was the guy we chose to give it to. We give him scales. We give him everything he needed to start. He's done very well. We're proud of what Alex has done. Regardless of the things that's happened since then and what people have lied about and said happened that did not happen, Alex has done very well with Pussycat Outdoors. But we run it for 10 years. Cindy was tired of doing it. I was tired of doing it. We didn't get to fish tournaments. And we thought that he was the best guy for the job, and I still think he's the best guy for the job. Now, if I was to do it all over again, would I still give it to Alex? Absolutely. No question about it. There is no question about it. He has taken what we started and made it so much better because I had lost interest in advancing it. You need young people to come in and say, hey, we can advance it. We can make it better. That's what you need. Because after 10 years, we got tired of sitting at the bank watching people sink boats and do this and do that. We want to fish. We want to fish. We want to go to Monsters on the Ohio. We want to go to Mississippi River Monsters. We want to go to Winter Blues on Wheeler. We want to fish those big tournaments because in those days we were still very competitive. We're as liable as anybody to win that tournament. And that's why we got out of it. Cindy said, I don't want to do it no more. I said, okay, baby. Whatever you want to do, that's what we're going to do. And that's when we started looking for somebody to run it. And I still think Alex was the right guy for the job. Is there better people? Maybe. Maybe there is. Is there people that's less qualified or more qualified? Maybe. But Alex has done a great job with what we give him, and we give him everything. Never charge him a dime. And I get people all the time calling me up or send me messages. What did you charge Alex? We didn't charge him nothing. I don't believe you. You're lying. No, I didn't. It was free. We give him everything. And everything that we've ever done in this sport, whoever ended up with it, got it for nothing. Because it was never about money. It was about making the sport better for Betty and for Stan and for all of you guys. It never was about us.
Thank you.
It was about making the sport better. I think that we succeeded in that. And if we didn't, that's okay. Because I still feel like we did do good.
I think you did.
I'll just look at what, like, I'm not been involved with big cat tournaments. The Couples Challenge was the first tournament that I fished in. But being from old school, I learned how to catfish with a hand line and trot line. And then that was what, if you said you were catching catfish, that's what people thought. You just threw a thing out on the bottom, you sat there, the fish would come to it, and that was, people didn't fish. There was only a certain type of people that was a stigma that, you're a catfisherman, you've got to be this type of beer drinking, blah blah blah. That was what people thought of catfishing.
Now, look at that.
Look how that's changed to today, where there's companies that it's the next bass.
Yeah, and people say, well, do you think catfishing will ever get as big as bass fishing? Absolutely not.
Yep.
Will it ever get as big as crappie fishing? I got a fly running around here, little bastard. I don't think that it ever will be as big as crappie. I don't think it'll ever be as big as bass fishing. It has a shot at it, but after what I've seen happen with all the negativity on social media, I'm not sure I want to see bass catfishing get to that point.
Yeah, I
Because
kind
the
of agree.
people that with all the negativity on Facebook and social media, they gripe my ass. I'll tell you straight up. They really do, because they tell stories that are not true about people. They make up stuff because they're not in that position. And that's not fair to the guys that work their butt off to make the sport better. And the old guys that have been in it for a long time, the Doc Langs and the Steve Douglases and stuff, they make fun of them. They tell stories about them that's not true. And that's not fair.
I
That's
love
not
where
fair at all.
it is. I love where it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, I do. It's awesome. It really is.
It-
And you were talking about, Stan, what you were talking about earlier. I think it's funny because where I come from, and I live majorly in the boondocks, like they see my catfish rigs and setups and they look at me like, what are you fishing for, aliens? Because they're still throwing chicken livers and all this kind of stuff. So
I got to tell you, Betty, I spent the afternoon looking online for 3-inch Camel floats.
uh-huh.
And now, why do I need 3-inch Camel floats? Because 2.5-inch Camel floats will not float the amount of bait that I want off the bottom. I need at least 3 or 3.5-inch. Can't find them.
Really?
Well, you can, but hang on a minute. Got you.
Got him.
I want big baits.
Right.
And I want them off the bottom of the water, of the lake or the river or whatever it is. So I want big ones. Do I have to have rattle baits to hold them up? No, because most of the time they won't hold the. I'm talking about a piece of bait this big, a foot long.
Mm-hmm.
Cut its tail off, use the whole friggin' thing.
Yep.
I'm after big, giant fish. Cindy's job is to put fish in the boat, whether they're this long or this long. That's her job. My job is studs. I want the biggest fish in the lake, the biggest fish in the river. Do I catch them all the time? No. But normally she puts a lot of fish in a boat. And a lot of times it'll put us in the money. A lot of times it'll win tournaments. A lot of times it don't do us no good at all. It doesn't matter. The end result is she's going to put fish in a boat, and I'm only looking for giants. So I need to float a 1.5 pound bait off the bottom, a foot and a half. 2.5-inch Camel float won't do it.
Yep.
So I'm looking for 3-inchers. I spent all afternoon looking for that. I finally found them. They make them.
What's
Everybody
Camella? I
have
don't
them.
even know what a Camella float is. How do you spell that, Lyle? I got to look that up.
COMEL, is that right? Betty, you probably know.
COMELO, right? Or
Yeah.
A.
But I want a giant float, and I want it an oval shape, and I want it to be able to hold 1.5 pounds of bait off the bottom of the lake or the river.
Right.
And guys look at me like, man, you got 3 heads. No, I don't. I know what I want, and I know what it needs to do.
Yeah.
And if you can't get me that, somebody else will.
Yeah, people crack me up. Like we're launching on the dock or something. They're like, "What do you have all over those rods?" I've never seen. I mean, it's so funny though. 'Cause they just. I mean, like
It is. I
live
get calls
amongst-
all the time. And guys say, what kind of rods do you build that that work for planer boards? Well, I build a special rod made just for planer boards. And if you don't want one of those, that's okay. I'll sell you anything I want, or you can go buy something else. But this works. We use it all the time. I can promise you that it works better than anything on the market. And if you don't like it, that's okay.
Well, let me explain to you where I live. Somebody caught of fish, and it was a very large fish if it was a channel cat. Unsure if it was a blue or a channel, couldn't tell completely. Anal fin was blocked or whatever. And the person thought they had a state record if it was a channel cat. And when they went to get it certified, they were banned from state property, so they couldn't get it certified. That's the kind of place I live in.
Yeah, see, that's not right.
They were
Yeah.
banned from state property before they caught the fish?
Yes, yeah, and they caught it on state property. They were on the bank of, yeah. So it's like, you know, I live amongst a bunch of rednecks. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, I think we all grew up in areas like that, just like we all grew up in areas where people trot lined and limb lined and
Bad
you-
here.
used bank poles and stuff to catch fish. I know I did.
Mhm.
I'm not ashamed of the fact that we used to run trot lines,
Right.
but I learned how important it is to turn those big fish back.
Yep.
And that's the trouble
Some
I'm
people
running.
will admit to that, and some people won't.
I have
That's
I
the
have no
trouble
problem
I'm
with
running
bank
into.
lines or trout lines. Anything,
I don't either.
depending on what you're doing with the fish. If you're doing it just to catch the big monsters and sell them to pay lakers and stuff like that, then I have a problem with you selling my resources as, you know, a citizen of this country where we own all the resources here.
I agree. One of the things,
But if you're doing it for sport, or even, you know, if you're going to keep a couple to put in your freezer and not sell them, don't sell them.
yeah,
I would say we ate them.
yeah,
We ate 'em. We
that's
did that.
exactly right. One of the best things in the world to get kids involved in catfishing is jug lines. Jug lines are exciting. They're
Very visceral.
action, and kids love that.
Mhm.
So I don't have a problem with people getting kids in line with jug fishing,
Mm-hmm.
but you have to, at the same time, you have to teach these kids that if you get a 30-pound fish,
Put it back.
release that baby and put it back in the water, because there's tons of 5-pound fish, which is way better to eat to start with, and we'll keep those and release those big fish so they can pass that gene along for the next one. Now, I used to have a Mac tool guy, and he would take Boy Scouts out, and I built rods and donated them to him for him to give away to these kids. They would go out and use hot dogs for bait, and they would fix jug lines up, and these kids would catch fish one right after the other. Most of them 1, 2, 3 pounds. That was a great deal for them kids to be involved in the sport of catfishing.
Right.
Now, did they ever catch any big fish? Nope, they didn't. But they enjoyed what they was doing. They had a good time, and he taught people, those kids, the importance of releasing big fish. If they ever got anything over 10 pounds, he released those fish. And those kids knew that that was a resource that you couldn't replace.
Yep.
And that's what more people need to do. And I don't have a problem with jug fishing. I really don't have a problem with trot lining if people would do that way. And I miss the guys from up in Iowa that used to do the TV show. Trying to think of their name. Blake. Mudbum guys, because they tried to instill on people to release the breeders and not keep those.
Mm-hmm.
But so many people can't do that.
Right.
They want to keep them and they want to eat them. And believe me, the law says you can do that, and I got it. I really do. It's your fish. You can keep it if you want to, but let's be realistic. If you catch a 30-pound fish and you release it, the chance of that thing breeding and passing on the gene is a lot better than if you cut it up and chew it up for dinner tomorrow night.
Well,
You know,
some people don't even care about eating that. They
I know.
just want to show how big of a fisherman they are.
Yeah.
They'll drag that sucker around town. Look at the size of the fish I caught.
Well, that's what kid pictures are for.
Yep.
You know, Stan, I got to tell you, I don't care Cindy and I both caught some big old fish, and I don't care if people say, well, that guy caught a big fish or he didn't catch a big fish. It doesn't matter. The end result is what I want people to remember us as guys that passed on the knowledge of how they caught those fish, and the fact that we released it to breed and raise more fish is more important to me than the fact that we caught it to start with.
I got to tell you something. I get more of a. I love catching fish. I love catching any fish, saltwater, freshwater, little stock trout that you're going for tomorrow. I love it. Monster catfish. There's no better feeling in the world. There's only one better feeling than catching that monster. Is putting him back and watching him swim away healthy.
Oh, yeah.
I love that feeling more than I do catching it.
Oh, I agree. When
Mark, are you going to make it to trout fishing tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll probably go straight from here.
Yeah, you're going to have to. Stan, when we catch a 30-pound, 20-pound, 15-pound fish, and you turn that baby loose, and that tail slaps that water, and it splashes you in the face, what better feeling is there than that?
None. That's just amazing.
That's right. I actually look forward to calling them jerks when they do that.
Yeah.
I heard someone explain. I know somebody who'll eat flathead, right? And they'll eat smaller ones, which is their right to do. I have no problem with it.
Right.
But they also explain to me, and I've heard biologists explain to me, that a small one, the chances of them actually making it to be a monster are slim to none. Right. But it's the big ones that are already there are the ones that we need to save. Those are the ones that are going to, breed, that one fish out of a whole spawning season that's going to make it that big.
Well, plus those big ones, number one, they have the genes for it. Number two, they've already done it. Yep. So the chance of them producing better, stronger, healthier fish is even better.
Years ago, Cindy and I was fishing a night tournament on the Mississippi River, and we took our grandson. I believe at the time he was 6 or 7, maybe 8 years old. And by dark, this was an all-night tournament. By dark, we had a limit of fish in a boat, and Damien had named every one of those. Everyone had a name. And he stayed up till like 2 o'clock in the morning. All the stuff we took to eat all night, he done ate. It was gone. And he finally fell asleep in the bottom of the boat. And we continued to catch fish all night. And the fish that we caught, we had pulled out the ones that he had given names to.
Oh, no.
So come about daylight, he's waking up and he's hungry again, of course. And he said, "Where's Dude?" I said, "Well, Dude didn't make the cut. He's out of the boat." You throw Dude out. I mean, he was just blown away that I throwed that fish out, but he wasn't big enough to make the cut. And we went on for a while, and we went to weigh in. I don't know. We finished 5th or 6th or something in that tournament. The fact that you took a 7-year-old kid out, and he had stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning naming fish.
Good night, Maurice.
Night, Maurice.
He'll never forget that, and I won't either.
Yeah. That's funny, though. He named the fish.
Oh, yeah, every one of them.
That's always trouble. I know people have chickens that turns into a big trouble.
Yeah.
That's too funny. All right, guys, I am going to try to get some sleep.
Yeah, I think so too. We just turned 5 hours.
Holy crap!
What a
That's
crazy,
awesome.
what a crazy fun night, man! Everybody who was here and everybody who took part in the actual chat and stuff, man. I appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know.
What another awesome show, Mark.
It's been a blast. Thank you so much for inviting us all in.
Yeah.
So hopefully you guys will get out and have some fun this weekend. Lyle, I hope everything goes good. Keep in contact with me about that stuff.
Absolutely.
And I'll contact Violet and see how she did tomorrow. I'll see how she did tomorrow.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can contact her too. She's like as friendly as she gets.
Oh, she was
No, she's
sweet. I liked her.
fantastic.
Very nice lady.
I adore her to death. And she's diehard. She's hardcore at whatever she does. She's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, I enjoyed her very much.
Make sure you let us know how the trout fishing goes.
We will. Hopefully, I got. You know what I got to do? I got to download footage from this last Friday before I go to bed. All right, guys. Have a great night. Thank you for being a part of this. I had a blast. We'll do this again. What are we calling it, Betty? Small talk.
Small talk.
Small.
There you
How about small talk about big fish? Something like
Small
that, maybe.
There you go.
Cigarettes and drinks.
That'll work too. Have a good night, everybody. Bye bye.
Good night, guys.